morning all, good afternoon, and go to bed. I think you know who I'm talking about, don't we? How's everyone doing? Morning, guys. You can unmute now.
Hey, what's up?
It's all yours. Oh. I've been doing this recently. I used to get rid of this. There we go. Having a moment. We're back. Let's put you on audio only. There you go. We've got your lovely face there. So welcome, gents, to the first Not Your Shield open house. I hope everyone's feeling it. So we're I'm suspecting a few of you are kind of going, open house for Not Your Shield, white guy. What's going wrong here? And I wanted to sort of like explain myself a little bit here, and this is really from Logical Minority, who pointed out really that Not Your Shield is actually for everyone. This is the big mistake a lot of us have actually made when it comes to the Not Your Shield crew, is that really everyone, we the people, are the ones being utilised and used in some fashion or another in order to get stuff passed, in order to get stuff through. It's not just about being a white guy, it's not just about being black. It really doesn't matter what you are, it's whether you get used or not. And even now, we've got left-wing feminists who'd like to say to us, oh well, we're not just here for women, we're here for men as well. Well, I'm that man. And I say, fuck you, bitch. I'll talk for myself, thank you very much.
Well, as a white imperialist, we gotta appropriate where we can,
How's that coming out to you anyway? You enjoying your white imperialism?
It's a struggle. It's a struggle. Some people like to cause troubles, and you just gotta say, listen, I got a bigger gun.
Well,
that may work in America.
Listen, you're struggling, but it's gonna happen. You just it's gonna be okay.
Can I turn down my mic a little? Is it a little bit too much? Is it, Hitmar? Just trying to get feedback from Hitmar here.
I'm just going to be your token Arab here.
If you've got any more Arabs you'd like to bring along,
oh god!
I hear there's a few out there.
Yeah, easy does it. Anymore, I'm gonna feel like there's gonna be some sort of coup with explosions going on.
Oh, I think I've turned down the jukebox already, there, guys. I mean, is there anything else that everybody would like to do with the house? I can turn the party lights back on if you'd like. There you go. There's your party lights. Do you want them or not? I don't know.
Might have to, have to redo that whole inserting artificial governments again because these assholes come in.
What are we inserting now? I'm not quite sure about inserting.
Oh no, it's bringing in more Arabs. I was talking about putting in the false government to reinsert dominance in the area, because they're just getting too popular.
You're not going to do that. We've got the oil, man. We have the oil.
Well, I'd rather need oil than live near it, to be honest.
It's funny, whenever I travel, it's something that always brings joy to me to see a blue sky. Because we've got so much pollution in the Middle East, we never get a blue sky.
Oh yeah, what region?
I'm in Dubai.
Dubai. I see. Right on.
So it's Affirmative Action Day, everyone. Whether you be black, white, Asian, purple, yellow, I don't really give a damn about your colour. Pop yourselves in. If you identify as either male, female, or anything in between, this is the show for you today.
I identify as Samus.
We were actually going to discuss this one because this is actually highlighting the whole Not Your Shield thing right there.
Oh yeah. I'm kind of prepared to discuss this one.
Habib, let's have your take on this one.
My take on this one is it's a bit ridiculous. I mean, if it was any other character that wasn't really explained in that much detail, I might have given it a pass.
Well, let's actually, before we start with that, let's actually get a bit of history behind what's happened here.
Okay.
This happened, a day or so ago, wasn't it?
Like 2 days ago.
Yeah, about 2 days ago. Basically, Brianna Wu was having a conversation with one of her friends who identifies as trans herself, who has now obviously openly said, I don't really give a damn about canon, don't give a damn about this, I'm just trying to subvert it all, as though that's going to make any difference. And she basically said to Brianna Wu, oh yeah, Samus is trans. And she's like, really? Yeah, Samus is trans. And she's just run with it. She's just hears it on Twitter. This is worse than Ralph. You know, I've heard something on Twitter, oh my god, I've got to write about it. And then she goes to the Mary Sue and essentially kind of goes, yeah, you know, Samus is a trans, deal with it. And we're all sitting there kind of going,
the literal title.
Yeah, and we're all sitting there kind of going, okay, we will deal with it. No, she's not, and here's why. And her reaction to this was that, oh, you're all trans misogynist shitlords.
No, that's definitely a good way to shut down any actual rational discussion, just by using the shaming language.
And, well, once she actually got called out on her shit, I believe there was, I'm still saying that there is rumour here involved in Wikipedia, but by the looks of things, Brianna went into Wikipedia to actually alter the Wikipedia entries for Samus, so that anyone going into Wikipedia would kind of go, oh yeah, must be true, using her own bit in Mary Sue as a source.
When is Wikipedia going to be, like, discredited?
Well, no, the wiki guys basically went kind of, I'm afraid that's not really going to happen, Brianna. You know, it's not like this is actually a decent source. You'd think that the best person to ask would be, I don't know, Nintendo. Or maybe the creators of the game. They might have a sort of like a better idea of whether this person is... You know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but this is canon, isn't it? And and what she's actually doing more than anything else is taking a strong female character away. So it's you know, it's sort of like, I mean, what are you trying to do here? What are you trying to accomplish? And at the end of the day, I think we all know what she was trying to accomplish. Clicks.
Exactly, and she got it.
And
got plenty of them.
Yeah, once pointed out to her that she was entirely full of shit, decides to write another article in the Mary Sue, kind of going, yeah, I knew it was all bullshit, and I was just doing that to prove how you lot are all misogynists.
I think, like, when I first read it, like, I got it on Twitter, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to read the original article. I'm not going to read people's reaction. Because I do like alternative theories on gaming characters, and Samus has always been a bit weird. Like, she's half alien, half human, half whatever. And I'm like, maybe she's got some male into her? Maybe, no, why not? So, the reason I pretty much decided that no, she's actually a cis female is two things. Like, first, the official comics that came out back in, or the manga that came out in the early 90s, pretty much talk about Samus's childhood, and she was just a tiny little girl. So, no male there. Reason number two is, anyone here played Metroid Prime on the GameCube?
Not on the Cube, no.
Well,
I'm not actually much of a console peasant, really. I was more Amiga, that sort of thing. So you know.
Does emulation count? Stay curious.
Yeah,
emulation or whatever. But regardless of it, like once you finish that game, you get some extras like making of and sketches and stuff like that. And some of the sketches are X-ray vision of Samus with her suit infused into her, and that shows the skeleton. Anyone who knows Biology 101 would tell you that that's a female skeleton.
Yeah.
But now, you see, this is the thing. What we're actually talking about is canon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is how you fuck with nerds. This is what you do. You piss somebody off on canon, and they will fucking take you to town on it.
Yeah.
And then they kind of go, yeah, you're just being a misogynist. No, we're just being canon nuts.
Good way. Yeah.
There is
a good way to bring. Yeah, a good way to bring the spurg out of a nerd is tell them that the canon's fucking wrong.
And well, this is, you know, one of the reasons why these people have gained notoriety in the first place is that they've played up on that, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, well, it got even more gigglesome when Brianna
Giggles.
got I've coined that word. That's my word, and I'm going to use it. When Brianna got a tweet from what was it, Nintendo Florida,
That was a funny one.
who basically said, "Yeah, you've caught us out. Yeah, she is a trans. Come over to Nintendo to collect your prize." And she was like, "Yeah, see, I got it right. It's true, innit?" Not realizing this is a completely unofficial account. It's nothing to do with Nintendo at all.
That's one of the shocking things to me. I was like, is Nintendo station? Does Nintendo have a thing in Florida?
Yeah. Why just Florida? You know.
The thing is, like, when you read the article, the first thing that they say is that, well, we have to take the developers' sort of word on it, and they just, like, quote someone random in the development team. And they go like, yeah, this is canon. Haven't they lived in the nerd community for the past 30 years? We still don't believe Lucas when he says that Garrido shot first. We're like, no, Han shot first. Like, really? Have you even lived in the nerdosphere for all these years?
Everyone knows Han shot first in the original.
Yeah,
He shot second in the second.
It's become a meme. Han shot first. Han shot first.
I've got a shirt that says Han shot first.
Yeah.
There should be some sort of pseudo meme that involves sort of Rambo, so it said, Han drew first blood. There's a meme in there somewhere.
Oh, well, you just inspired a new meme.
Somebody's on that right now. I'd like to think so. Anyway, round of drinks. What would you like, guys? What are you into? Habib, just remember, you're not in your native country right now, so you can drink whatever you like, mate.
I'm gonna go with rum, spiced rum today.
Spiced rum. Okay, spiced rum, please, John. What we got? You got Captain
Is there
Morgan
not
stuff?
spiced rum in Dubai?
Yeah. Put a bit of ginger in there, mate. Brilliant. Nice one. Did
I think last week...
Did you want a mixer or you just want it straight?
Straight, please.
Okay. Rocky.
Yeah.
Bit
And baby, what sort of pussy do you take this air for, huh? Yeah, of course he's gonna take it straight.
Spice rum's okay and everything like that, but I think it works much better as a cocktail mix, really, to be honest with you. Very good, depending on what you're after. Great with a mojito.
Yeah, most of the hard liquors I drink, I can't mix them. I have to drink them straight, or I'm not gonna drink them.
I'll stick with my black coffee and whiskey.
I was about to say, greetings, Colin. How are you doing? Why are you bringing your black coffee and whiskey in that little flask of yours? Can't you use a glass or something?
No, I'm using my mug, my bright, shiny orange mug. So there is a little bit of class to it.
Oh God! Don't tell me
Yes,
the SpongeBob
it is
mug.
certain that you are quite correct. That is certainly a little bit of class.
Very little, I try to be bare minimum class as I can,
The bare minimum.
That's
I also shave.
That's what he has
Like-
on his name badge when he was working at Walmart.
Yeah.
Colin,
I also
bare
shave,
minimum
and
class.
I have no facial hair. It's weird.
Bare minimum achiever of the week.
I know. I feel good. Feel good today.
So yeah, there was that.
Yeah, there was that, and there's one more thing I can say about the trans thing. They keep ignoring that, all the gaming community rallied behind Poison, not because she was a main character at all. I mean, she was just like a side character that you beat up. But we hated the fact that Capcom had to censor it in the West and make it a female. We're like, no, we want it as trans. Give it to us as it is. To the point that the character is so popular now, they made her a main character in Street Fighter games. And you go to any convention and see how many cosplayers are cosplaying Poison.
It is a bit weird, isn't it? That for example, why make the distinction in the first? It shouldn't really matter if somebody is trans; they are transitioning towards being a female in the first place.
Yeah, it's
so
not
why
a
should
third
it really
gender.
matter? Do you know what I mean?
It's not a third gender. It's a transition. It's hence in the name.
I mean, if
And
there
I
is
do
something
get it.
in the backstory that says, yeah, they used to be a guy or whatever like that, but
Yeah. Other than that, if their backstory doesn't really mean too much, then
The backstory for Poison doesn't mean anything at all. It's a side character in Final Fantasy to get to beat up in 2 stages. That's it.
Yeah.
But gamers just hated the fact that they censored that. They're like, wait, are you assuming? We hated the fact that Capcom assumed that people would hate the character because she's transgender. And that's what we hated.
It is bizarre, isn't it?
They bought into. I think that a whiff of that propaganda got up under their nostrils a bit, and that's probably what they were going for there. That sort of negative spin that did actually convince people that some gamers were against,
or either that, or it's a way of actually causing controversy, of course.
Yeah. True, but at the same time, they could have done it in a more efficient way of causing controversy.
I don't think controversy works on efficiencies ratings, really.
Oh well, there's what
it's
if you know certain.
How big is the carbon footprint of controversy? You know.
Well, it can be measurable if you understand the community you're working with and their quote unquote triggers. Like you were talking earlier about canon. Way to trigger a nerd to lose his shit is tell him that he's wrong about canon.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Of course, in the Japanese version,
that's a way to cause controversy.
Well, there you go. In the Japanese version, she is considered transgendered. In the Americanized version, she's considered a woman.
Right.
Now, is this because I'm just postulating here. Is it because perhaps in Japan, somebody who is transgendered is considered trans, regardless of whether they identify as a woman or not? But in America, somebody who is trans and identifies as a woman is considered a woman. There is that. But there's also the possibility of kind of going, well, this should wind them up. And it gets controversy together with it, which of course Brianna Wu knows gets attention.
I think, if we take the sort of the conspiracy sort of out of that, it could come down to just a simple thing of what do they think that it will be more appealing. I think because trans is such a minority of a minority of sort of a very small segment of the population, that changing one character to another from such a small thing, they want to make a more broad appeal, so they'll make it something that's more popular, but not understanding that you're working with people that are primarily autistic, so they're going to trip if you're going to change the canon. If you change the canon, they're going to lose their shit.
Well, the thing is with Poison, and it's a specific character because it was
because it's already an established character. Now,
it was introduced back in 1989.
Happy F5, mate.
Okay, just give me a sec.
F5 your mom.
Yeah, Habib seems to have a bit of... I'm not sure if it's his browser or there's something weird going on there.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep getting this problem with you guys.
You sound loud and clear now.
Yeah, I know. It's just something that happens to me every now and then. But...
I'm glad you're not in a fishbowl again.
Okay. But yeah, Poison was introduced back in 1989, and back then, Western publishers would censor these things out of fear of controversy.
Yeah.
If you remember, Streets of Rage 3, 1992, a lot of the gay characters, like the very sort of, a lot of the gay villains were just taken out of the game, out of fear of controversy. And
right. Well, I think it's right, and I think it's a mixture of fear of controversy that. It's sort of a catch-22. If you're not representing them properly, you're not representing them enough, or not at all, to where they're sort of walking on eggshells when it comes to that content like that. Because
I don't think it was representation that was the issue. I think it was.
No. I'm talking about in general.
Okay, but
with making content.
That case doesn't actually represent that general concept. The issue here was a issue of cultural clash, where people were afraid of taking another culture, which in Japanese culture it was more accepting, and taking it to a Western audience, which was not accepting of those cultural ideas.
What cultural ideas is that?
At least relative.
What was the Western audience so afraid of in these concepts?
Homosexuality. Homosexuality was definitely a feared topic, and it was ostracized in America. I mean, it's gotten a lot better in recent years, but a while ago it was really fucking terrible to be LGBT. So
not if you were one, but as a fictional character, there were plenty of fictional characters that were homosexual back in the day.
Sure.
So to say that this one specific content happened, suck my balls. Okay.
Say specific. I'm going to sit here and specifically say specific until you get specific right.
You can specifically suck the back end of my nuts. That's what you're gonna do.
Okay. Anyway.
Hand me your gooch then.
Okay, sure. There were plenty of transgender or gay characters, but at the same time, those were also points of controversy at the time.
Yes, and that's what I was getting at. The general point is that with such a hot button topic with some content creators, it's best to leave it alone. At least to their perspective. But ultimately, we're speculating about the state of mind of a company or people.
Well, in many cases, somebody's sexuality doesn't actually matter at the end of the day on the gaming front. It's not so much about whether it's controversial or not. It doesn't actually lend to the story, or it might not even lend to anything at all. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, imagine COD with somebody who's transgender. How the fuck would you know?
Right.
Why would you give a fuck either way?
Right. It's not important.
You're too busy blowing them in the face.
Yeah.
I'm actually writing an article about that. For Fallout 4 had just confirmed, or confirmed in July, that all of their characters were all of their companions are going to be romanceable, which means every companion has some form of bisexuality, which is kind of weird because statistically that makes no sense, and it kind of makes all the characters a little too similar in a lot of ways. But I'm writing a piece on that anyway.
Well, it makes sense in the fact that people they're taking into account that people have different tastes when it comes to romance. But there's not that much variation when it comes to male or female. Even if it's trans, they're still transferring from one to another. So ultimately,
Well, Colin, could you clarify this? Because you've obviously looked into this a little bit. Are you saying that every single character is totally bisexual, or there's going to be some that are more susceptible to, or not? You know, clarify this.
Okay, like, have you ever played Saints Row 4 at all?
No.
No. Well, okay. Basically, you can flirt with all of your companions, and you can romance any of the companions.
Right.
To a tree. So they all have some sort of romance option, regardless of your gender.
Right.
Slightly beyond metrosexual. Yeah.
Right. Well, within the story that you're playing, ultimately, if they only have a romantic proclivity to you as your gender, you can still perceive that as them being straight or not.
Well,
so
I don't want to go too far because
so it's not. So,
I am reading a piece on it, but yeah, I know. I brought it up because it was relevant to the topic. In this case, it's like in Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is a really good example of having a mixture of really fantastic characters that have their sexuality and sexual identity a part of their character. So there's a companion that's strictly a gay companion. There's a strictly lesbian character where that where her lesbianism goes into like her relationships, and you kind of get to understand her character with that.
Right.
So it's weird for me, at least, in Fallout 4 to kind of remove that, because it removes any kind of sexual identity that was previously tied to that character.
Right.
So
Well,
that character was formerly, completely straight, and they decide to,
so these characters are already sort of, they're already like stated within the history of the story, right? I mean.
Well, I don't know much about Fallout 4. All I know is that all the characters, regardless of your player character's gender, are romanceable. So that's all we know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do see the issue with making them all bisexuals, because sexuality is a part of somebody's identity.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Well,
so how you interact with people, part of your sexuality does sort of play into that.
Have you?
But if you're going to react to everybody all in the same way, then there's no real differentiating characteristic when interacting with people.
Pretty much.
Robin, you said something?
Yeah, you were about to speak, Habib.
You were about to speak, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that Bethesda are not the strongest suit when it comes to writing characters anyway. They write very superficial characters. So, yeah, I wouldn't really hold that much breath on that. Like in Skyrim, most of the characters were very much the same. So, not really putting a lot of hopes in character development when it comes to Bethesda games. They're great, very beautiful worlds, but characters, not really.
Right, so they're good at world building, but with characters, they need to work on them.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's important to remember that Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 1 and 2, which also had really cool and interesting development when it came to romance options and sexuality, they were developed by entirely different teams. So they don't have the same sort of kind of energy and kind of spirit, that goes into their ways of developing games.
Well, there's that, but at the same time, if they're trying to stick with the theme and the same sort of feel of the game, they're going to continue with a good world, but with maybe a little bit more shallow characters. In general, obviously, different teams give you a different flavor, but it's like having a different flavor of gum. It's still gum. It's still that brand of, or that flavor of whatever, but it's still in the same vein.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
What? Nick, that's not a response.
No, I'm agreeing with you. That's all.
I'm not sure if you're being a passive-aggressive dick or if you're actually agreeing.
Oh, okay. Wow, now you're just making accusations. Wow.
Nigga, you are a passive-aggressive motherfucker. Don't even lie.
How am I? Okay, I'm not even gonna go there. We're just gonna leave it. Let's just drop that conversation.
I couldn't tell. So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry.
Blame me for your personality flaws, okay?
Okay. Wow. We're really cutting it deep, Mike. Wow. Starting to get hurt here.
What, have we finally triggered you?
Oh, no. I can never
there's things that do get to him, so, but that's not it.
I don't want to pick on Brianna Wu, but here I am.
Colin, that's Colin, not Brianna.
No, I just sort of like, it's, we've...
I thought you were
Wait, what are you trying to say, Michael?
I thought you were confusing him.
Yeah, let's keep sticking the knife into Colin. Let's not change the subject now.
I thought you misspoke. My bad. Sorry.
No, we were just talking about listening to feminist feedback made this a better design.
Right.
We're looking. I was trying to look at the differences and go. She's got body armor. She's got slightly thicker waist and a slightly thicker neck. And I'm talking about maybe what? I mean, she was stick thin beforehand. It was basically, she looked like she'd be made out of marzipan. and squeezed at the centre between thumb and finger, and now it's slightly less that. It's like somebody going from size 0 to size 2.
I'm not.
Have you not seen this? Let me just show you the details of this. I'll send you the link over here. This is just weird at this point, because I'm sitting there kind of going, you haven't made any changes at all. This is spurious, at least. Look at this business here. Look. Let's get that on screen for everybody to see.
Wait, hold on.
There we go. Look.
Wait, hold up. The only difference is that she went to the other extreme of making them bulky.
Well, no, but they haven't really been extreme at all in that. They've made her slightly less stick thin. No,
they pretty much put like they. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't change. They made the neck bolder, but they didn't do anything to. Yeah, no, it's there's still an issue.
That's still pretty skinny, isn't it? I mean, if you're trying to be normative,
I'm not concerned about the scrawniness. I'm concerned about proportions. I'm also concerned about the fact that just change because all they did is went into Photoshop and expanded shit, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, can you do actual changes to the character, or are you just kind of...
No, this is them saying that they have made these changes. These are the changes that they've made.
Well,
right.
They're suggestion.
They're very shallow
all
changes.
away and just throw everything that you own, the computer that you made that model, and just throw it in the trash.
Yeah, I mean, I would have... My change would have been shadows. Could you turn the shadow... It's a button on the Unreal thing. You just switched on. It's done.
Alright, and the head doesn't, I don't know if it's just me, but the head and the neck doesn't seem to transition properly.
Well, I mean,
looks like
it's not, I mean, even originally it wasn't really a character that was supposed to look like 100% like a human being as it is.
Right.
But I'm sitting here kind of going, well, is that okay then? I mean, a lot of the, and I prefer to call it pixel slut shaming that's been going on the other characters, and probably have got a wider waist than this now redesigned version.
Yeah, and also, can we make a thing that hashtag stop tit shaming? Can we do that? Yeah.
Please, sex negative feminists. Please.
Yes. Stop tit shaming.
Yeah. If you don't like people having sex, then tough. We're still going to carry on.
Yeah. Because I've seen them completely degrade realistic body types, whether it be in fashion or whether it be in games. They'll shit on them. I'm like, these are realistic body images. I mean, where do you think the models come from? The modeling for the games, modeling for the whatever else it is. These are real body types that women have, and then they just shit all over them.
It's schoolyard stuff.
I want to entertain the thought, though. I think the issue that people, or I guess those types of people have issues with, and I'm not saying I necessarily agree, but you're right. Those are realistic body types. I think the issue is that people feel like there is not enough diversity of realistic body types within gaming, and I don't know. I don't necessarily agree that's a really needed thing.
Well, I mean, for example, in an action game, if you're going to look for, say, let's say the chubbier variety of character designs, then the only way that's really going to work is if you're doing a police simulation.
Hey, Wario is my spirit animal.
And within storytelling and fantasy and what have you, this is in a world in which these people are fit and healthy, and they're going about major physical activities that these stagnant, these women want not women, but these people, these authoritarians, these sex negative people, they want this stagnant body type. That's what that is. That's what the chubby, poor, poor muscle structure, poor health. It's a stagnant body type from a stagnant lifestyle. And they want to insert that into an action-heavy game. I'm sorry, you're going to die in the first few games if you want to make that shit realistic.
Yeah, you present a bigger target as well.
Yeah. And there's a reason why, like, when military trains, they're not promoting diversity in body type. They want people that are physically fit to get the job done. And within action films, within action movies, these are certain events, certain things that need to be realistic within the mind of the viewer.
Well, the actor also has to be able to do it as
right,
well.
and you're not gonna,
anyone in an action movie has to do a lot of training to get themselves to be able to survive it.
Right, and same with stunt doubles as well. Like the stunts that are required to be done, there's some sort of grasp of reality you need to be to do those things.
I don't necessarily agree. I think that was just the claim that they make.
No, I'm saying I'm expanding on the fact that when you're telling a story, it has to be, even though it's slightly unrealistic, but it has an element of reality to it where you can suspend your disbelief. Mm-hmm. Like the guy can't jump over that wall. This guy has the strength to lift this up. You can see it through physical representation. Now, of course, you can be slapstick, silly, and comical, and have ridiculous shit happening. But if you want to have like a serious, more reality-driven game, I guess you say, a more grungy, gritty style that people take seriously, then you're going to have to sort of partly emulate reality, while bending it at the same time.
Well, I mean, if you look at, say, GTA, for example, this is a piss take of reality.
Yeah, it is. Like, GTA is like somebody said, it's a parody of the real world.
Yeah, I think there's more. I think game design is a little bit taking the piss out of game design. Let me tell you about the character models for GTA 5. The player character models are fucking garbage for GTA. It bugs the shit out of me.
I thought that they're usually quite diverse as well. You get all kinds of different characters in the GTA.
Oh yeah,
5.
but they're ugly as sin.
Well, they have to be. Yeah, that's sort of the point, isn't it? A lot of them are very caricatured and sort of like over the top, and basically kind of going. Ugh.
Well, no. So the way that GTA Online does their player creation is you take it's actually really clever, and I respect it greatly. I just don't like it. Is you take a mother NPC and you take a father NPC, and you basically become that child of those two NPCs. It's a little bit cool, but it bugs me that you can't, tweak that model to your own design as much as you could on other games.
So
to a degree, you kind of can, but not much.
Right. But, so would you like within the game to have something that is similar to Fallout, where you actually are able to personalize the characters that you have?
Yeah, Fallout or Saints Row is another really good.
What they should do is have a character creation level. Where you remember in the GTA SA, Michael Mute, because you'd be a fan.
Oh, sorry about that.
With GTA San Andreas, where you could actually make his character tubby if you liked, by just basically cramming loads of fast food down him and not doing any exercises. And after a while, he started to get a little bit broad. Or if you wanted him built up like a tank, you could do that. And so imagine you could say have a maybe 10 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so, just running around an area where it's fast food, or it's this or that or the other, and you could basically choose a lifestyle within that particular thing. And then after that gives you an idea of what you'd actually come out with after, say, a couple of years of doing that.
Yeah,
it's
even
GTA
more
5 has that. It's not actually visualized, and I wish it was.
As a character creation tool.
Oh yeah.
It's the same with Fable. The Fable games, you start with a character as a child, and then based on your lifestyle and the game, like your game play theme. Like you get to shape your character. It's going to be muscular, or it's going to be like thin if you just use magic and not like hack people with an axe. Depending on the kind of food that you consume, you might end up with a very chubby, fat character. Who knows? Like it, you don't really get to create your character. Your character is created throughout the game.
Right.
I'd just like to break up the conversation for one moment.
It's a causality.
By quoting nihilist Arby's, "You are what you eat. You are Arby's sliders. You are small and insignificant. You are sliding towards inevitable doom. You satisfy no one."
Shit, I was gonna go to Arby's today. Well,
the thing is, like, even those models won't really work with all games. Like, people just tend to forget the biggest limitation when it comes to diversing body types in gaming. You have to program different skeletons, different animation, and different assets for every single character. Like, that's just impossible.
Well, no, there is actually ways of doing this by using weight distribution. If you have a look at I think this was pioneered in GTA 4, where depending on, say, how the character gets hit by a car, for example, it will actually react or get shot by the chest and things like this. It actually has, I can't remember the name of it, it's like a natural reaction to whatever affects you. But you can use these sort of algorithms to actually walk someone in a different way depending on their weight distribution.
Yeah, but the ragdoll mechanics don't really work with every single game
it's not
type.
ragdoll mechanics. No, these are walk mechanics based upon based upon the actual weight of the character.
Right, but I think wasn't sorry, I'm not familiar with the game.
That was brilliant,
so
Michael.
Stimulating, Michael.
Fantastic.
I love it.
Wasn't Habib saying that it wasn't about sort of walking, but the model itself and having it individually different from every other model, dramatically, like having variety of different body types that are moving around.
Yeah, and like you get to the point where, okay, I'm designing an armor, and then that armor has to fit on all those body types that you might end up with. That's not going to work in all games.
Well, I mean, armor in general is molded around the actual person, because it has to be. I mean, if you imagine back in the days when armor was being made, it was fitted to the particular knight.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree it might work. I think it's just sometimes when you're developing a game, like with bigger scale games, you have to put into consideration, like, is it something that is worth pursuing to put that much time and effort into diversifying body types? And then
it's not necessary.
And then the bigger problem will happen when you have to deal with hitboxes as well. Like, would a thin character have like an advantage because their hitbox is a little bit smaller than the fat character?
Yes, but that's the next level, of course, is that you won't have a need for hitboxes later, because all of the protagonists will be able to solve this with a conversation, sitting down and a nice hug.
That's not gonna work.
The game today is called Healing. We're all healers today. It'll just be a game with a room full of people sat around on beanbags, all talking about their problems.
Okay, let me be the devil's advocate in another kind of thing that is related to Not Your Shield and LGBT representation. Anyone here familiar with The Romance of Three Kingdoms, the series?
Not seen this, no.
Romance of Three Kingdoms, it's like over 15 games now. Like, it's more like a strategy game from China. Well, it's based on Chinese mythology or folklore tales, and it's about these three kingdoms that just like merge their armies together, and they conquer China or something like that. I mean, I'm not really that familiar with it, but in the original myth or the folklore tale, the three leaders were gay. They always slept in the same tent in the same bed.
Wow.
Yeah, in the course of more than 15 games, we've never had that even explained, not even one bit. Even though they go through the history, like they represent the thing as a historical event. They go into the details of the story, the characters and everything, but they ignore that completely. Do you think that's an issue, or is it just like, it's just a game? Or is it like why don't we show that? Like, what are we afraid of showing that?
Well, I'm a little bit in the Morgan Freeman pool when it comes to, say, talking about race. And when asked, when do you think everyone's going to stop really caring about race? And he basically said, when people stop talking about it. And it's really to do with the fact that who gives a shit where this person sticks their penis? Why should you care?
Well, because it was a big part of the original folklore tale that they were not only brothers, they actually were in love with one another.
You're talking about a real-time strategy game, yes?
But they did emphasize it was a story-driven kind of game. It's always focused on the story. Like, I remember the first games, they had pages and pages of text that you had to read. It was just like, it's about the story with, like, yeah, the gameplay mechanics is something else, but the story is always there, and it's always heavily there. Like, you get invested in it. But they hide that fact. And like I said, I'm not really, I don't have a horse in that race, but being a devil's advocate, like, why don't we just, like, why can't we have that?
I think we could be having Simon coming in a second. Just gonna pop him in there. Yeah, I mean, as far as representation in game, as far as sexual diversity is concerned, I was talking to somebody who does a lot of games to do with actual sex. You know, sexy platform sort of games, or sexy game. You know, doing a bit of work with Lewd Gamer, Colin here as well, as part of that crew. So there are a lot of avenues for sexual representation when it comes to sex-based games, porn games.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's really where that sort of representation and exploration kicks in. I mean, it's sex, isn't it? You know, it's people kind of. I don't actually think that being gay is an identity. This is where I get people sort of confuse me when they talk about this sort of thing. I mean, it's like atheism. Yeah, when people started making atheist meetups and this atheist community business, it felt quite foreign to me, because I'm sitting there kind of going, America, why do you have to have a meetup for everything? You know, guys, you know, it's just a thing. You know, that religion does all the meeting up, and you know, this is the tenets of being religious and stuff like that.
But
and atheism isn't
that. Right, but that's not the thing that you're taking out of the equation is that we're a social species. We want.
Yeah, I don't. It's not what it's not what I mean. Yeah, but you know, there are fucking morons who you can be
not.
Yeah, but you can be a complete idiot who is an atheist. You can be completely unreasonable as an atheist.
Right.
I mean, look at Rebecca Watson, for example.
Right.
That's a classic example of a completely unreasonable atheist person.
Right. And I definitely agree. But when it comes to it's the same thing when gamers meet up, or with people with different. There are aspects of someone's whole identity. It's a component.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't necessarily. I don't consider myself, say, part of the heterosexual community.
Well, right.
You see what I mean?
At the same time, it's not something that's being, because there's so many outlets for it. There's no real need to feel you need to express that you are heterosexual. As opposed to,
as I state, there isn't really any need for you to state whether you are gay or not.
Not at first. Part of that was.
I mean, at the end of the night, when you're taking this person home for coffee, yeah, you might want to say, "Oh yes, by the way, you know, I may want to stick my dick in your ass." And at this point, you go, "Well, maybe that might not be an avenue for you, mate, because I'm sorry, but I like poon." You know, that's when that
the
sort of thing can kick in.
The issue is that at the end of the night, but that needs to be stated long before then, because the person you're with doesn't understand that you're going for something romantic, and the other guy is just hanging out. So sexuality does come into play, especially when you're dealing with same sex, because when you're talking to people of same sex, since heterosexuality is the majority, so on average you're expecting to be talking to somebody that's not going to have a romantic interest in you.
Yeah, but
It's
if
going
you
to
can
catch you off
imagine,
guard.
if you can imagine, it's well.
If it has a
Michael,
high like.
Let me
What?
respond.
I'm in the middle of fucking talking, nigga.
Well, then stop.
Of course.
There's also the avenue of don't look, don't tell, for example. What do they call it in America when it comes to the army, for example?
Don't ask, don't tell.
Don't ask,
Yeah,
don't tell,
yeah,
for example.
I believe that was
Because as far as I was aware, firing a bullet into the back of somebody's head doesn't require any particular sexual for or against. It's not really a hetero thing. Do you see what I mean? And when it comes to gaming, it doesn't, being gay or being straight doesn't really matter to the gamer either.
Right, but I mean, within, let's say within the army, the concern about having that was that the romantic relationship would interfere with combat.
Yes, which was daft.
Which that's what part of the reason, part of the concern was that if somebody's going to be in an intimate sexual relationship while they're in the field, and there's going to be, or if there's a scorned relationships going on in there, they're going to have issues with rank and file that are not going to fall in because they're having these drama llama sessions that they need to get the fuck out.
How do you mean drama llama sessions? I don't understand.
You don't know. You don't understand about scorned lovers and interpersonal relationships, do you?
So, well, yeah, but there's whether somebody is scorned as a lover, there's still interpersonal relationships that happen within these barracks with two heterosexual guys.
Yes, but those are
at this point they could say, well, you shouldn't have friendships.
Well,
you might miss your friend. You may risk your life to save them.
There's not as a strong overriding. Because people do a lot of shit when they're scorned by a lover that they wouldn't do if they were scorned by a friend.
Well, I think the camaraderie.
There was somebody. There was a recent news story. Some chick threw a knife in a guy's back because she found out he was cheating. A friend wouldn't do that. On average, somebody that finds out that a friend stabbed him in the back, they're not going to actually literally throw a knife in the fucking spine. Because it compromises you emotionally to a greater extent than a friendship.
Well, that you could also say that person is fucking nuts.
Right, but I'm also saying that is a rationale that is not entirely too far-flung.
Well, yes and no. You're talking about people in a professional avenue.
Yes, but
for example, Michael, could I? Imagine, if you will, that this person. Imagine this person who is, let's say that the entire army is straight, and they've kicked out all the gays, all the women's. Okay, this guy's in the army. He's working away, yeah, and then he gets a letter from his lover saying, "Fuck you, I'm with another guy. In fact, here's a picture of him fucking me right now."
Yeah.
Now what's going to happen to this dude? How's he going to perform? Does he think he's going to perform better or worse?
The difference is that there's a degree of part separation within that thing.
Well, no. At the end of the day, he has to
if he gets a letter,
he still has to perform his duties regardless.
Listen, Nick, what I'm saying is that the difference is she's probably a few thousand miles away and bumfuck wherever, and he's at the barracks.
It could be in a very nice part of America. It doesn't have to be bumfuck wherever.
It's bumfuck wherever if it's not near me. All right, but ultimately.
But like I said, if this person is being spurned by his lover, he still has to perform himself. He still has to perform as a soldier. Having a scorned
lover within the vicinity versus having a scorned lover across country are different things, because that interferes with the day-to-day if they're constantly interacting with each other.
Or it could be the fact that this person is unable to interact.
Because you're taking it out of context. You have to look within the context of the issue.
Well, I would be.
Because it's like, oil, vegetable oil and olive oil. Yeah, they're both oils. They come from different things. I mean, I don't.
Well, yeah, but what you're saying is, Michael, is that because someone's nearby, that means that they're going to feel that much worse about it. When in fact, they can feel even worse about it because they can't even get a decent explanation.
Okay, I had to jump in here on this topic because I have a lot of people in my family in the Army, and I actually know a little bit about this. It's not so much about what Michael's saying; it's more the fact of if you're in a combat situation with someone that you may have developed a relationship with them over that time, you are more likely to take unnecessary risk that put yourself and other people in danger for that person. You know, like, oh shit, Jimmy got shot out in the field. Fuck, Jimmy, I gotta go get Jimmy. You'll lose your head over that kind of relationship more than you will just a comrade in arms generally, and that's the kind of thing they were looking to avoid.
Well,
okay, I have a question here, Ray's. I mean, isn't camaraderie, like when it comes to long battles, kind of surpass or like regular friendships, and people might
But
feel...
if you have that additional relationship on top of that, it's going to be even more intense.
Right, and even, Rez, you can correct me on this if I got this wrong, but even within that relationship with camaraderie with another soldier, you both understand what needs to happen. There's no,
you're trained to accept a buddy going down the field, but when you have that romantic relationship on top of it, it complicates things. You know, it's an unnecessary complication that puts people at risk.
Yeah, because soldiers are still human and they can still be emotionally compromised.
Even in units where they're gender integrated, fraternization is extremely discouraged and often punished when discovered. You're not supposed to have that additional relationship amongst the ranks. Now, I will admit a big part of the ban probably had to do with more right-wing bigoted views at some point, but there's also that functional component to it.
Well, I mean, for example, women have been in the army for quite some time, and certainly the Navy as well before then, and more sort of like army nursing roles, things like this. So, you know, as far as the military being in contact with women during, you know, battle times and things like that, that's not exactly a new thing.
It's not about a woman or a man thing.
Yeah,
it's about the relationship.
Absolutely, but we were talking about don't ask, don't tell
possibility. It doesn't matter if they're homosexual or not. Like, of course, there's obviously a Puritan sort of.
Yeah, there are rules against fraternization within the ranks,
that's right.
And they reason.
Regardless, and the point is
and
that
this is why I don't necessarily consider somebody's sexual preference as an identity.
They say it's and it's just like a minimalization of risk type thing.
Yeah.
But it's in the end it is bullshit. But those were like some of the reasons why the higher ups were against it.
Right, and would you agree that it's not entirely far flung within that rationale?
No, but it also, at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter because there are rules against fraternization, but I guess they wanted like a little bit more, you know, insulation against it.
Yeah.
That's a big reason why they didn't want to put women on submarine duty for a long time, and when they finally did, a lot of them ended up pregnant.
Yeah. But hey.
Which probably took them out of commission there.
Yeah.
And well,
and that's just a fact. You can look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they called them wrens in British nautical terms.
So, like with a lot of these situations, it's usually multifaceted.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a cut and dry, but as far as I'm concerned, say your sexual preference doesn't really identify you as a person, for example.
It's part of your. No, it shouldn't. There shouldn't be a defining aspect of you, but it is a component.
To give the extreme opposite example of that, and I know I'm pulling up kind of a stereotypical historical thing here, but the Spartans actually were very known for having relationships like that amongst the ranks.
Yeah,
and they were
Carlo Spicy Wiener's just been highlighting this really as well. If you're not,
I'm not looking at the chat anymore.
Right. There you go. Have the link if you.
Hey, Carlos. You know, me and you.
Yeah, I'm going to give him credit for that one.
Yeah, so will I.
He started it.
Let me open up the stream so I can see the chat again.
I'm just going to pop out for a cigarette. You guys carry on.
Sure. I just smoke on my desk.
What's up? What's up with people?
I just smoke here while sitting on my desk. What's everybody drinking, by the way?
I'm not. Well, I'm drinking coffee, but I'm smoking weed. Does that count?
Oh, I missed that. You can't get that in Dubai.
Oh,
Yeah, you're broken in Dubai. How long have you been there? Or have you been there your whole life?
3 years.
no.
Oh, I'm loving
Obviously,
it
you
here.
went for business, right?
Well, I'm originally from Saudi, and I wanted to immigrate to anywhere that would take me.
Oh, shit.
And, yeah, the U.S. is kind of complicated.
Okay.
Canada,
I got you.
and big no-no. I tried New Zealand, big no-no.
Well,
So,
most
yeah,
people,
Dubai.
when they say I moved to Dubai, it's usually for business, and I stereotyped you there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, way to go, shitlord.
I do.
No,
I'm a freelance photographer here, and it's good for my business. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not a racial thing; it's an area thing. I just know that area real well because I used to work for people who went there for business all the time.
Rez,
Well, I mean-
we all know you're racist. It's okay.
Well, and here, like, it's 90-something% expats. Like, the
If
locals are less
you
than
count-
10%.
If you count being racist as not liking being yelled at in Arabic for 5 years, then yes. But other than that, no.
Yeah, it's kind of weird here. Like, you get like 200 nationalities living together in complete kind of
Yeah,
harmony.
it's so much money concentrated in that area. So much fucking money.
Isn't
Oh, yeah.
what's his name? Hold on. We have another Saudi acquaintance.
Oh yeah, Abdullah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Abdullah. Yeah.
Yeah,
He went to Dubai for a bit. I'm not sure if he's still there or not.
no, he's
No,
not
he
there.
came
He's
back
not
a
here
few
anymore.
months ago.
Okay, on the topic of racism, this is something as an Arab that I don't really understand. I don't have any frame of reference for it. Like, when you call someone the N-word, or you call them a black person, how is that different? Like, what is what is in a word that makes it offensive?
The word for black in every language is now a slur. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, it's the history and the connotation behind it, spurred by the use of it. Now,
Well, it's mostly overreactional, politically correct nonsense in the past couple decades that have made it that have made it really like anything you say is racist if you look at it from the right direction.
Yeah. If you're looking for racism, you'll eventually find it, even under the smallest cracks.
Like, I don't know. I think it's
It's like looking for communism. You're gonna find communism wherever you go if you're looking for it.
those concepts are so foreign to me. Like, I lived here all my life, and it's always been like, okay, I live in Saudi where we're all like brown people. We're all
You're back in the fishbowl, friend.
Yeah, you're robot hard.
you're fresh.
And we're back. I'd love a
You mean
comment,
it?
please, mate.
Okay, so I lived here all my life as, you know, I'm the only race that lives here. And then I moved to Dubai where there are people from all over the world, and I've never looked at a person and with like, well, they're a good person, but they're black or they're white or they're yellow.
Well, it just means it mostly means that you weren't raised with any concept of it, and you're just not, because a lot of that stuff is cultural.
Right.
And
Can I bring up a point that Maggie
I
just
would
raised
argue-
with me, by the way, guys, is that Maggie was talking about the fact that obviously in earlier times, when somebody being gay was certainly detrimental to their social status, that, you know, you ended up with, you know, you had gay pride, for example. We all know about this. It is that, of course, you end up with a congregation happening because, of course, is that, you know, people feel as if they're going to be discriminated against in, you know, we'll go with normal social circles. So you end up with people identifying in that sort of way, and then you have a certain cultural
so it's
sort of aspect
understandable.
kicking in.
Right. Well,
you get a whole
it's an
overreactionary to the subject.
Yeah,
yeah.
a sort of like an insulation from the outside.
And I mean, it, and at least in the areas that I've grown up in, they're there, but they're usually it's a minority and sort of a fading sort of. There's still like different aspects that are still there, but ultimately, it's one of those things. It's an old remnant.
Yeah, I mean, every time I read
Normalization.
about it, I read like a stupid comment like, okay, the term Oriental is now offensive. And I'm like, I just don't get it. Like, I wasn't raised in that culture, so I'm trying to find someone who can, like,
it's something
give it to
like
me.
that. A lot of things like that is that specifically comes from like overuse and overly broad. Like it used to like refer to a specific area and people, and now like there are people who'll call every Asian they see Oriental and stuff like that.
I do that.
And so it's become through use something that's not looked at positively. They'll say Oriental is rug, Oriental is food, Oriental is not person.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you an
I
example.
normally refer to like Asian culture as Oriental just as a blanket, just because I don't know it, but I know it is of that region.
I have 4 Pakistani friends here, and one time we were in the pub just hanging out, and there was this Pakistani guy that just moved to Dubai from the UK.
Right.
And I showed up, like, just clunked to one of my best buddies in the bar, and I was like, "This is my best Paki buddy." And the guy from the UK was like, "Oh my God, this is so offensive."
Yeah, well, I can come with that. Of course, you understand what the word "stan" means, yes?
No.
You know, you have Pakistan, Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So I believe it means land of, isn't it, or people of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
pretty much.
it's when you say somebody is, you would say somebody is Afghani, or you would say somebody is Paki. Whereas in the sort of earlier parts, sort of I'd say 1950s and 1960s, there was quite a lot of Pakistanis coming over to England, and of course they would be called Paki, and that became more of a a word of derision rather than just an identity. They'd say fucking Pakis and all this sort of business. And generally,
it's something that acquired negative connotation through use.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is the clash of cultures that I see here every day in Dubai.
It's the rise of like this creeping authoritarian PC sort of.
Well, no, it's say the word Negro, for example. Yeah. That is basically it. Just is it's just Spanish for black.
It just means black.
Taken out of context.
But it's been turned into it's you've got the word nigger that comes along with this lot. But even in sort of like 1950s America, for example, you would have people calling each other a black person Negro.
Yeah, that was the acceptable term during the 50s.
Yeah,
Negro. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it. It had no negative connotation, but over time, people started considering it a no-no.
It's a sort of like an extreme reaction to it. So, like with most of these words, it's like, oh, well, some of these people actually do find this offensive, so they go to the other extreme to where any sort of mention of any sort of these abbreviations or iterations become blanket offensive. Instead of actually taking it within the context.
Just got to stop you there for a second, Michael. Brendanaday. If you'd like to get a link, please shoot me a message at RSOLGTP, bottom right hand of the screen there, mate. Just send me a message on Twitter, and I will DM you a link.
Well, what I'm saying is that for someone who's an outsider of that culture, that's extreme PC culture, and when I'm trying to interact with people, it's like a minefield of no-nos. Like, don't say this, don't say that. And I'm like, I don't mean it in an offensive way. This is just a word that means something, and I'm just using the word.
Right, because they're taking it out of context. It's like this weird.
It's the only one. It's the only one when it comes to for example, with Pakistan. That's the only time that you would call someone Pakistani. You would call someone an Afghan. You wouldn't call them Afghanistani.
If they're from Kazakhstan, they're Kazakh.
Yeah, exactly. It's just in that particular.
I just call them.
And that's just basically. I think that's more of a British thing more than anything else. That's coming from that particular point of view.
Right, but in general, there's definitely a push to be be so hypersensitive and taking everything as sort of a blanket context instead of looking at things individually. That ultimately it's like, I understand where it's coming from, and it's not coming from a malicious point, the PC sort of thing, but it's coming from an overreaction, a hypersensitivity to where...
Well, an insulation.
It infantilizes people.
Yeah,
It infantilizes people.
It's infantilization.
It says that people are so fucking sensitive and fragile that your words might destroy them. So let's not say anything that might, break anyone.
It's this false perception of the.
Well, a lot of the times that word "paki," for example, and I actually accent it as "paki" more than say somebody would say "paki." Because that's usually that word is usually precluded by the word "fucking." And it's been used in a derogatory format. And when somebody's saying that, they're saying it to mean it. Anyone sort of coming in the early part of the 50s or whatever like that, and oh right, so where are you from? I'm from Pakistan. So what would I call you? Say, oh, you can call me a Paki. So in those earlier days, of course, that wasn't so much of a problem, of course. But it's been sort of turned into that way. So somebody sort of separates themselves away from people who are using it as a word of derision by using it in a more acceptable term, or at least not the unacceptable term.
Right.
I can understand it. I do. Well,
it's understandable. At the same time, it's an irrational, extreme reaction.
Well, it's more like a clash of like extreme cultures. Like in here, it's a very playful kind of word. Like let's take it one step further. Like, okay, in Malaysia, like I think it was 6 years ago, they celebrated a big victory for the trans community when they had like their registration papers. They had like a third sex as a female for every single person who was trans, and they were like, "This is what we always wanted." If you take that to the West, they're like, no, we want the trans women to be identified just as a woman and a trans male to be just a male.
Yeah.
Now, it's a different culture, but it's the same concept. Like, okay, someone who is born in a body that they don't identify with, but they approach it in a different way. Now, with a trans woman, like, let's say Brian Awu would go to Malaysia and go like, you guys are all trans misogynists.
Yeah.
They
take it out of context. They just don't understand context at all.
Well, no, these are just two different versions of context. If you can imagine, they're two different versions of acceptability within those cultures.
They're under the assumption that like their context of these words are never positive to them. So in any way, form of use is bad.
Or if you ever go to Thailand, you see the ladyboys there. They call themselves ladyboys.
Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily. For example, somebody who is transitioning towards becoming a woman. They go through quite a lot of things, including surgery, things like this. In a lot of cases, when it comes to the lady boys out there, they're actually just guys.
No, a lot of them transitioned.
Yeah,
like
I'm not saying that all, but yeah, I mean there is plenty of shades of grey in this one. But if you could imagine that they do stem from somebody being actually transsexual to just being transvestite, for example.
Michael, get back in your box.
Change your lining.
Don't judge me. Don't judge me.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is the idea of accepting other, let's say, identities just comes in a different form for each culture. It's not the same for every single culture out there.
But ultimately, it's to sort of I'm not sure how to communicate it.
Well, I don't know, like, what bothers me is...
We've seen we've seen assaults on a variety of different... even with comedians. Like, they've been where there be and similar people out there that actually their job is to make fun of even serious topics. Like, to understand that there isn't a sacred cow, and it's okay to laugh at.
Well, in the past year, like if anyone can add anyone else to this, feel free. But I know Chris Rock and Jerry Seinfeld have both spoken out about how Patton Oswalt as well has spoken out about how the PC crowd is ruining comedy and that you can't say anything that can offend anyone.
Yeah, they stopped going to universities because of this. Because the students are starting to self-insulate. They're infantilizing themselves and others.
Well, that's the major indoctrination center right there. That's generally where you find the most extreme versions of it in real life that you'll find anywhere else.
Well, I think that's a lot of that is to do with the parents actually being
have you guys seen
mollycoddling their kids as well.
Yeah.
And
that doesn't help at all. No.
Well, you remember? I don't know if you remember me discussing this with you about the fact that, for example, your older generation, your old people sitting indoors a lot, don't really go out much. They get most of their news from the television or whatever like that. They don't really sort of like interact so much with the world, and they get a little bit sort of scared and a little bit sort of insulated and things like that. And they sound just like millennials. So it's as though the sort of like the millennial generation that just grows up on the internet doesn't really go outdoors so much. They get all of their information from the screen and stuff like that. They're like old people, but without the experience of, say, the earlier part of their life and midlife crises, everything else.
And mentally they're already solidified in their position.
Yeah, before they've even had a chance to sort of branch out a bit.
I guess I'm kind of lucky. I'm right there on the tail end of Gen X, so I actually grew up outside, and developed,
You've got scars on your body.
World, yeah.
That you didn't put you didn't do that yourself just to get attention.
No.
Yeah, that's the first time I got on the net.
Yeah, I might tell the stories every now and then for a little bit of attention, but it's a whole different thing.
I think when I first got on the line was in the really early 2000s.
Greetings, Brenda. No. Brendan Day.
Brendaner Day.
Well, that just... Welcome, Google Noob.
I'm just going to call you Brenda.
Let's see if we can get out. This is what always goes wrong with Google Plus noobs. They come on, and their mic doesn't work.
No, I think he spoke, didn't he?
See if your mic is
okay. Look up at the top of your screen. You'll see a little control bar. You'll see a person, a microphone, a camera, a signal bar. Click the microphone. It should be red. And when you click it, it'll turn black, and then you can speak.
No, he's not unmuted. Click it. Maybe go to the settings menu here, mate.
Yeah, the gear wheel.
You might want to pick what your microphone is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe you've got a headphone mic, and you've probably got it set to maybe your sound card microphone or something.
Yeah.
Maybe your mic is muted.
Okay.
No.
We've got something.
Okay.
Here he is.
Okay, it's working now. Yeah, okay. Thanks for having me, guys.
Welcome, dude. How you doing, mate? Welcome to the house. I think this is your first time on.
Yeah, this is my first time on.
Oh.
Welcome.
Bless it.
Well, thanks for having me. You guys can just
like
call
to
me
drink,
Brendan,
mate?
by the way.
What's your favourite drink, mate? What's your poison?
What's my poison? I don't know. I enjoy a good beer now and then. A good stout.
I'm
like
gonna
stout.
refill.
We can get a stout in here, John, could you? Well, I don't know. Go to the shop. Yeah, it'll be back in a minute. It won't be long. You've just got to pop across the road. There's a nice wine merchant just down the road. They've got a few decent stouts.
Was that always his name?
John? Yeah, always.
Yeah, I remember that from 7 months ago.
It's always flown over my head. I just like, oh yeah, he's talking to his.
His mum calls him Johnny. But I think he's actually christened John.
So, what are you up to, Brenda?
Okay, well, no, I just got into the chat maybe half an hour ago, and the discussion was getting pretty interesting. You guys started getting into race and everything, and I was listening to Habib talk a little bit, and I'm from the U.S., but I'm currently in New Zealand right now, so it was funny that Habib mentioned New Zealand. And
Kiwis.
What, you north or south, mate?
I'm sorry?
What, you north or south?
I'm in North. I'm in Wellington. Right
Oh,
now.
you're in Welly. Oh, beautiful place. That's basically just on the border between north and south.
Oh god, it's winter right now, so it's just raining and windy every single day. Oh man.
Oh yes.
And so,
yes.
what region
Yes,
are
tell
you
that
from?
to the British guy, as though that makes any fucking
Uh,
difference.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm from the Bay Area in California, U.S.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can see why you went to New Zealand.
Oh no. I actually prefer being back in the Bay Area, actually.
Well, Brandon, cheers to you.
What
But
brings
no,
you to New Zealand?
It's a bit of school, a little bit of work, so combination of both.
Yeah, generally when you hear extreme move like that, it's business related.
Well, I usually try to not make too many assumptions.
Well, that's a safe one to usually make.
Yeah. Well,
But what would you like to bring to the table, anyway, Brent?
So, right now, as some of you may know, there is a movement called Black Lives Matter in the U.S.
Yep.
And I
It's
have
okay,
been
it's okay,
reading
Mike.
up. I'm sorry?
Michael's triggered
Oh,
at the moment. It's all right.
Yeah,
We'll get
the
over it.
heavy sighing of our companion over there.
Carry on, mate. Just keep pushing through.
Yeah, and I just wanted to know what you guys thought about the movement. I've been trying to look into it a bit recently. I'm still not completely educated on the subject, despite living not 15 minutes away from San Francisco. And I'm currently a university guy, and I write for the local newspaper. And I wanted to write something about the subject, but it's very, very touchy. So it's been a bit off limits in my mind's eye right now. But I still want to talk to somebody about it, So,
well, I don't know about any. Well, go ahead, Russ.
Well, to me, it's while I acknowledge there is a disproportionate amount of negative interactions between police and African Americans, I feel it's not so much a racial thing as it is a police are fucking crazy thing. Because I know of so many things, regardless of race, where police have just hauled off and killed people for no fucking reason, or because there was a video, it was somewhere in Florida, I believe, a couple weeks ago. Dude was standing there with his hands up on video. Police then pulled out their guns and shot him. I mean,
I saw this.
He was a white Hispanic,
Okay, well, I could maybe clarify this one.
I
could
class issue.
Yeah, well, maybe I can clarify this one a little bit, guys, of course, is that the black-white issue was disproportionate anyway. Now that we've got a much more militarized police, it can also mean that can be very much more highlighted and even exaggerated. So you've got a lot of people, whatever that it's really a rich and poor thing, more than anything else. And
a rich and poor thing.
Well, indeed. I mean, the police have traditionally been there to protect the rich from the poor.
And crime happens amongst people of lower economic brackets much more frequently.
And this is why some people trot out statistics that say there's more violence in some black communities that some people bring out. It's not the fact that it's color. It's their economic level.
Yeah.
They don't have high opportunities, so they're stuck in a cycle of in and out of prison because they're being profiled incorrectly. It's more of that there's economic disparity within just on that level with education and all that than it is to do with their color. But since their color is being
could I proffer the suggestion this may be a bit more of a north-south divide as well here?
Right. Well, it's also being
no. You have areas that are higher minority, lower economic bracket, higher police violence all over the country. Look at Detroit. Detroit's a shithole. And that place is overrun with crime because there's no jobs, and and shit like that. And I'd have to look at the actual breakdowns, but I believe the city is mostly African American, so it's not just a north and south thing. You have that shit all over.
Yeah. It's not really. It's the same with most.
Well, I mean, I've talked to some people in Florida who are, let's say, well off and white, and will openly say to me, being black doesn't really help you when you're choosing housing. Let's say that. It's from what I've seen from some Floridians and the way that it's actually set up down there, is that if you want to move into an area, it's actually quite difficult whether you're white or black to even get in there.
Well, that's also a small portion of...
It's local culture.
Yeah.
You know, it's not... That nowhere in the United States is a uniform blanket.
No, well, this is you know, I'm trying to break this up as much as I can here. This is why I was going with the north-south divide first of all, and then working our way state to state might be.
I get what you're trying to say, but America is so broadly diverse. It's hard. It's really hard.
It's easy to blanket it with a north to south or just an American.
Well, like I said, my dissemination was working at north to south and then working itself down to say east and west. I'm going from broad and then going into the. You know, we've got time to explore, guys.
Like you definitely, but there's definitely a thing where if you go from Res, would you say from
even in the same
scale, is it east to west is a bit of a...
Well, no, not even necessarily that, because you have conservative enclaves in California, you have liberal enclaves in Texas. I mean,
no, I got you. But but ultimately, most of this stuff breaks down into economic, the ability, economic
availability.
That's the ability to move between where you are, because most of the impoverished neighborhoods, that they still happen to be black, and ultimately with that comes well, you're going to have to make money somehow, and if there's already established criminals, they're going to take advantage of those people that are desperate.
Well, there will always, anywhere you go, there will be some economy. You know, whether it's
a good point, though, right? That's a very good point. I mean, wealth and poverty are inherited, and if your ancestors or your parents and your parents' parents happened to live at a time where being of a certain demographic meant that they were less well off than people from another demographic, you'll inherit their misfortune as well. But this isn't a subject that you hear too much being discussed when we talk about Black Lives Matter. It's a very...
With Black Lives Matter, I think its initial startup point was from a good place, but it's become a political device. It's become another...
No, I think it came from overreactionary and people who just want to look at one side of it and say the police are killing these people because they're black, not, hey, police are out of fucking control, they're killing anyone for any reason.
Can I throw my conspiracy theory into this? Can I go for it? I'd like to throw my conspiracy theory into this. Is that this may be, you know, we've noticed, for example, with, say, Trayvon Martin, for example, is that, let's say this, it was almost as if you could say, well, we don't have to prove that Zimmerman was a gun-crazy freak who was willing to basically pretty much target anybody in his area and was way overzealous in his behavior as policing that area. No, we just have to prove that he wasn't racist. And that's it, everyone's happy. You know, there was that sort of thing going on there, and it's very similar in this sort of fashion. Basically kind of go, no, the police aren't that racist. Oh, well, that's okay then. They can still just treat everybody like shit anyway. You know, as long as they don't do it racially.
I mean, would you prefer a racist corrupt organization or just a corrupt organization?
Well, as I'm white, if I have to have a choice.
Are you operating on the SJW definition of racist? I mean, because it could go the other way.
Michael, calm down.
Stop that power shit. I hate it so much.
No, you know, as far as preference, I mean, it's basically, you're telling me basically, do you want Hitler or Stalin in control? You know, I'm sitting there going, I'd rather fucking move. To be honest,
it's like when this whole Black Lives Matter and that whole Ferguson thing kicked off. I'm like, people are burning local businesses, even with some of the recent ones. They're harming their own community, and some of these people are not even from their area.
Well, we're mad. Police shot someone. Let's burn this whole motherfucker.
Well, okay, guys.
How about we address the issue that why do the cops feel that they can do this and get away with it?
Okay, well, I'm gonna come in with from a community angle at this point, because I've actually seen this sort of thing happen before. Not just race riots, but riots and basically just poor
they
kids
had those
just getting fucked.
London riots a couple of years ago.
And this wasn't a black-white thing, okay? This was all races, all kinds of people and stuff like that. Yeah, it was very much a very multicultural looting.
It was it rooted from economic issues, didn't it?
Well, indeed. And here's the trick, is that when you put people in a position where they have absolutely zero stake in their community, doesn't matter whether they work hard, doesn't matter whether they try their best, doesn't matter whether they're still going to be getting treated like shit. You have something called, I can't remember the actual name of this yet, but essentially, neglect or, what's the word? Basically, rejection actually lowers one's IQ. Putting somebody in a position where they feel and understand themselves to be rejected by their community.
Can you clarify something really quickly, please? What does it mean to not have a stake in your own community?
Well, let's say this. You try your best at school, but the school's a piece of shit. The area that you're living in, for example, is undernourished. I'm living in a not particularly posh area of London, for example, yeah. And I look down the street here and I can see pretty much every single paving stone has got its own particular angle. Yeah. Now you pop yourself over to another area of London where there's slightly better, well-off people, and for some reason or another, those particular paving stones, they're clean as a whistle.
Well, a big part of it would also be is that the type of people who do this don't own anything in their community.
Nothing. They have nothing to lose.
You don't see business owners out there looting. You find them protecting their business.
And most of the people you see in the streets over there are young kids, because part of the community actually came out and was resisting the people that were protesting. They were saying that they don't want this.
There were a few places that people liked that they were protecting. Yeah.
Well, they also know that it wasn't going to do any good. I'm not. When I'm saying that
they're martyrs, or claiming that they're saints is.
Yeah. I'm not saying that.
It's
either.
a bit of a step.
Well, I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is that this is actually quite natural. I'm not saying this and coming at this from a naturalistic point of view and just saying, well, it's just supposed to happen. But what I'm saying is I can't condone the behaviour, but I can also understand it.
Right, to an extent. But at the same time, when people are feeding into that narrative, even though, say, things are not good, but they're not terrible, but people are telling you it's fucking horrible, you're going to be under that perception to begin with, so your perception might be skewed to the actual reality, and you react
90%
like you're
of everything. 90% of everything in life is your own perception.
Well, if you have a listen to the actual people that were at Ferguson, who were doing actual protesting, not the looting, and listening to what they were saying, those are the more important people when it comes to actually listening to what the problems were.
Yeah, the looters are always a minority. They're just such a visible minority that.
And they also get the most attention. This is the other thing, of course. The police and the authorities, the news, they don't want to listen to the protesters. They want to watch the looters. That's what they're going to concentrate on. They're going to concentrate on the worst possibility of it.
That being said, a lot of news outlets and a lot of social media has really focused on the people who do have things to say, people who are very, very outspoken, who are part of the Black Lives Matter movement. And I think that a lot of what these individuals have to say is very, very interesting, very, very good information to bring up. At the same time, a lot of it is just really, really sensationalized sentiment.
Yeah,
that's why they're picked more than anything else. They're sensationalist and entertaining.
Brandon, I'll have to just add one little thing. And I know this is a bit of an extreme comparison, and don't get it wrong, I'm not comparing the two movements, but ISIS started as a liberation movement for the Syrian people. If you don't keep movements like that in check, you might end up with very severe consequences.
Yeah, anywhere that extremism arises can go bad quickly. That's the real
actually, that's a very
I'm not really sure about the history of ISIS, though.
Well, then, listen up, then.
Well, he's from the area. I think he would.
Right? No,
know
I'm just stating, nigga. I'm just stating my ignorance. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there were several movements here that wanted to overthrow the Assad, and there
we
was
could
like
talk about the Arab
Syrian
Spring, couldn't you? Really?
Well, it's not really the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring was something else. Like
Well,
the Assad
that
was
sort of like was a certain catalyst that started a lot of upheaval within the Middle East at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it started it, but
With Egypt. I mean, I had a lot of hope at that point. I was really feeling it. I was thinking.
The thing with the Assad, it was a little bit different because it was pretty much it's a dick measuring contest between the Sunnis and the Shiites, and it just escalated so fast out of ignorance and out of extremism. Like the whole idea of the other, like the Shiites are the bad guys for the Sunnis, and the Sunnis are the bad guys for the Shiites, and it just got escalated to the point where, yes, beheading people is now okay in the Middle East because of the whole dehumanization thing. Now, with the Black Lives Matter, like when I see someone like a spokesperson hijack a presidential campaign setting and go like, no, I have to talk to white racist people here. This is the dehumanization right there.
Yeah.
And that's going through a very slippery slope.
Wait, did they actually say that? I didn't look too much into that.
If I were you guys, Sargon just posted a video about this.
Least racist event that you probably could go to is a Bernie Sanders event.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you can imagine, Sargon pointed this out in his earlier video. It's just been posted, I think it was today.
A few hours ago,
yeah, and he was talking about the collectivist versus the individual. When these people were actually addressing everybody in Bernie Sanders, they were addressing everybody and calling them all racists.
Yeah.
But when you were listening to the actual reaction from the crowd, each one of these people was kind of going, that person up there is calling me racist.
Well, haven't you heard, Robin? Every American is racist. You're
obviously.
No. Only if you're white.
What I was meaning was that person up there who considered themselves representing, and I use these phrases very delicately, considered themselves representing Black Lives Matter, had gone up on the stage and essentially called all of the people that were in there racist. But when you listen to the individuals that were down there, themselves individually are saying, that person, so they're talking about that individual person, is calling me racist. So you're talking about somebody using collectivism and somebody actually talking in an individualistic point of view.
Well, I think that expands further on this divide that we're having between those that claim to want social harmony versus those who want individual liberties, or thinking of themselves as individuals instead of as a collective, and not it goes with that whole not wanting to offend anybody.
I think most of us probably would represent the idea of actually a collection of individuals.
Yeah.
So it's for some it just seems like a contradiction in terms. For me, I consider it perfectly natural.
I look at it like this: everyone should have equality of opportunity. No one should guarantee you equality of outcome. You can have whatever personal thoughts and prejudices you like, as long as you don't actively discriminate against anybody. It's none of their fucking business. Everyone has the freedom to their own thoughts.
Although equality of opportunity is often housed within equality of outcome as well, though, in the sense that, for example, if you have, say, very rich parents, for example, you've already got the dice loaded in your favour.
Right, but
that's a whole separate issue, though.
Well, what I mean is you're already unequal in your outcomes, if you see what I mean, which then actually projects an
but
inequality
most of
in
those
opportunity
circumstances are. Well, ideally, it'd be nice if everybody was started off on like a level playing field, but that's.
It's not how the world works.
It's not how it works.
Right.
Even when it does, like the rise of ISIS became so prevalent after the Shiites got control over Iraq, and they were like, wait, we were in the elections as well, but we didn't really win. So let's take arms and overthrow whoever won the elections.
Right.
Well, I mean, this was moved out from Syria, though, wasn't it? Really, they come in to take over those sort of areas that were essentially, their people. I mean, from what I understood, you remember when the northern part of Iraq, basically, the Iraqi Defense Force just went, "Fuck this! I'm not gonna look after these." It's because they're interested in the south of Iraq. I mean, this is a nation that was really originally two. And so they had no stake in the northern part of Iraq at all. The only thing that they were interested in was watching after the villages and areas in the south of Iraq. That's why they ended up just, thinking, I'm not just going to sit here and defend people that I don't even identify with.
Well, it goes a little bit deeper than that with the Iraqi thing. The Iraqi army at the time was so thin, and they concentrated on the major cities, and that was what sparked the whole thing. Because, like the cities in the north, they're not really considered major cities, and that gave rise to these people. It gave them more control.
Yeah, but it wasn't a lot of troops, though, was it, that they were actually going up against?
No, not at all. I was in Iraq last year. I was doing a photo shoot for a hotel there, and in Baghdad they had.
Still there?
Well, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna just tell you the funny story.
Public terrorism, huh?
I was shooting a hotel, not shooting with a camera, not shooting with a gun. But yeah.
Sure, right.
My kind
Yeah,
of shooting.
Sure, yeah. He obviously went by the embassy and started shooting.
It was very close to the
You know how these. Yeah, you know how these.
Stop it, Michael.
You know how these Arabs are.
You're gonna have the CIA knocking on his fucking door.
Oh, boy. But the thing is, like, I was setting up this shot, like a very quiet dinner shot in their main restaurant, overlooking the river and the green zone. And it was right before sunset, and there was like a pillar of smoke. And I was like, "What is that?" And they're like, "It's just a car bomb. Happens every day." And they're like, "Yeah, we get an average of 8 a day." And I'm like, "Fuck it. I'm not gonna."
Anything with enough repetition becomes commonplace. You just get used to it.
Yeah,
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that that's a daily thing, but I mean, it could be worse.
It could be 20. Who knows?
Yeah, you could be invaded by America at any moment. Yeah, it could be worse.
Well, yeah, no, listen, it's not an invasion; it's a liberation. Get it right.
Yeah, I could see all that liberation highlighting Baghdad in flames.
Yeah, well, we like to make an impressive entrance. I don't know what you want.
You could have just opened the door and go, "I'm here."
No,
That would have been quite, that would have been quite impressive too.
See, first you have to make sure that they know you're coming before you come.
They certainly knew. Yes, they certainly knew you were coming. I think it was that guy with the loudspeaker standing on rubble. That was the hint.
Yeah, well, gave you a running start.
Yes. Yeah. Saudis apparently from Afghanistan come and attack us. Let's go after Iraq. George, don't you mean? All right, forget it.
Yeah.
That was mostly Cheney. Let's be fair.
Yeah. There's a lot of misinformation when that show was going down.
Yeah, nothing to do with George Bush's target fixation on Saddam Hussein at all.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the reason why people were behind it is because
almost every recommendation to attack Iraq came from Dick Cheney and his little group.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely pretty fucked up people.
I say if anything, George just wasn't confident enough to go against his advisors.
Well, he did have to have it pointed out to him on a map, but then again, so did Donald Rumsfeld. Which amazed me, because he'd been in there in the 1960s. Like, have you forgotten?
Right. But with Bush, it's understandable because I don't think he's actually been out. He hasn't really.
I really don't find that an excuse for someone who's in that kind of position.
I've never been to Iraq, but I can find it on a map.
No, I mean before he went to the presidency, he was known as the a governor.
Dumbass.
He was a governor. Yes, governor.
Yeah, but I mean, his mindset is stuck on the local. So he's
That's still not an excuse. If you're running for president in today's environment, and if you haven't educated yourself a little bit more on the world scene, that's a major drawback.
Right, yeah, and it should be a drawback, especially if you're working with international people.
Unless you're American.
But people got sort of swept up in his sort of charisma, I guess you would say.
Can I ask?
Well,
can I ask Brenda? Can I ask
Yeah.
you, Brendan Day? How do you pronounce it, first of all?
Brenda. It's Brenda.
Oh,
Can I call you
it's
Brenda?
it's Brendan and nerd and yay, and the entire word it's 3 words. The first 2 share the N, the second and third share the Y, so it's Brendan Nerdy Yay.
Oh right, so I can simply hate you. Okay.
Don't worry, I made the name when I was like 12 or something, so just
Yeah,
call me
I
Brendan.
can tell.
I think it was better when I was saying it Brendaner Day.
Yeah.
But anyway, what's your take on the whole thing, mate? What would you sort of suggest? I know you're looking to obviously research this, but I mean, what conclusions have you come to so far?
On the current topic?
Shut up,
or
Michael.
I'm just trying to get it
talking to you.
Nigga.
Okay, well, if we're going back to the original subject, which Black Lives Matter,
I'd love us to. Yes, let's stick with the original concept.
I was just making sure.
Stop it, Michael.
Tangents, nigga. Everyone tangents.
Yeah, it's like talking to somebody running into the woods.
Michael, get back in your box.
Anyway,
I think any movement or any organization or any project that has the goal of achieving some form of social justice for a disenfranchised or misfortuned or oppressed demographic or community has the potential and the capacity to be good and to do a lot of good. However, that kind of comes hand in hand with the capacity to be unproductive and do a lot of harmful things as well.
Road to hell, etc., etc.
Yeah. With the Black Lives Matter movement, I think it's the most productive thing it has done so far, in my mind's eye, is simply make people talk. It hasn't really done anything other than produce dialogue, but a lot of that dialogue is unproductive as well.
That's what
I mean,
I wouldn't call it dialogue.
so one of the things that came up after Black Lives Matter was the response to it, which was 2 things. It was All Lives Matter and White Lives Matter. I don't really care so much about White Lives Matter. Sorry, guys.
But no, it's to make it
All Lives Matter is a very interesting sort of response to Black Lives Matter because it created a lot of frustration with the movement, and I kind of understand it. At the same time, I don't know why that is the case. I mean, so one of the reasons why All Lives Matter, and a friend was explaining this to me the other day, was that all Black Lives Matter isn't saying that only Black Lives Matter. Rather, it's saying that Black Lives Matter, as well as all other lives, because we currently live in a society that sort of believes Black lives don't matter as much as, say, White Lives Matter. Now, I completely disagree with that notion, but I can see why others would subscribe to that idea. I'm just gonna be honest. I think that's complete bullshit.
Specifically.
The idea that saying all lives matter is to drown out the idea that Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
well, I mean, the actual hashtag itself saying Black Lives Matter is really them basically highlighting is that they don't feel like their lives actually do matter.
Right, but
And when somebody says, well, all lives matter, and say, well, yeah, that would be lovely, but by the looks of it, mine doesn't seem to be getting basically.
Right. No. You're absolutely correct. That's what I was just saying.
This is also with them. It's also one of my part of the contention I have with feminism, is that there's a small group that is thinking that they can speak for a large majority or minority that are a bit more diverse in their outlook than this group would make it out to be. So I don't take, say, somebody rioting in a city or a group of individuals on the net proclaiming that they can speak for an entire community. I hold it very highly skeptical that they're actually speaking for everyone.
Well, okay, so Robin, you have to understand. I come from not only am I from the Bay Area, I spend most of my time in Oakland and San Francisco, in Hayward. I'm sorry, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we got you, mate. We're listening intently.
We're just in stunned silence at your misfortune.
No. I love where I live. But my point is, I live in an area where diversity is celebrated.
Yep.
And it's celebrated with intense passion and zest.
Can I interject for a second? Is it just diversity for the sake of diversity, though? Because that's nonsense.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no. I was about to get to that. Thank you. So, and most of the time, I feel that diversity is celebrated for the sake of diversity, and that's not the issue I want to touch on right now, though. My point is, I live in a community where I get to see individuals who are black sort of flourish with their skills, their talents, or with whatever the hell their career is in, just like how I get to see white people or Asian people. I'm an Asian person, or anybody else flourish in their own fields and their own disciplines. I come from a place where anyone from any demographic or any community can be sort of successful.
May I ask a little question, though? Do you have a quite diverse sort of smorgasbord of races and colours and creeds out there?
Oh, sure, yeah.
What's the population breakdown? Because that has a lot of influence on things.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have to look
do you have just a rough
right
idea of the population? Doesn't have to be exact.
Oof. Okay. Well.
Just something that we can sort of contrast with.
Okay. Right. Here's the thing. Here's the thing
most people don't talk about is that I'm sorry to cut you off real quick, but a lot of when you have isolated communities, they tend to they all end up in the same kind of situation because they've kind of isolated themselves from outside. So if you have any area that's predominantly one thing, will tend to be we're all kind of grouping together, we're doing the same thing, except so when you have a population that is intermixed, you're going to see a lot more people in differing fields because of the exposure to different people.
Oh yeah, no,
etc.
I don't doubt that.
Statistics and shit.
Okay, okay. To give a little context of basically my daily life or my usual life in interacting with people from different demographic communities, I go to school outside of the Bay Area. So before I started going to university, I have only known probably 4 or 5 white people before going to university, where I met a lot more.
Right.
Okay. My point, though, is that I come from a community where I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
You come from a community that celebrates its diversity, yada yada, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. So it goes back to this whole collectivist versus individualist discussion, where you have all these different individuals of varying successes, and we always refer to ourselves as being a part or being representative of our demographic, right? In San Francisco, you have so many different people at so many different steps on the economic ladder. Yet, when we talk about Black Lives Matter, or we talk about any other movement, or when we talk about racism, we always say, okay, well, the black community is much less privilege than the white community. And I'm not going to give my opinion on that. That can go up for debate. But if you look on the individual level, especially where I come from, it's very, very hard to say that with a straight face. So when people do say that to me with a straight face, it kind of just baffles me a little bit.
I think that must once again what Ray's was stating about it really depending on where you are as well.
Yeah.
And if you look at the broad statistics, it is a fact that African Americans occupy a predominantly lower economic bracket than a lot of other people. That's on the broad scale.
Right.
Yeah.
But to be someone who is more fortunate, and to say that you are a part of an oppressed group and you understand the collective's sort of pain
that term so much.
is a bit it's a bit tough to swallow, I feel. Right, okay, so
but I'll propose
give me an
something
Asian stereotype. Give me an Asian stereotype.
Your parents are very strict and motivated you to do well in school.
Yeah, and you like picking in the rice fields and wearing pointy hats.
Well, that's just a fact.
Too small for every single car.
Yeah. Driving the wrong side of the road and crashing.
I'm just
more
looking
like
for a good one.
More like their cars.
Do you say hello?
Oh God.
How are you doing?
At least, like, with the stereotypes that you face, you don't really have them like translate into real life.
Be careful what you ask
Imagine my life in an airport, and I travel a lot.
Yeah.
I'm always like the random guy
you're
that
also
gets picked up.
you're also forgetting. Yeah, you're also forgetting you have Asian privilege now. So.
Yeah, Asian privilege.
I mean, like, it's always weird. Like, I get
Shit,
picked up, like the random guy that gets picked up, and it's always me, a 6-year-old kid, and a blonde girl, and I'm like, what? And a Sikh guy. There's always that Sikh guy.
Yeah.
That's completely clueless.
As I mentioned before, I used to work for an Arabic guy. What I didn't mention was I was the head of security who worked directly for the head of a multinational oil corporation. So there would be times where I would have to go and pick him up at 3 o'clock in the morning from the international airport. And it's just like, I kind of want to complain about all the hassle I had to get through to get up here to pick you up, but then I think about, I know what you had to go through coming back, so I'm not going to say a fucking word.
Yeah, it goes to ridiculous measure sometimes, but yeah, you live with it.
It is an overreaction. At the same time, it's understandable reaction.
But to go back to the original point, sometimes we conflate the individual. I hate using that word, I'm sorry. We conflate the individual with the collective, and we sort of lose track of our own identity and what we do in our daily lives and our own economic well-being when we group ourselves up with others. Now, that isn't to say that you shouldn't be concerned or interested in your own community. You absolutely should be. I think that's healthy for every community.
What you consider your own community.
Instead
of a community being enforced onto you. Like, I've seen this with the black community. I was talking with Logic. He's a friend of ours. And I was telling him, we were having a conversation about how there is a sort of socially imposed what is how a black person should act, and if he's acting white because he's not acting in this ideal fashion. It's the same thing with any other behaviors. Like within these isolated, with some of these communities that like have a little bit of isolationist sort of mentality. I feel it's having too much concern on the collective without understanding that the collective is individuals.
Well, it's not so much that there's too much concern. I feel like sometimes you get so concerned with your community that you sort of lose track of reality a little bit, even though there are issues that sort of permeate through whatever the hell you're talking about.
What I like to call microcultures tend to form in areas like this, where you have just a small, isolated, close-knit community.
Yeah, because how many times I've heard some, like a dude that's just expressing himself, he happens to be black, and they'll call him, "Why are you acting like a white dude?" Or they'll impose an idea of what it is to mean to be black.
Or to be white
To-
as well.
to clarify
I mean, it's
what
very odd.
To clarify what Michael's talking, this is coming from a friend of ours who a lot of people know, Logical Minority. He's a black guy living in
this is like-
on the East Coast.
Even from
And
what I've
this is what
witnessed
he-
myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, that was an example that was said to me, to my face once. I was celebrating Oktoberfest with a bunch of Europeans here, and it was like 4 white dudes, or not dudes, like 2 white dudes, 2 girls, and just me in the taxi. And I just looked around and I was like, am I the only non-white person here? And a girl from Hungary, she just told me, like, you're like a coconut. You're dark on the outside and white on the inside. And I'm like, so white being nice and cool is whiteness now? Like,
It's the same thing with speaking. It's like speaking clearly in English is considered trying to imitate being white. It's like, no, it's just speaking clear English.
Yeah, I mean, what does that
being
mean for anybody
associated.
in a minority status, isn't it? You're sitting there kind of going, so what? I've just basically got to behave like an arsehole just so I don't lose my roots?
You
Like,
have
what?
to fit the stereotype that's accepted by the
Yeah.
community.
I mean,
Well,
you know,
And
it's obviously not. Well, obviously not all. Yada yada.
yeah,
But-
I know, and I know that she meant well. She meant pretty damn well, but
Yeah.
you know, it's just the way that she said it. And we were like half drunk anyway. Or Oktoberfest, come on. So, but
Like-
I didn't really take it to heart. But I was just thinking about like, so I'm losing my identity just because I am, you know, not the stereotypical Arab. And what is a stereotypical Arab anyway?
exactly. And why would you want to be anyway? Who would want to be a stereotype?
Sorry, my racist funny bone started kicking in.
Well, it's funny because I feel that a lot of people sometimes like to exploit the stereotypes of their demographics.
Well, when it comes to comedy, that's almost a necessity. But in general,
Well, not even almost comedy. Like, for example, I'm Chinese, right? So
I could tell just by the way you speak.
I cut the slur right. Sorry, go ahead.
so whenever I want to sort of how do I say it? It's actually kind of funny.
It's alright, man. Go, just take your time.
I mean, okay, so whenever I sort of want to exercise intellectual superiority over my friends, I would often pull the Chinese card, even though it's completely untrue. And it's the sort of thing, and that's just a very light example, but it's the sort of thing that a lot of people actually do. There are stereotypes attached to them, and sometimes they sort of use these stereotypes to express themselves in a manner that kind of, you know, attacks other people as well.
Because obviously I'm better than you because you're not up to my standard.
And it's a
And
part
not
of
every
pride.
stereotype is a negative either. Not every
it's
stereotype
not.
is a negative either. Like,
It's
what could be
pride,
considered
like-
negative about saying Chinese people are smart? I mean,
As a woman,
Like
I'm
accent.
compassionate.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
accents to me are always something that is tied to the identity when it comes to
Yeah.
a specific race, and some people like to censor that. Let's bring that back to gaming. And I know that I mentioned that in the first stream that I joined you guys in, but I would like to get Brendan's idea about it. Assassin's Creed, the first one, you had all the assassins in that game speak in a very typical Arabic accent, except for Altair. He had a very American accent, and that bugged me. What do you think about that?
well, I think
Well,
there's.
I think that's a way to sort of make the player more comfortable with the character itself, because it was probably targeting a much more Western.
Well,
sort of
that could
demographic.
also.
Well, no, I think it's explained through the narrative because it's
Yeah.
the memories of this past life happening through the lens of this modern day individual who was American and spoke like that.
Yeah,
Like if you
he's
notice, even if you
transferred
look at
into
the
the body,
characters, they
yeah.
had similar physical features. You
He's
know, like
transferred
they
into
both
the
had a
time.
scar on their lip.
Yeah, he's
Right.
transferred
You know,
into that
and
timeline.
things like that.
It's like a reversed reincarnation scenario going on there.
Yeah, it's
I know,
quantum
I-
leap, that sort of thing.
I kind of do get it, and in a way, it didn't really bug me that much, but it was just a bit turned offish. I was like, because I noticed these things. Like I do when I play games, especially when they're depicting Arabs. I do love the typical Arabic accent. I just find it kind of like cool. So it was just like, come on.
I don't know. If out of the, I enjoy Arabic calligraphy. Arabic. I don't know the actual name of it. It's the writing, Arabic
the
writing.
calligraphy, yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy it because it's
I didn't get to hear.
It reminds
what
me of
Brandon-
water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just makes me think that you're all doctors. Just look at that, and it's just garbage. As far as I'm concerned, it's just all joined
I
up
just want to finish up
nonsense.
a point that I was trying to make earlier.
No,
Before,
Robin, all the
Habib brought up
doctors are
Assassin's Creed.
Say again, Brennan.
And I just wanted to finish my point before Habib brought up Assassin's Creed, and that was we sort of live in this world that's trying to unify all the different races, all the different communities, all the demographics, but at the same time we're trying to preserve this sort of divisive element between one another, and that and a crucial element in maintaining this sort of division is pride, and we have a lot of pride in our heritage, where we come from, and that pride extends to our stereotypes, and we have a lot of pride in our stereotypes, and that prevents
Okay,
that sort of
I'd want
unity
to correct
that
you
we're
on
trying
that
to
one, Brendan, because it's not really so much stereotype but culture. So this is learned behaviour.
Well,
stereotypes
and the stereotypical.
Yeah, they have references,
of the stereotypical culture of that from where the individuals come from. Like
I would say
some pride.
but you couldn't necessarily any single person when it comes down to it, they may exhibit something that is related to their culture, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's stereotypical. Generally, stereotypes are usually
It depends.
So
It depends on the context of what you're using.
There is pride in culture, and I feel there's also pride in stereotypes. And not all stereotypes are produced by culture. They are, like someone pointed out before, they are forced upon you by other people. And sometimes you exploit these stereotypes, and when I say stereotypes, I mean other people's notion or impression of you.
That's the difference, you see. That for me, you see, I think culture is something that you've learnt from your own cultural background, whereas stereotypes is something that other people have decided is what your cultural background is.
Right, I agree. And I
comedians
believe that
comedians play on stereotypes to basically take the piss out of the people that think in that stereotypical fashion. A lot of people misconstrue this comedy as though this person is actually taking the piss out of the stereotypes themselves, but they're generally trying to actually play on the mindset of a person who would actually fall into that. For example, have you ever heard of something called Alf Garnett?
No.
No? You should look him up. There was basically it was a comedy series in the 1970s. This person was a bigoted, racist, nationalist sort of a guy, and he used to get fan mail from bigoted, racist, nationalist guys because they didn't get that it was a parody. It was basically Poe's Law on screen for them. They didn't realise that they were having people he was taking the piss out of them. He was a very good actor. But the guy was actually getting fan mail from racists.
So it's kind of like the whole Stephen Colbert being invited to perform at the White House dinner for Bush type thing.
Which was glorious, by the way.
They didn't get the fucking joke.
Oh, I think they did. And they didn't fucking like it.
Well, not until it was right in front of them.
Yeah.
I think whoever booked him knew exactly what was going to happen.
It's entirely possible. It could have been some intern.
No. The guy who organised it said, this needed to happen. They knew what was going on there. That's what the press wanted to say.
But I do say that there are
back in a mo, guys.
When I say stereotype, it's like the term stereotype is it's a dramatization of a type that's actually exists.
Traumatization. What the fuck?
Well, I don't really mind stereotypes. Like if you get an Arab in a game that is like a rich fat dude in a Kandura, I don't really mind it.
Right.
What I find a little bit concerning to me is when people try to depict my culture, at least, because that's the closest I am to, and they get it completely wrong because they're not educated enough or they don't really know what they're doing.
Right.
I'm sorry, when they try to depict
it comes
They try to depict like an Arabic character or a typical like Arabic character, and they get it completely wrong. Like, okay, let's take a look at Tekken 7, for example. And like games in Japanese games like that, they always exaggerate everything about their character design.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
you have in Tekken 7 this character called Shaheen, who's supposed to be a Saudi guy. I wouldn't really see a Saudi guy dressed up like that. There's no way. Like, there's like a door that goes
Not anymore, no.
not even before.
Did he look like a cleric or something?
I'll just post a picture of him.
But no, continue on what you're saying though.
But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like got the heads carved right, but the rest of the costume has nothing to do with Saudi. Like they just like
where were the elements coming from? India?
I don't know. Like it's more Pakistani than anything else because that kind of dress is more Pakistani.
Yeah,
the stage is more Saudi, yes, but we don't.
Pakistan used to be a part of India, didn't it?
Yeah, but we're far away from Saudi. Saudis, well, first of all, we don't wear shoes like that. We wear sandals, and there's no Arabic costume whatsoever that has a cape. That guy has a cape. Now, I'm not going to go on a tangent and go like, "Oh, this is offensive."
It's a
but some people would take it that extreme. They go, they're offensive to Arabs, and I'm like, it's an exaggeration and it's a bit of an educated one, but I wouldn't call it offensive.
Yeah, it's silly, is what it is. Like with this, he sort of reminds me of this Spaniard that was in Tekken.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Even with the shoes, it sort of slightly reminds me of that. And most of those characters are pretty. They really rest on the sort of dramatic appeal to stereotypes.
Well, the thing is, like I said, like stereotypes are not accurate because people are not really that well versed within all cultures.
Well, it's within the name, stereo. It's dramatizing a very minority type of situation within that whole style. I mean, there's a variety of different styles even within the Arabic thing.
Well, that outfit is more Pakistani to me than
but you know
anything,
what I mean,
except for the headscarf. But yeah, like I said, like
there's different styles even within that culture, different dressing styles that not everybody's going to be with.
Yeah, of course. And besides, like the traditional style of the Saudi outfit, let's say, like the thing, is not fit for fighting at all.
No.
Not at all. So I don't really think that would work.
All right. We can always like take it off and throw it in somebody's face to blind them for a second. It's just like.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with this, but I was like, just thinking like, okay, when you talk about stereotypes and representation of stereotypes, they don't always get it right.
They don't always get it right. Right. No, I agree. And I think
they don't have to. They don't even have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. It's creative. It's part of that creative expression liberty sort of thing. It's sort of, they took creative liberties with making a character that's loosely connected with.
Like it's silly. It's just very silly. It's silly.
Here comes John with the drinks finally. No, you took your bloody time, mate. Where were you? What the right, you had to go down to
It's silly, and we have a lot of
cheers,
like
everyone.
Even here, we have a lot of like those social justice extremists that went against this. But when I went to Comic-Con last year in Dubai, there was a vast majority of dudes dressed up as Shaheen.
Which is like, I noticed what I have noticed is that a lot of these people, these you would call it social justice, social authoritarians, or whatever you want to call them, these people they cannot separate fantasy from reality. They cannot say, okay, this is just a creative... Yeah, they can't separate saying, oh, this is just a creative expression. It's not necessarily accurate to what it's trying to represent.
Yeah, I get the feeling that looking at John's...
There's like a wiring. There's this cross wiring going on.
Josh McIntosh, for example, he has that guilty shark-like eyes about him. As though he's basically done some really horrible things in his teens. And I get the feeling that guy has basically sort of modelled his reality. He's been sort of closed in. He sort of modelled his reality a little bit too much, and been a complete douchebag to women.
Yeah.
Well,
Now has had his ass handed to him, or maybe done some rather,
So he's like-
let's say,
you not know
legally.
his background?
Sorry,
Not know his background?
I know that he does. He's been
So he's like a born again Christian.
along that line,
He was
yeah.
basically raised up, isolated, homeschooled in a rich household, and he says the day that everything changed for him was watching 9/11 happen from Jersey, and that's when he broke and went crazy SJW.
Yeah.
I don't know how those things equated, but
Wow.
Had a bit of the.
There's a
what is-
lot.
what
There's
is
a lot
the new
of.
thing? Affluenza.
There's a lot of young kids that have lost their minds over 9/11. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd like to point
it
out
brought-
to America, and I said it back in the day. It's not all that. Sorry, guys. I know.
it
It was
doesn't really matter to me at all.
You know, one of the things I used to say, it may be an inside job because it's far too spectacular to be anything other than American. But you know, generally speaking, you know, Americans like to go big. But there you go. You know, as
But
far as sort of like people being
regardless,
killed and you know terrorist incidents, America has very little of this.
I have issue with, yeah, it's not the Holocaust, but it's lives were lost and a fucking terrorist bombing. There's no two ways about it, and that affected people emotionally and mentally because it's just something you don't interact with on a daily fucking basis.
Well, this is actually the fact that America is pussified when it comes to bombings and things like that. Britain's
Because
been
it's
through
not-
all of
it's
this
not-
shit. We've
Right,
had
but
all
it's
of this
not
crap.
daily.
So it's water off a duck's back for a lot of people in England, for example. You know, we had the 7/7 bombings and stuff like that, and the government was sort of like sitting there, kind of going, right, let's trot out a load of draconian laws, and everyone went, no, shut the fuck up. We know why these people wanted to bomb us because we basically said, yeah, America, we're going to go in there and take on Iraq. We knew exactly why these bombings happened, and we understood the motivations of these people doing it. But the thing is, America did not decide to actually understand what the motivations were. What they did was they went, these people are evil, let's go get them, and that was it.
Well, the issue is with that instance is when people were fed misinformation. People were told that there are things being conflated and things were being misconstrued. So people were going on a false sense that they were being told what was what by the government. And
For the first time in history.
Also,
Come
you
on,
gotta
guys.
they were
You
lulled.
got to remember, we have so fucking rarely had an actual attack on America that we go. The country goes fucking rabid whenever we're actually attacked.
Yeah.
I mean that because people think back to Pearl Harbor and that shit, and that's exactly what happened because that was the last any kind of real attack on American
The
soil.
real attack.
And so people, we don't know. The majority of America doesn't know how to handle that. They see ourselves as so separated from war because it doesn't happen on our soil. That when we're actually attacked, that we don't have the inbuilt mechanisms for dealing with it like someone who would see that shit very regularly. Now me, it didn't really get to me at all. I found, frankly, because I'm a morbid individual, I found the whole thing slightly amusing. But I didn't freak out like, oh my god, someone attacked America. It was like,
one of the things,
happened, man.
one of the things that I was going was kind of going 3 out of 4 targets.
Yeah,
Well done. I mean, you did really well. I mean, that was going to be a hard one, and well organised. So, I mean, at the time I was saying it a couple of days afterwards, maybe that was too soon. But if you can imagine, there was a lot of incredulousness with this, because you're looking at this and thinking to yourself, well, how the hell did they even manage this?
Oh, it'll never happen again, though. The first time anyone starts acting out of line on any kind of public transport these days, people jump his ass.
You will be fucked.
It's just like with the train thing between Amsterdam and Paris. Like, people reacted instead of sitting there and saying, okay, everything's gonna be fine if we just cooperate. They're like, no, we got a chance, get him.
His AK was fucking jammed.
That's another thing.
How do you jam?
Fail to operate an AK-47, the most reliable firearm on the planet.
It's funny. His defense was, "Oh, I found these, and I was just gonna hold up the train," but he started shooting people anyways, and it's like, what the fuck is?
Well, this is the thing, you see. I remember one of my favourite ever images. There's two real favourites. One of them is from the English Defence League, and it says, "Speak our language or go home," and it's spelt A-R-E.
Ugh.
And I'm sitting there kind of going, where am I supposed to send you? But my ultimate favourite, really more than anything else, is a Muslim extremist stood outside the Israeli embassy, and it says "Death to all Jews."
Yeah, I remember that
and
one.
we're talking about people here who haven't really got that much. They're not that much of a danger. I mean, if this person really wanted to make a decent impact, they'd hold that sign up, and it would say, "Stop proving Hitler right."
Yeah,
that's making a decent impact. Yeah, the other person. Yeah, this is not somebody. Yeah, it's not somebody you have to worry about. Making black powder here, they're going to have trouble.
Yeah. That reminds me of a little thing from history at one of the I can't remember what it said exactly, but one of the Jack the Ripper murders, it was like, blame the Jews, right? G-O-O-S,
Well done. It's all like, that's not. You're not going to listen to. I'll say this online right now, guys. I don't listen to bad spelling. It just doesn't compute with me. I can forgive the odd comma out the way. It gets difficult. It's arbitrary for some. Okay, I can live with that. I can deal with that. But if you're going to come at it with terrible spelling, sorry, I'll hand you a dictionary. That's all I can do. If you're that worried about stuff and you can't even fucking spell it, you have other things to worry about, like spelling. But anyway.
Okay, so he's being bigoted against people who can't spell.
That's a bit of the tism coming out of that.
As I say, I mean, if you wish to enter a complicated geopolitical event, you still have to get through your GCSE level English. I don't think you should be here at this point.
Right.
You're going to have to earn it with me.
That's all I'm saying. At the same time, like, regardless of those twats or what have you, the disregarding somebody because they don't say or spell something right.
Like I said, no, you don't get to come to the table. You're not at the big boys' table at this point. I'm sorry, you're just not.
Disregarding ideas or opinions because they happen to do a bit of misspelling.
Well, this is what I mean. I mean, let's say this: if you can't be bothered to coalesce your language to make yourself understood, then sorry, you need to prioritize your life.
It's like I was saying earlier, Mike. Perception is a large chunk of people's lives, and if you present yourself in a way that makes you makes someone else perceive you as unintelligent, they're going to take you as unintelligent.
Right, and that's the fault of them.
Well, no, it's the fault of you. If you're not going to bother to think about something, how am I supposed to take what your idea is? There's no point. Because,
the inability
and in many cases, the idea is death.
Just because somebody that looks retarded, somebody that's dressed completely fucked.
We're not talking about how you're dressed.
No. I'm extending it.
But no, you're moving the goalposts.
No. I'm not moving goalposts, nigga. Shut the fuck up. I'm speaking. Listen, all I'm saying is I'm just taking it to another step because you're talking about presentation. When somebody presents an idea and you're unable to even try to understand it because
that person failed to communicate it properly.
No, that's not failing to communicate it properly.
Yes. He's correct in that assessment. That is someone failing to. Yes.
No. Like switching the E and A around in head. And then, you misspelled that. Well, apparently your idea is fucked.
That's not
it's a bit. No. That's that. Where is
I
that
can live with those. I can live with those slights. Yeah, but you know, this is to do with somebody actually being able to coalesce their thoughts together. And for example,
Right,
there, and there. You know, these are very simple things that you can understand. If you can't wrap your mind around this sort of thing, then I'm sorry, but you're still going to have to be sitting at the table that's slightly shorter for everybody else.
Because I know very intelligent people that have can express ideas. It's just sometimes their grammar's not the best. Sometimes they're not good at math. But I'm able to actually extract what they're trying to say and communicate because I can see from their perspective what they're trying to communicate. I don't need them to be A+ fucking stars in
that's
academics.
people that you know, Michael. If you take that person to a stranger and introduce them, say, "Hey,
even
meet
with
this guy,"
strangers,
and if
I'm
they
the
can't
same.
communicate to that person,
You're misconstruing misspelling or bad grammar with not communicating. It's two different things.
That is not communicating.
No, it is
bad
communicating. Just because
Bad grammar is miscommunicating.
Well, I don't know about you, autist, but I can go up to a stranger and he can speak some sort of fucked up slang. If within the right context, I can understand what he's saying, even if he's mispronouncing, even if he's misspelling.
Well,
because
right. Yeah.
At least if you understand that,
just because you're disregarding it because you're fucking autist does not mean that they're not actually trying to communicate something.
I kind of agree with Michael here on.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because there's a disproportionate people within a lower economic ring that are illiterate.
well,
that
that's no
are not
excuse.
grammatically-
That's
that
no
are not
excuse. That's no
It's not
excuse.
just,
Sorry, but that's no excuse.
No. That do not have those opportunities.
Right.
They don't
I
have-
beg your pardon,
Hold on.
mate, but everyone has that opportunity within their own
you don't
country.
have basic government-mandated public schooling.
Reading, writing, arithmetic, these are all things that can be learned. And
Well,
it's
then
whether somebody
explain the
bothers to pay
illiteracy
attention to it.
rate. Then explain the illiteracy rate.
Apathy.
Right
Apathy.
there. And you know what? Yeah, if you are
Even
if you
if
have
it's teached in
if you bring that
schools.
sort of apathy towards your life, then I'm going to have to say sorry, mate, but you're going to have
It's
to
not.
do better
That's
there.
that's an assumption of somebody's.
Absolutely, and I stand by that assumption.
and it's
if you
Well,
can't be
Robin,
fucking
Robin.
bothered,
Robin.
I've
It's
talked to people
ignorant.
with second
It's
languages.
ignorant.
I can,
I
you know,
have disagreed.
I'm forgiving
No,
of
but I-
people. I'm forgiving of people with second languages and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because fucking hell, they do a damn sight better than me at communicating their own language, and I know that.
I'm
So
sorry.
I'm
but
all right with
I find
that.
it ignorant.
But if
I find it
ignorant would be not bothering to learn your own language.
Yep.
Well, when it comes to your own language, I agree. But if everybody acted like if you misspell a word or if your grammar was bad, then I would have never been online. Like I've been playing games online since 1997. My English hasn't been always this good. It used to be pretty damn bad, but people just took me in. They were like,
Yeah, but
well,
you didn't think to yourself, you know what? Now that I know 5 English words, I'm going to go conduct a light opera.
And that's also an informal setting. I doubt you were really trying to convey any serious topics while you were gaming.
Yeah, once
No,
you've
not
actually
really.
accumulated a decent
Even-
amount of English,
even
then
if
you're going to
you
jump
were.
in, isn't it? You know?
even if you weren't, the ability to communicate, even if you don't have all your I's and T's crossed, does not exclude them from expressing ideas and actually trying to at least understand where they're coming from. This is where this ideological biases come from.
Well, I mean,
This is one
I can
ideology.
give you a live example on that. I can give you a very live example on that. Like yesterday, Hideo Kojima tweeted, like, I hope everybody was safe in getting Metal Gear Solid 5. And I was like, what is it, like a war zone in gaming stores?
Well, as we just mentioned, if it's not your first language, that's a
I'm
whole together
entirely
different thing.
forgiving of that, yes.
Yeah,
How is that? How are you forgiving of that?
because
If
they have
didn't
a
bother
whole
them?
other language in their head that they probably know quite well to be able to speak another one.
Yeah,
at any degree.
but they have all the opportunity to learn it perfectly well.
If they're from another
So if
country, not so much as someone who's born
If
in.
you're going to extend that exception to
No, because
other
they're
people with
completely
different.
different. They're completely different. They're completely different
No,
situations.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to
Well,
stop
okay.
you.
Here's an here's a question then, and I'm not too entirely serious. I just want to know what your answer is. So in Hong Kong, English is a second language. A lot of schools in Hong Kong, they encourage you, or well, they just straight up teach you how to speak English, but the first language in Hong Kong is Cantonese. So if you're talking to someone from Hong Kong, their first language is Cantonese, and they maybe had some education, because it's required education in Hong Kong to speak English, and they're trying to make a point to you on some sort of platform in English, but they're not as eloquent as you'd like them to be. Can you respect them and their point and what they're trying to say?
Yes, because it's not a language they're exposed to 90% of their fucking time all the time.
Well, in the case of Hong Kong, it is.
So everywhere you go, there's 90% of everything's written in English. 90% of the people who you see speak English speak English.
Hong Kong would be certainly an exception when it comes to China in general. I mean, it is
I would
basically
still
an old
forgive
British.
someone if their English wasn't perfect, if they come from an area where it's predominantly not the primary language.
Well, I mean, in Hong Kong, instructors speak to you in English. If you speak back to the instructor in Cantonese rather than English, you're penalized. That type deal.
Yeah, but even with that, I mean, I kind of lived with that in my own environment. I learned English in school, but it was just like the meanings of words.
If you go home and speak another language,
yes,
I mean...
but here's the thing. Like, I lived in Canada back in 2003, and when I first moved there, everybody told me that I was rude. And I was like, why? And they're like, yeah, you walk into a restaurant and go like, I want this, and I want this. You're very demanding. And I'm like, I don't really get it.
The local speech customs to say, you know, hello, I would like this, please.
Yeah, language is not just vocabulary. Language is a lot of barriers there. And like, I didn't really know that I had to say, can I have this? Or can I have a sandwich? I just go like, I want this, and I want this, give me that. And to me, that was just like, that's how I speak in Arabic, and I just translated word by word to English. It was okay.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. If you don't communicate clearly, people get the misconceptions. You have to know how to communicate in each area that you're in properly to get things to cross properly, or you'll have misconceptions about your intent, your attitude, your meaning. You know, because there's so many.
Well, I'll say this. Yeah, I would be considered well spoken in England, right? Okay. I can go to pretty much anywhere in England right now and be understood by anyone, regardless of where they are from, whether their accent themselves is broad, whether they speak in local colloquialisms or whatever like that. Yeah, I can communicate with them. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they can communicate with me. You'll not talk to me means like you swine at ya. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, that means, excuse me, could you not talk to my child like that, please?
Right, but
you could have just said that, but because of those local colloquialisms and the way this person actually is presenting themselves, they make themselves misunderstood. So you're sitting there having to sort of like translate what the fuck just happened.
They're not making themselves misunderstood.
That
is their local thing.
But you still have do you not make a choice of what you say in your head sometimes?
When you're in your community, when you're in that have specific colloquialisms that are accepted around.
What about Atlantic colloquialisms?
But ultimately, when I do go into certain areas that have different ways of speaking, I don't brush them aside like, oh, you're misunderstanding. You're not on my level of speech. I don't disregard
but I
them.
will be.
I actually take time to understand what they're trying to communicate. Now, if you want to just disregard like that, then that's on you. But I feel that is misplaced.
I certainly hope I don't have to pick up a Kiwi accent just so Kiwis here can better understand my American.
well, really, the Kiwi accent is just an accent, really. They don't really have any too much in the colloquialism front. They've got like, I'll shout you a beer.
Sweet as, nah, yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, but they're reasonably sort of understandable. I mean, it's not like quite like the broken English that can come out of, say, the Scots, or say, a really, really over the top sort of patois coming up from somebody from Bristol who's never been to Jamaica.
Robin, do you remember the show Mind Your Language?
No, I don't. What was this?
It was back in the 70s. It was about like an English school, an English teacher, and it was like, it's the most racist show ever. Like, it has like Pakistani and Indian, and
I missed it.
Like, very stereotypical people there. There was an episode. There was a Saudi guy who wanted to enroll the school, and he met the teacher, and the teacher was just like speaking to him as like he's a child. He's like, so what do you want me to teach you? And he's like, sir, I graduated from Harvard. I know pretty good English. And he's like, well, okay, then what can I do for you? He's like, well, I've got a Scottish driver. Can you please teach him some English? Because I can't understand what he's saying.
I can't get through. You know, and this is the thing. This is also, it comes from the local pride thing. I mean, for example, you've heard of obviously Cockney slang.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole point of Cockney rhyme and Cockney slang was that it actually comes from a sort of like a culture of thievery. So it's the idea of you being able to say something to your mate in front of a police officer without him understanding what you're fucking saying. You know, and it is actually, these sort of colloquialisms are essentially built to make yourself misunderstood.
Yeah, that's where a lot of urban slang comes from.
Yeah.
So how do we approach this subject?
I don't know.
This
I don't
is
know,
the
we
open house, mate, so it's a meandering river down the hill of Not Your Shield. It goes where it must.
It was a tangent.
But you know, being understood was very important to me as a kid. You know, it is, being understood is important. Trying to be understood is just as important. Now, if somebody say is dyslexic, for example, or whatever like that, once again, these are things that I am forgiving for. But I'm not forgiving of somebody who should be able to do it but doesn't.
My personal experience here is I'm from Texas. You know, I could be sitting here, oh, y'all, fintu, gonna, you know, shit like that, really fucking all the shit that, you know, is local fucking terms, but people would view me in a certain way. So I try to keep that out of my speech as much as I can if I'm in a public forum, because I want to keep a perception of myself separate from, you know, oh, he's a fucking Texan redneck, you know, listen to him, you know.
You're still a redneck.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I embrace it.
I've bounced around the states a bit. I have I've experienced different types of mannerisms, and I don't need if somebody does it no.
Yeah, but if you just said instead of mannerisms, manurisms.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you would expect to be laughed at. You would expect that, wouldn't you?
But yeah, because it's related to manure.
Yeah,
and it sounds funny because it sounds like
and
manure.
It's like when we correct you about
but it does not disregard the subject that the person's talking about.
Yes, it does. It now has completely hijacked it. It's now
massive
hijacked it to kind of going, what the fuck did that guy just say?
Well, okay, so I mean, the message being expressed by the person is expressed in whatever way that person wants to express it, right? But then the message actually being conceived is the important part, right? So
That's
the person
right.
who's actually the person interpreting the message, it's on them. It's on them as well. How much attention, how much seriousness. Right, exactly. So, I mean, it really is a 50-50 kind of thing.
Well, not really, because we are already at the 50-50 when we have agreed upon words. We have agreed upon what this stuff is. When somebody decides not to, and they're like, well, no, fuck you, I'm going to say it the way I want to fucking say it, even though you don't fucking understand what I'm fucking saying. I mean, fucking hell, mate, I mean, fucking idiot, and starts talking like that. It's like, what the fuck are you even talking?
When it comes to, like, a choice, when they choose to be that way, then yeah, I'm completely with you. But when it's just something they think this is the correct pronunciation, but how do they know?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Can you mute Robin?
I know, it was the silliest thing.
Because
I'm on the microphone. I can mute all of you guys. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
But you
because
can't
other
mute me.
people are trying to talk, and he's like,
Yeah, well, it's my channel,
being dramatic
motherfucker.
and bullshit, and I'm just
Well,
like, you know what?
Michael, you just speaking louder when someone tries to make a counterpoint isn't really.
I am not. No. I wasn't
You do
trying to
that
speak.
constantly.
You're just doing it now.
There was two other people trying to
doing it
speak. Well, no, because you're both talking down to me because you're bunches of
Nobody's
pieces of
talking
shit.
down to you, dude.
No, I was
I'm
saying
trying to
you're
ignore
just
this.
saying
Being
Robin
patronizing, and it's like, no, listen. Other people
Why are
are
you
trying
getting so butthurt about misspelling?
I'm not being butthurt about misspelling.
Okay, but
I
here's the
love
thing.
how you
I do want to
degrade
push
the
this point,
topic.
though.
I love that. I
No,
love.
well, this was what
no,
we were originally
no,
talking.
it's fine. It's fine.
This is what we were originally talking about. Is the fact that when you mispronounce, or misinterpret or misput out what you're trying to actually say, someone might not be able to understand you. One of the reasons
Yeah.
why I speak the way I did.
Just as Brenda over here was talking about, it's a 50-50 on the interpreter as well as the communicator.
However,
Right, well,
yes,
okay.
and well, I'm from Cornwall,
You're like,
Michael! Somebody was just
I'm in
saying
the middle of-
something, and then when you went, just as I'm about to say something, you interrupt. Don't accuse others of doing this. Come on.
Well, because I have to shove myself in, because you're shoving yourself
already-
in, and everybody else is shoving themselves in.
Dear, oh dear. Right.
So,
Right, I was just about to make the point. I'm from Cornwall. I do not have a Cornish accent. The reason I don't have a Cornish accent is because I didn't want one. The reason I didn't want one is because I wanted myself to be understood by people other than in Cornwall.
Same with me in the Texas thing.
That's right. This is the whole point of this. This is not anything that you can't choose to have, but it enforces an ignorance within yourself as well. Because what you end up doing is it's basically kind of going, well, they're just out there. They're just externals. They're supposed to understand me.
that's the assumption of that's an assumption of intent, and that's not.
No,
how
I've talked to people in Cornwall who've said this sort of thing to me, and they're going, "You speak proper posh, didn't he?" It's like, it's not posh, mate. It's just being understood. You can understand me.
And I've talked to people that are not like that. So, anecdotal.
Well, okay. If I may make a point. When I was saying the whole 50-50 thing, first off, because you're the interpreter, even if you agreed to have an exchange of words or messages or whatever the hell with me, at the end of the day, you get to decide what I am saying. You have that right to put words in my mouth, right? So it really comes down to how much you are listening to the message I am trying to say and how much of a message it is that you're trying to project yourself into and your views and your thoughts into, right?
Well, as the communicator, isn't it on you to make sure there's as little room for interpretation in your statement as possible to be clear and concise?
Yes,
Absolutely.
but within
Correct.
a conversation, it is not all about. It's a 50-50 thing within a dialogue.
Right. Okay. So
Well,
exactly.
Like I said, so if somebody is
the
speaking in a
You can't
completely
have a
broken
conversation if somebody's going to be pompous about it.
The communicator who's trying to get a message across is going that 50% by creating as little wiggle room as possible, and the interpreter is going that 50% by trying to, as clearly as possible, understand what the communicator is trying to say. Now, because the communicator, his linguistic or communication skills extend as far as his education and his knowledge goes, sometimes that gap has to be filled by the interpreter. Similarly, because the interpreter sometimes may not completely understand the communicator due to lack of knowledge of whatever subject the communicator is talking about, or maybe the lack of linguistic knowledge, like doesn't understand some lingo, doesn't understand maybe the grammatical format of a very specific dialect of a language that they both speak, the communicator then has to sort of fill in that wiggle room for the interpreter. So it's very, very flexible.
Well,
we can't say that
that's
it's
the pomposity of the actual communicator at this point. You see, is that if you speak in a dialectic fashion to somebody who's not from that sort of area, you're basically just doing it to try to make them look stupid. You're trying to make this person not understand you correctly, really, so that you could just have them looking to in some sort of confused fashion. People utilise this in a way of actually broadcasting their statement with having less of a chance of actually getting retort. When you can put an actual idea in front of somebody and they understand it immediately, that means that they can think about it immediately. But if you're putting this in sort of colloquialisms and dressing it up in a fashion like that, what this person then has to do is sit there thinking about what the fuck you've just said, instead of actually the context of what you've said.
In order for the communicator to essentially make it easier in that sort of manner to the interpreter, then they have to have a very sort of intimate understanding of the interpreter's language and fashion of communicating as well. And sometimes that's not always the case.
Well, we specifically said earlier that we're not talking about people who don't speak a language as their primary. We're talking about people who speak the language as their primary.
This isn't just language, right? This isn't just language. This extends to lingo. This extends to all these different linguistic differences. For example, goddamn, I forget. It's at the tip of my tongue. What's the term used for black community, Bay Area, Oakland sort of slang?
I didn't know there was a specific word for it.
Are you talking about Ebonics?
Yes, exactly.
Well, that was what the reference for African American slang is in general. He was talking about a specific area, so.
But I think that was the idea he was trying to get.
Right. So if someone were to speak with that kind of, in that sort of manner, to someone like you or to someone like me, I mean, it will be very, very, it wouldn't be incredibly difficult, but it would be much easier if they didn't speak like that to us when trying to get a message across. But because that is the way they speak, because that is how they speak within their own community, and because maybe they have a better understanding of how to speak in that fashion than to speak in the fashion that we speak in, they will very naturally speak in that fashion.
It's basically like another language.
Well, there's also have you ever heard patois?
No, what is that?
Well, this is a sort of like a broken sort of Jamaican English. And if you go to somewhere in the Midlands, for example, Bristol and stuff like that, you'll have a white kid speaking to you like that. And you go and talk to his mum, and his mum's speaking perfectly good English. And why this kid is doing this, is because he wants to sound street.
Yeah, and to reference back to my situation, there's a certain way I speak if I'm at home or around friends and family, but if I go out into a public situation or like now where I'm speaking online and there's people listening, I speak a different way because I don't want to be perceived as a certain way. You know, the way you speak and communicate to people affects the way they perceive you, and there's nothing that's ever going to change that. That's just life.
Yeah, you can't help that. I mean, it's also like, you know, the idea of somebody turning around to you and kind of going, oh, I don't want to identify as she. I'd like to identify as they. It's like, well, you don't get to choose how I perceive you.
Well, no,
you don't get the choice. You can insist, you can ask, you can try, but tough shit.
Well, no. If somebody asked me to do that out of courtesy, I would.
I wouldn't. If somebody decided to say no, I'd
well,
like
then
to.
You're just being a dick.
I'd like to. No. The person telling me that they've decided to basically just turn themselves into something that is completely idiotic, like saying they. I would just kind of go, you're the moron here. Do not insist on what I describe you as. I get to decide how I think of you. You are actually implying that my language is your decision.
Yeah, you can't dictate.
Robin, I want you to call me as they. I want you to call me as they because you would be ignoring the voices inside my head if you call me as a he.
That's fine. I'll just. But let's meet in the middle, and I'll just call you idiot.
If you're a collective entity, I will refer to you as they. That's the only way.
But
it just depends on how
to expand on that. If somebody asks me, listen, I want to be I would like to be referenced like this. I'm like, you know, out of courtesy, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't. But if I were to say, you know what, but instead of trying to put on these different sort of assumptions on their intent or what they're trying to do, I don't try to build on assumptions.
Well, if you can imagine, this is one of those things that is actually happening, though. When you've got somebody basically deciding, you know, I'd like to have this pronoun to describe me as. You know, what you're doing is you're walking around. You're walking. Yeah, they can ask me, and I'll go no.
It doesn't mean
sense. It's kind of funny how a lot of people are trying to be referred to as they and them now, huh? Has anybody ever read Ayn Rand around here? Some Ayn Rand.
I have.
But I just have to say, well, you don't get to choose how I think of you. And if you're going to basically ask me to refer to you as they, you really don't want to know what I think about you.
Right.
Because I think it's stupid.
Or let's go. Okay, hold on, Michael. Let's go a step further and say someone wants you to refer to them as Xir, X-I-R, which is a thing. How would you consider that?
I wouldn't care. It doesn't affect me.
I would say you're asking me to make an unnecessary consideration that I wouldn't make for anyone else. You are what you are. I'm going to refer to you as such.
No. If somebody asks me, can you, if you don't mind, can you refer to me as Xir?
I mean, again, it depends.
I'll refer to him out of courtesy. It doesn't bother me.
I don't have to be courteous of stupid ideas.
They're not. Well, right, I understand that, but I'm just saying.
I would ask why. That would be my first. I would go, why? Why do you need that? That would be my first question. That would be, why do you need to be referred to as Zer? And they'd sit there kind of go, well, that, you know, I didn't like the heteronormative yada yada, and I'd sit there kind of go, nah, you see, now you're entering moron territory. This is why I'm meeting you at 50-50 going with idiot. I could have gone with moron, but I'm being nice.
It's one of those things that, you know, regardless of the ideas behind why they want to call themselves what they want to call themselves, I'm not personally invested in what I refer to them as.
No, but if you're dealing with someone who's gonna freak out if you're not consciously thinking about how they want to be termed and call them her, because that's typically what you would say to someone of that gender, and then they freak out and try to sue you, which has happened.
Yeah,
no,
which has happened. But we're not talking about
that kind of thing.
Right, but we're not talking about. Yeah, we're not talking about what you know. Somebody has sued somebody, yada yada, blah blah. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if some random person you're having a conversation with, and you refer to them as her, and they want to be Zer.
I would say no, thank you.
I wouldn't. I don't have personal investment in it, and so I would just call them what they want to be called.
I don't have personal investment in their, you know, own chosen identity either, so I have no reason to respect it.
Because with most people that I engage with, I'm concerned about having a conversation with them.
Well, Michael. From now on, I'd like you to refer to me as Lord and Master.
No.
That's personal preference. I'm
not ruled either way. I have
so in that case, it's outlandish and doesn't need to be respected.
Well, because I know he's doing that to be a dick.
Well, how do you know someone else isn't doing it to be a dick?
Well, that's an assumption based on intention. Assumption of intention.
You're making an assumption about Robin's intention. Maybe he's always wanted to be Lord and Master.
Listen, if he was a stranger, then I think you might be a little loose in the head. But I know,
that's where you're drawing the line now. I take great offence at this.
No, because being called Lord and Master already has its connotations. It already has a thing on there. You're saying being called Lord and Master because you're being a silly motherfucker.
Well, I was going to go with Grand Emperor, but I thought I'd meet you 50.
Right, because you're being silly.
Well, the thing is, even with Zer,
that's what I'm thinking about somebody who has basically identified as a sir, or a her, or a him, and suddenly decided, you know what, I'm going to get more fluid with this. Fuck the English language.
But I think
Fuck people understanding me. I'm just going to control thought.
Right. That's not. But see how much you're building onto that. Instead of saying, "Oh,
nothing occurs in a vacuum. It all has background and reasons."
Yes, but assuming intentions out of ignorance is not doing anything better. I don't push assumptions based on information I do not have about a person. And making assumptions based on some whack jobs on the internet.
Yeah, but look, I've asked, and Hitmars said it. Hitmar's okay with being calling me Lord and Master Robin from now on.
Right.
Thank you, Hitmar.
That's because he's being silly. Because Lord and Master is not synonymous with Zer or her.
So you're happy with somebody to say, I'd like you to call me Napkin?
What kind of shitlord are you to define that, huh? Maybe he just identifies as Lord and Master.
Because it's within the context of what they're talking about.
Well, I think of it in the context of kids being silly.
Yeah.
That's how I'm viewing it. And guess what? That's why I would look at it and think that it was daft.
See, now if somebody takes Zer or her seriously and they're like, well, we're having a conversation, I say her, and they say Zer, I'm like, if this is really a thing for us to continue this dialogue, then I'll call them a Zer.
I don't indulge people's delusions.
I don't care about people's delusions. I don't have a personal investment on disproving or proving.
Well, what is this person?
Neither do I, but I don't have to support it. Yeah. I don't have to play along.
Well, you don't have to. But
like I said, Michael, for example, if somebody were to say, I'd like you to refer me as Zer, for example, my first question would be, why? Why does this matter to you?
Right. Well, that's a reasonable response.
Yeah, and I would, put yourself into their shoes for a second and maybe explain why.
It basically comes down to they're enforcing their ideology upon you to modify your behavior into a way that they find acceptable.
Well, if it's a suggestion, then it wouldn't.
If it's a suggestion, that's one thing. If someone's gonna throw a fucking bitch fit because I refer to them by the wrong pronoun, well, we're talking about the broader topic. We never specified one area.
Yeah, and if somebody were to say to me, I'm not going to continue this conversation if you're not going to refer to me in the pronoun that I prefer, I'm going to go, well, that's fine by me. See you later.
Yeah, that's them directly forcing their ideology upon you to continue communicating with them.
You know, there's one thing
It's
for
not
being
very
polite,
healthy
but there's
interaction.
another thing for legislating a way of actually conversing with somebody. We've already agreed upon these sorts of things, folks. It's okay. It's already done for you. Oh, you want to change that? Why? For no reason at all. What does it matter? What does it produce? All it produces is somebody trying to turn your thoughts into their thoughts. That is all.
But Brenda, what were you saying that wasn't helpful?
No. I was just saying that as someone who is trying to get you to refer to them in a certain way, and if the other person refuses and they suddenly decide to end the dialogue right there, that's just not very productive at all.
No, it's not productive.
That's right. But then again, you're talking to somebody who wishes you to refer to them in something that would basically is arbitrary.
And if they're going to be unreasonable about something that's not doesn't matter either way.
And like
and
I said,
they want to shut down the discussion.
Yes.
Then the discussion.
And
then,
ask, that's why I would ask why. That's the reasonable way.
Right.
And
But
if this person
ultimately,
can't give me a decent enough reason, I'm going to say, well, tough shit. You're just going to have to get used to it.
Say
like
if,
the rest of us on Earth.
If they tell me, it's nothing, but I would appreciate it if you were, as we're continuing the conversation, I would take into consideration, just because, like, if they're going to be excited, just belligerent about being called that, then obviously there's no conversation to be had. But if they're just giving us suggestions, like, I would appreciate it, then I'll take into consideration. It's just a matter of how they're
and my reply would be, I'd rather not, and if they then freak out, then conversation is over.
But like I said, I am taking it into consideration by asking why. That's the bit where the consideration kicks in. And then, you state your case. Let me get my court together. Okay, right. Okay, here's your chance to change my mind. Go.
Right.
Yeah,
But
even if they
gave you a weird ass roundabout reason of why they want to be called that, if it's
then I would probably say that as a rather roundabout way of bullshitting me.
Right, and ultimately it doesn't matter. But what were we gonna say, Abby?
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense only, like, for me, if it's with someone who is transsexual and just, like, coming out of the closet, looks male to me, and they go like, no, actually, I'm just transiting, and I would like it to call me a her.
And that's a reason.
Yeah, that's a reason that I can respect. But if they make up a word out of nothing, I'm like, yeah, that is a bit.
Please use my chosen gender-neutral pronouns, thanks.
Right.
No, that's just butchering up a language just to feel special. And I'm like, even though, like, I'm not even, like, English is not my first language. I don't really care if it's butchered or not. But I still feel strongly about it because it's just making shit up.
Right. Well,
okay, so I guess you won't respect my decision to be a gecko-kin, so I guess we can't have this conversation anymore.
Yes, I identify as a sleeping piece of paper. I'm a napkin.
That I will respect because geckos keep my home free.
That was a terrible joke.
What? I thought that was a pretty good one.
Oh my god.
Well, but this is the thing. It's basically inventing new ways to get insulted. So what I do is I cut that right out, and they're going to go, no, you know what? I'm going to insult you right off the bat. You're obviously after it.
It's looking for offense.
Yeah.
Right.
It's trying to make a new form of offense. And this is the same thing when it comes to basically being misunderstood. Creating avenues of being misunderstood by colloquializing what your language and stuff like that. It just means that I don't fucking understand what I'm going on about. Not, this person obviously doesn't understand the idea that I'm presenting. No, they're hiding behind that.
Yeah.
Well, that's
gamer.
right, but
Well, okay.
with those things.
let me bring this to the real world for now. Like, the first wave of expats from England that came here were back in the 70s and 80s. And a lot of them were like very rich people, CEOs and everything. And like you get like just regular guys that walk up to them and call them by their first name. And some of them were livid. They were like, "No, I would like to be called Mr. Brown or Mr. Whatever." And they were like, "No, you're in here. Respect the way we go. We just call people by their first name, no matter what their rank is in society." And you know what? Most people here adapted to that. They don't really care. You might be using your last name in your country, but in here, yeah, we're gonna call you by your first name. Deal with it. So I think it's the same thing. Like if someone comes to me and goes like, "Call me a Zer," I would be like, "Yeah, that's in your own little circles." And here, we do things differently.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the expression
Like if you go into a job interview and start correcting the interviewer on your proper pronouns, guess what's probably not gonna happen?
Right.
Yeah.
But I definitely agree that a lot of this is to be oversensitive about things.
Well, this is the point, you see, is that somebody is actually they're wedging something in there that is unnecessary.
Yeah, pretty much all the topics we've talked about over the past hour and a half are things that within small circles are fine, but in the broader world will fuck you over. Like miscommunication, correcting people on personal pronouns, and all this shit. They're fine within small communities, but when you get out into the broader world, there are certain things you need to fall into. I know some people say, "Oh, don't be a conformist," but yeah, if you don't conform to a certain degree in society, guess what? Right. You're not part of society, and you don't.
Society won't conform to
the
you.
Issue.
That's the thing. Society doesn't really get a choice in this either. It's not like we've all sat round and met. This has obviously come about. And what somebody is doing is they're thinking, well, okay, so that happens naturally. So what I'm going to do is force it. And what they end up doing is getting a backlash. And they get entered with hatred. It's kind of go, you don't get to tell us what we think and how we talk. Sorry.
Right, but at the same time, I'll give it to. With the miscommunication thing, there's some people that are not conspiring to be misunderstood. That's
not necessarily what we said either.
No, that's how it was being communicated.
Let's give you an example here. Let's imagine Sargon of Akkad going into a formal interview, and interviewee just like refers to him by his name. He goes like, "No, I would like to be called Sargon." That's kind of silly.
Right. Yeah, that is silly.
Well, unless it's down to an identity issue and he wishes to be hidden, then I can understand that. And once again, when somebody says, "I'd like to refer to me in this way," my first question would always be, "Why?"
It's everything
on Twitter.
If somebody can give me a good reason, if they come at me with a good reason, then I'm like, fair enough.
Right, but with everything,
like somebody who was a male now is transitioning to female, and they said, "Well, I would prefer to be referred to as she," and I'd say, "Well, why is that then? I thought you were male." I said, "Well, actually, I'm becoming female, and I've sort of transitioned over the last week, so I'm deciding to call myself, say, Chelsea." I go, fair enough.
Chelsea.
Right.
But at the same time, I would expect that person to give me time to adjust to that change if I had known them. Like, don't freak out if I call you him if I've known you for 10 years as a him, or something like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's always circumstances and context to be taken into account. People try to make things blanket, and it doesn't work.
Oh, shocking.
And here's another shot from...
I can smell bacon.
I wish I
bacon.
Maggie's on the case for some bacon sandwiches.
But
hey there, Abdullah. Hey there, Zoe.
Okay.
Now here's the important question: is it American or British-style bacon?
It is Danish.
Oh.
Zoe is our resident tumblerina.
Oh yes.
So you probably have all of the talk when it comes to people.
Personal pronouns.
Oh my god.
And I actually wanted to come in because I actually know people who use gender-neutral pronouns, and this is because they are actually gender fluid, which is a.
That's another nonsense term.
No, it's not. No.
Oh. No,
Yeah.
you don't decide day by day what gender you feel like. I'm sorry.
There's
No. Let's go with this one, mate. Zoe, why?
Well, it's to do with just how that dysphoria works. It's just from what I understand from what they have told me.
right.
I'm parroting here.
Now, is that backed up by any kind of psychological paper or anything like that, or is that just them saying it?
I believe it's mentioned somewhere in the NHS website.
Right.
Do you know what gender dysphoria means?
Yes. It's basically the thing that makes someone trans.
Yeah, but
No. That's not what it means.
That's an interpretation.
That's an interpretation of what it is. What it means is somebody who is born of one gender and identifies with another.
That's not a necessarily. That's like what do they term it?
Gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
That's
But
right.
there's different dysphorias, and it's a scale, a spectrum.
Well, dysphoria means an uncomfortability
within. And somebody saying that they're gender fluid, I can see on that.
So then
spectrum,
they have intermittent gender dysphoria.
where they don't.
It fluctuates.
Yeah,
That's what intermittent means.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So-
I didn't
so
know that.
So in a way, I could kind of see where they're coming from, but at the same time, I don't know too much about that whole being back and forth.
Well, for me, it used
I
to
don't
be.
have the information to make an assumption that it is bullshit.
I'm willing to, because in the sort of early noughties and stuff like that, we used to call it depression before, and now the kids have moved on to dysphoria because that's the new buzzword. That's what I think. I honestly think this it is a trend. That's it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's a
there.
trend.
You're
It's a
absolutely
trend.
right.
Well, I think
What else? What else are they going to do? What? Do punk rock? Already done. What are we going to do next? Do loads of drugs? Oh, damn it!
Well, I mean, it's very.
I don't think it's that conscious or even that new. It's just that we're recognizing.
Well, no. What we're talking about, Michael, is that there's a large group of people who are saying that they're something for attention,
Of course.
and not necessarily are that way.
I'm not talking about people that are pretending. I'm talking about actual cases of this, to where I don't have that much information on it, but I'm not going to make the assumption that everybody that says this is lying
Okay.
or trying to be special. Like most of the people, like with the social justice and the Tumblrs, they have exploited legitimate conditions to where it's become laughable when somebody says it.
Yes, of course.
It's
But
integrated
that's
in-
where the second part comes from. These people that are,
people have played into it.
yeah, these people. That's what I'm saying, Mike.
And so people, instead of taking the connection between these nut jobs, actual people
If you watch
have
South Park,
played
have you
into.
seen the episode The Sissy?
Yeah, but there's a thing.
I'm not quick on the trigger to say they're bullshit.
Here's the thing, though. When you're dealing with something that's such a minority, and then you have this sudden explosion of people that defies all logic and statistics that are saying this, then you're gonna have the case. You're gonna have to look at it and say, how many of these are legit, and how many people are attention seekers because this is in the spotlight. I understand exactly what you're saying, Mike, but you can't discount the other factor.
And you can't discount the others as well.
Well, I think the whole issue is being understudied because,
Yes.
like, even with trans people, like, I don't really think all of them are really identifying, like, biologically as someone else. It's just because they want to feel special, or there's just something else that is wrong with their head, and they go through that route.
We've been talking to Tara, Hidden Tranny, and she's talked to us a lot about this, and I've had a lot more information about this sort of thing. She's pissed off with these sort of people as well, because they're undermining actual people having to get this done, because what they're doing is that they're turning someone's sexual identity into a choice.
Yeah.
That's what they're actually doing on a societal level. Is they're kind of going, well, I feel like being a boy today. I feel like being a girl today. I feel like being this or that and the other. And it's like, hang on a second, yeah. There's people out there that do not get this choice, and they are trapped. And they have to actually go through surgery to get themselves to a point where they at least feel comfortable within themselves.
It's no longer a condition.
You want to turn it into a fad.
Right, but there's some...
That's what upsets me about it.
Right,
and gender fluidity, is basically somebody kind of going... this is basically like saying, imagine a 9/11 conspiracy theory that says, basically, there might have been bombs in the building. It looks a bit crazy the way this building fell down, And somebody from the government kind of goes, that's bullshit, that's just a conspiracy theory. And then what you end up doing is you have some nutbag who goes, there were no planes flying into the building. Those were, and this is going from a reasonably sensible point of view to nuttery. Because it's more exotic. It's just more, this is much more fun than just basically, just saying...
The amount of people on the internet who claim they're trans outnumber the amount of people who are statistically actually trans.
Right. But I'm not going to make the presumption that...
Certainly in the UK, we've had a good heritage of accepting people from trans community, from homosexuals, all this sort of thing. England's gone a long way in the last 20 years.
Okay, Robin, please finish your mouthful of food, please.
No. This is the thing. When the internet comes around and when you've got the Tumblrites running around there, you see, they just celebrate this to a point where it becomes ridiculous. And I saw the same thing when it comes to 9/11 conspiracy theories. These people would run around and make even and ever more exotic conspiracy theories about the whole thing because they wanted attention.
Yep.
Right, but some actually legitimately believe in their conspiracies that they've come up with.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, we get the fact that there are people who are actually like that, Mike, but when there's so many people who are just claiming it for attention...
I have to make that statement because it's obviously not being communicated.
I think we said it a couple times, actually.
Let's say this, Simon, yeah? People understood that there were people that were identifying as women when they were... Sorry, Michael, begging your pardon. They were identifying themselves as women when they were men as early as sort of like 1700s. This is not a new phenomenon.
I really didn't know that.
You've blown my mind.
Actually, even in very, very conservative Islamic countries like in Iran and Saudi Arabia, they do identify with that. Like they accept it. Like, okay, this is like a condition and we have to solve it. Actually, the government in Saudi Arabia, which is one of the most conservative on the planet, subsidizes the transition surgeries.
Right, because it's not really...
What? Really?
It's not really against their belief.
I believe they see it as more acceptable than a regular homosexual relationship.
Yes, they do.
I've heard that there are people that if they're homosexual, they will actually become women to basically keep themselves sort of in, on par on a societal level.
Yeah.
Or alive.
And alive, that one too.
Yeah. Well,
in Iran, it's pretty much cut and clear. Like either transition to a woman if you're gay, or like be exiled or something.
Yeah.
But like I said, this is something that is actually being sort of undermined, and actually eroded by somebody kind of going, what I'm going to normalise is gender fluidity. And why are you a man or what? Decide which one the fuck are you? Which side of this fence do you do? Which polarity are you actually on here?
Yeah, I'll call you by whatever you choose, but for fuck's sake, pick one.
They usually...
Maybe there is actually, a need for this, but until that time comes, you're either a hermaphrodite, male or female. You can't be all three.
Hermaphrodite isn't the right term either, though. But...
Intersex.
We're talking about trans people. Intersex and hermaphrodite are a totally different thing. That's just you're born and your body is mixed up between the genders, not your mind is telling you you're a different gender than your body.
Oh, you're getting gender and sex confused.
Oh.
Okay,
no,
Tom.
yeah, we're the ones getting it confused.
Yeah, okay, Tom.
Thanks, Raz.
I mean, there's. Well, I mean, because there's like a legitimate discussion we had about this, but it's always being disregarded via identity politics to where, oh, you're talking about this subject, you're obviously an SJW. You're talking about this subject, you're obviously this or that. Instead of saying, you know, there's not enough information on this subject to me to say either way. It sounds silly.
I personally bring it down to Munchausen syndrome.
But I'm not easily to disregard things just because I have a limited knowledge base.
But for example, I used to have a friend who used to work in a share shop. You ever heard of share shops? I expect not. In England.
Yeah, it's sort of like, you know, trading stuff in and then getting other things.
No, it was called a share shop in the 90s because it was really about sharing information. So this was for basically Shabazz! What, you're going to have to change that avatar before you come on, Sunshine.
What's wrong with it?
At the moment you're in a suit.
Well, you know what? I have to look somewhat presentable
You're
just in case.
You're going to have to die by it, I'm afraid,
I'm in a suit too.
You said it.
Well, I said I would change it for the. I said I would change it for the Twitter one. No.
I see.
That was the promise.
And then suddenly you're no longer on Twitter.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm over here.
Okay.
Nice caveat.
Shabib, the only reason why no one is caring about your suit is because your tie looks ridiculous.
And you don't have my jawline. Let's be real here. So.
Yes. Look at that fucking jawline.
He does have that rather authoritarian look, doesn't he?
Sorry for not jumping in earlier, Robin. I just had to give my nan her medication and stuff.
No, it's all right, mate. They're RSVP. It's okay. Whenever you're ready.
Aye. What's the topic?
We were actually, or at least I was, lamenting what I consider the Munchausen syndrome of gender fluidity.
Oh, nice. You had to kick a hornet's nest to a hornet's nest, combining two extremely prevalent conditions in society all together and slapping them together.
Well, I consider
it was a
to
process getting here.
Yeah, I consider it to be something of that. I was talking about sort of share shops. I don't know, you remember these in the 90s?
Vaguely, very, very vaguely.
Well, they were basically there where, they'd issued out condoms. They would give you advice on sex, and, STDs and things like that. It's really for sort of teenagers coming in there and stuff like that. And I had a friend of mine who used to work in one of these and used to sort of live with me. And she was essentially sort of like was there pretty much most of the day. And her assessment of it was basically about 10% of the kids come in have got a problem, and the other 90% wish they had a problem. And this is something to be said for the sort of like mid to late teenage mind. Is that they
I would say take it all the way to 25.
Yeah, there is a tendency towards basically trying to break from the norm, and that's, I'm afraid, normal.
The irony of the situation as well at the same time, I think a lot of it has come down to the rise. I mean, I know I say it a lot and it might feel like I'm flogging a dead horse, but the exponential rise of communications technology has led to a plethora of social issues, because in front of our own very eyes, in front of everything we have witnessed, we have seen mobile communications alone advance from bricks with antennas to 4-year-olds using touch screens and touchpads and downloading apps left, right, and center. But what does that have to do with how social dynamics have changed? Well, we'll put it this way. Because there's such a massive cultural clash actually going on the information highway, any individual, never before in any generation have we had an individual who could have a device the size of his palm. And imagine he could say to Albert Einstein or Newton, he could say, Albert, Isaac, with this device I can access all human learning. Literally, if it exists, I can access it.
And ignore it.
And ignore it, which is actually the key issue, because what's happened is the world has become a much, much smaller place. It's become much more dynamic, much more changing. Things are always raw information, and raw data addiction has become a serious thing, especially in the emerging tiger economies and the Western world. You're literally bombarded with different lifestyles, different ideas, this, that, the other, and that is a fantastic thing. But what's happening is that merely exposing yourself to the information without context can be incredibly
Russian roulette is the best way I can put it. Pardon the lack of decent vocabulary with that one. But so what we're seeing is a young generation being swamped with information with little more context to it or no guidance with how that information should be. I'm not saying control the information, or I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but maybe it's what's happening is we're having maybe almost a cognitive sensory overload with that generation is still struggling to come to terms with just how small the world has gotten.
There's a huge portion of cognitive dissonance as well, where people will avoid information that conflicts with their already established beliefs and just read what agrees with their own point of view.
It's an insulation angle, really. It's basically now you can, it's the hug box mentality. It's the, I can sit here. I mean, you got, as you've seen already in this particular channel, guys, we don't always agree on everything.
And that's great. That's fucking
this
fantastic.
can cause a little bit of raised voices. People can get a little bit sort of, the blood pressure can rise somewhat. I'm willing to allow for that. I'd rather have that than everyone sitting here comfortable.
But the thing at the same time, if you're comfortable all the time, if you're not challenged in almost every wake of life, you're not developing, and if you're not developing, you're stagnating. Yeah. And I think, if any of us who have played Metal Gear Solid 2 can straight up say that Kojima was right. We may have laughed at his ending years back then, but looking at it in retrospect, that man could see ahead of his time. The idea of cells emerging or in communities emerging within the information highway that would become so insular and so walled off from any other ideas that only ideas acceptable to that sphere will be allowed in and the rest will be discarded.
I don't even the ending of Metal Gear Solid. It's been like, wow, how many years?
I just did a marathon like 2 weeks ago.
If you ever get the chance, go back, just watch the Metal Gear Solid 2 ending again, just that on its own.
Oh, Metal Gear Solid.
It's Metal Gear Solid 2, and it's actually chilling. It is genuinely chilling about how apt it is.
I think my friend showed me that, and yeah, I was shocked.
Because at the time, Zoe, I laughed at it. I thought, how could you possibly do that? Because I was thinking to myself, technology's going too fast. It's becoming too affordable. How are people possibly going to control information release?
Yeah, even earlier, guys. You must remember the film Sneakers.
Like it could be fun.
Yeah. You remember the film Sneakers? Anyone?
No.
Oh, wow, haven't heard
How old is it?
Go. Yeah. Zoe, go and stick that on your list. Sneakers was basically hackers for grown-ups. But it also had Dan Aykroyd wanting a Winnebago, so it's all good.
Give and take.
Yeah, but one of the things that one of the characters was talking about is that wars aren't necessarily fought anymore. With bullets and guns. You got that one wrong, but it's all about the information and how that information is disseminated and who actually gets to disseminate it.
I think one of the funniest tricks that was ever pulled, and I think it's a master stroke in a way as well from the powers that be, that they looked at something as wild and as untamable as the internet and as the raw media, social networking, infosphere, and they thought, how the hell are we going to help influence a place like this? And it just occurred to me, we're doing it to ourselves. There are communities emerging within the public who are willingly doing the jobs of governments and authoritarian bodies by self-censoring, by promoting narratives, by letting political correctness get out of control. It's actually, I'm not saying that I'll never put on a tinfoil hat and say, oh, this was all planned completely from the start. No, because human behavior at the end of the day is a runaway horse.
It's beneficial to the authorities.
It is quite beneficial that we are hobbling ourselves of all things when you could do anything.
Not even that.
That's very interesting, right? Like, we know that this is going on. We know that people are doing this, but then we have to ask the why, right? It's not like people doing this. It's not people censoring themselves think that, oh, they're only harming themselves. They obviously think that it's working towards a greater good, not just for themselves, but for the collective. Exactly. But then you have to ask, like, who is pushing this narrative?
No, but I'm even gonna go with the even simpler explanation. It's the old-time purpose of any human doing anything in history. It's about control. Do you think those vapid cunts bring like fucking measuring tapes into subways to measure people's leg length because they think it's fucking hilarious? No, it's just they want to extend their fucking control over their personal.
They're trying to influence other people's behaviors through it.
Right. Yeah. It's difference between the North and
it's basically a gigantic, elaborate peer pressure scheme.
Right.
Okay, continue.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah, because when you get down to it, why do you have all the feminists like marching under banners of like, you know, anarchism, fight the power, be a rebel, and then they come out and are even more authoritarian than the most fucking dictatorial governments in the world. I mean,
if you look at
Saddam killed a fuckload of people, but he didn't do it because they spread their legs too far in a bus stop.
Well,
okay?
what they're doing is they're rebelling against liberal democracy. How else are you going to rebel against liberalism by being authoritarian?
And if you look
Exactly.
at things, social ostracism is one of their main tools to try to control people. If you don't fall in, you're out, you know.
Right,
Yeah,
and they
but
start using
why
shaming language to label you as
why
a
do
bad
they
person.
insist they are still liberals? Like
They're not, though. They're not.
It's the same way. That's the best way I can describe
I
it.
know
It's
they're
the same way ISIS
They
say
don't
they're
understand
Muslim,
horseshoe
or the Baptist Church say they're Christian,
I
or
would say
any extremist group says that they still represent the fundamental of where they emerge from because it's a convenient banner to rally the mob under. That's what it's for. Because I genuinely believe, for like the best way I can see it was like the first Holy Roman Emperor Constantine. He picked a very convenient time to take up the banner of Christianity when all the territories were. I mean,
That was God's hand.
That was God's hand, clearly. It just happened to come with a vast swath of territory at the same time. But the thing is that we got to remember, all of us have to remember that we're not just arguing for ourselves, whether we're taking part in like Not Your Shield, Gamergate, or even in our day-to-day life where we do strive to always be the truth and speak the truth and be as balanced as possible and be open to criticism. Remember, it's not just for yourselves, the people who agree with you, who you're fighting for. These people who are taking advantage of the ignorant and taking advantage of those swayed by dogma, the vulnerable and so on, you're just as much fighting for them at the same time. Because at the end of the day, what benefit are they ultimately? What are these shock troops and foot soldiers going to get? They're going to get as shafted as we are once their lords and masters are done milking their usage. And
What's the term Alinsky used in Rules for Radicals? Useful idiots?
Useful idiots. And if you can encounter 1,000 of them and get one to listen, believe me, that is a victory in and of itself.
I'm gonna be a cheeky little cunt and say, aren't you just inferring the exact thing you just said a while ago? Like, you're saying that we are going to save them, that they're gonna thank us in the end.
Oh no! I'm not saying we're going. Oh no! I'm not saying we're going to save anybody.
Don't expect to be thanked, folks.
I'm saying don't expect to be thanked. We're not out there crusading for them. It will be a byproduct of our actions. It's like if I defend the rights of somebody I do not agree with, I am hoping that my rights will be respected also. I'm not doing it for that person.
I would fight for the right. Yeah, I would fight for the right of some crazy neo-Nazi sort of Holocaust denial scumbag to say whatever the fuck he likes, but that also gives me the right to spit on his shoe.
I remember speaking with him years back as well, and the man could not handle discussion. I was very unimpressed with Nick Griffin. I was very unimpressed with him. I was expecting somebody to come on would be all fire and brimstone, but he was very meek while I was talking to him, to be perfectly honest. And I remember people were protesting him coming to speak in Dublin. And I felt so confused. Why are you protesting Nick Griffin to come and speak? I was like, oh, because he's a racist and he's a neo-Nazi. I'm like, so? You think if he's going to come
This is going to be a great show.
If you think he's going to come here, then he's going to magically disappear. Is that what you're saying?
Go and listen to Ken Hovind. It's hilarious.
If the pigeon turns around, the cat doesn't go away, and monsters thrive in the dark, you let them stand in the sunlight.
Yeah, one reason we should never restrict free speech is if you let someone stand up and identify themselves as a piece of shit to you, then you know.
Yeah.
If there's a wasp in the room, I'd like to be able to see it.
I think one of the things that's sort of like, you know, I'd like people to have a sign over the top of their thing if they don't want black people in their place. I want to know which place has got a racist in it. That way I can tell my black mates not to go there and not fucking go there myself. And when that business closes and they've disappeared, then great.
I'm gonna go one step ahead here, Robin, and disagree because to me it depends on what this is supposed to, be. Because if it's a venue that sells history books and those history books happen to be improved by the Council of Bumblefuck Rednecks, because
Council of Bumblefuck.
Because they describe their particular
Write that one down,
yes,
Shabazz.
that would be a cause for alert. But if Chick-fil-A says that they don't support gay rights and they're funding and
not even Chick-fil-A.
they're giving a bit of their proceeds to anti-gay campaigns. Okay. My question about it is, how's the food? Chick-fil-A is a restaurant. You guys do realize they're not a.
You can hold whatever opinion you want as long as you're not stopping people at the door and say, "Hey, yo, can't go in there, fat boy."
Yeah, it's
like any restaurant ever stops a fat guy coming in.
That word had a G in it, not a T, but.
Yeah.
Got you.
If the business is
business's
purpose is to give me food or to sell me Apple products, because I don't know why the fuck would I ever want an Apple product, but bear with me. If their purpose is to sell you items or sell you services, the question should be, are the items good? Is the service good?
Most definitely.
My fucking barber is not supposed to be my moral arbiter. He's supposed to cut my hair, is what I'm saying.
That's right. But here's the thing. If he were allowed the opportunity to, he probably wouldn't, because he's not that dumb.
Right.
You wouldn't find yourself going to Apple and go, "Excuse me, are you right-wing Republican?" They go, "Yeah, actually." Well then, get the fuck out of my business. They're not going to do that, because that would be business suicide.
I say you can have whatever thoughts you want to have in your own head as long as you're not actively discriminating against people. Then whose business is it?
And you know what? In the capitalistic system, I would even go far as to say that businesses are allowed to discriminate, and hear me out why. Because they are private venues, and it is their prerogative who they allow in or out.
And they're allowed to commit financial suicide if they so wish.
Right.
Financial suicide, but it's
because it's no longer. Now, I would be concerned if it was back in the day, but it's no longer institutionally supported anymore. They're not going to get any. They're not going to get any kickbacks like they would have gotten back in the day.
Can I bring this back to gaming in a way?
Zoe,
do you remember a game called?
It's been a little quiet for the last while. I've just realised we've all been talking. Do you want to get any point in there, or do you have any thoughts on the topic?
She's reading Tumblr right now.
Not reading Tumblr or anything, but I want to bring this back to gaming because freedom of speech is something that I respect in a lot of ways, and I would like to have those signs up so I can know which one to support and which one I don't. But do you remember a game called Shadow Complex?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the game was based on a world that was written by a guy who was anti-gay. So he's not one of the creators, but the creators actually were inspired by the world that he wrote, and he is getting money out of that game. So, is that a thing that you want to boycott based on that, or is it
it's another level of bigotry, for example, is to basically say, I don't want to give this person business because they think in this particular way. I mean, there's two versions of bigotry. There's the American version, and then there's the English version. The American version of bigotry is to basically hate somebody for who they are, whereas the British version is actually to hate somebody for what they think.
Okay. I will actually, I will agree with that. That does actually make more sense.
Considering I'm neither American and British, I am compelled to say yes.
And plus, at the same time, American comedy is garbage. I'm going to say it right now. Your comedy is garbage. You have none of the nuance and sophistication of Irish and English humor.
I can agree there.
Oh no, I am triggered.
American comedy is trash. American comedy was a mistake. If it's not
Oh,
stand up.
we're having a moment.
Garbage.
Something's going wrong. Are we here? Are we alive?
Yeah, you broke the stream with that radical statement.
Did it go silent for everybody else?
Google is protesting. Yeah, it's
the
going a bit
internet-
weird.
Well, okay.
The internet
Do you remember the
itself-
film Airplane from the 80s?
Yes.
Oh
Okay.
God, I
Yes.
love the airplane.
Yeah,
The
but
That's-
pinnacle
that's
of
classic.
American humor, yes.
yeah, but Shabazz, I'm gonna have to say
It's
that
classical, though.
is an exception to that rule because
What?
George Carlin was a fucking genius.
As I said, the classics and the greats. I can barely think of a modern-day American comic who can even hold a candle to something like Frankie Boyle. Whatever you might say about his bleeding heart views, Frankie Boyle
What do you
is
think
still...
of Joe Rogan? What do you
I
think?
actually like Anthony Jeselnik.
Come on, Bill Hicks.
Yeah, what do you think of Joe Rogan?
Hmm?
What
Hicks.
about Louis C.K.? I mean,
Yeah, Louis C.K.
Anthony Jeselnik.
Joe Rogan. What else?
Joe Rogan's not that funny.
Yeah, I was like, Joe Rogan?
He's
Joe Rogan is much more known for things beyond this comedy. Let's be honest.
Fucking Stephen Colbert.
Mm.
Jon Stewart.
The thing is, satirists, on that sort of level, they've got a lot of easy meat to hand.
His comedy is
To
geared
be
to people
perfectly
who
fair,
already
Robin, George Carlin was a satirist too.
No, yeah, but he wasn't a satirist sort of like on a weekly level, if you see what I mean. You know, he was a satirist on a much more broad scale.
Well, here's the thing. George Carlin kind of just strives
This is
to
your
offend
guy,
everybody.
Eddie
you know?
Izzard, the satirist. Eddie Izzard.
I love it, Izzard.
Right, I was talking about them. You know, they are satirists. Is Colbert and Stewart, for example. What I'm saying is that they're generally on the lower hanging fruit there. They're in America.
And so who's taking the higher level fruit then if they're the lower level?
Look, if Jon Stewart and Colbert are satirists, then everyone in England is.
Pretty much.
When you're talking about more than current events, Mike.
You know who I think is a great comic, even though he's only been an author? I enjoy Kurt Vonnegut. His humor is very dry. I like it.
I would say that Boyle can often suffer the problem that, say, what's her name? Rather large, heavy, and fat.
Lisa Lampanelli?
No. A British comedian, she is.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Rosie O'Donnell.
No.
British fat. What's the difference? Oh.
You know, rather use goes with
It
shock
would
and.
have. It would have been funnier if it was American.
You know,
so.
when you aim towards shock and disgust, it does. Joe Brand, there we go. I just had to say shocking and disgusting, and Mag's like, oh, yeah, Joe Brand. You know, that's what I mean. These are low hanging fruit for me.
I think the only American comedian that I enjoyed was George Carlin.
Cat Williams. I like Cat Williams.
Don't mention him at the same time as George Carlin. I will.
George Carlin and Cat Williams.
Okay, I'm calling in some tips to the Saudi government.
Like when
No. I mean, come on. I'm a cool guy, and I'm from Saudi.
But then you make the call.
I won't mention Habib then. Just
Also,
Murray's pretty funny.
considering this is a Not Your Shield stream, I would just like to point out that the biggest badass in the room, right, is Abdullah, because he is a geek who loves My Little Pony, and he lives in the Middle East, and he still hasn't been hanged for it.
And
Yeah, you think
I
you're
like
living
some
on
furry material. I like some furry material. It's hilarious to see the stream.
and he has porn. I mean, you think you're living on the edge? Check out Mr. hanging out by the noose over here.
So how do you prefer to be? What's your pronoun, Abdullah?
He, him.
Well, that's pretty straightforward.
I refuse to express.
Well, here's my logic. And that only applies to me because I don't know what everybody else is thinking because I'm not everybody else. So I'm like, I got a wee-wee, so I'm a guy, So that's how
Well, it's
I
a pretty
think.
good hint, usually.
What he's trying to say is that his preferred pronouns is Allahu and Akbar.
I love this.
Personally, I only answer to God Emperor, if I was very honest with you.
Well, you and Lord and Master Robin Gething should get along fine then.
Well,
He is
going to be my Sigalite after all.
No. I was just saying earlier, mate, that if somebody wishes me to refer to them as Zir or Zer or whatever the fuck it is, I say, well, then you can refer to me as Lord and Master.
Because that's how I identify. I am Lord and Master of all I survey.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's okay, isn't it? And it's like, well, that seems a little silly. Oh, now you've got a line to draw. You know. Well, let me show you where my line is. Look behind you, motherfucker.
You know that I would acknowledge Z, Zer, and Zem is if we encountered like an alien species that has like 3 sexes and we had to like invent a word, then I would be like, yeah, fine.
Well, not
3 sexes.
I mean,
what?
I mean,
Yeah, 3 genders.
Already Xeno, right? You know, Xenos. That's like alien.
You really think since humanity has managed to come up with at least, last I checked, over half a dozen gender formats, you think an alien species that can have space travel is only going to have 3?
I think
I'm pretty sure at that point they're moving to indecade numbers at that rate.
I think Facebook has like 50 different gender options to pick from.
Yeah, these are just these are 50. No, let's get this right. These are 50 different versions of Munchausen syndrome. Okay, let's be correct.
Shabazz, I would like to thank you that now I will be living in constant fear that when we go to space and find aliens, they'll turn out to be SJWs. And now
Can
I
you
want
imagine?
that
For a second.
They won't be SJWs. Think of the brightest of the all brightest side. They could be space lesbians.
No, what's going to happen is their only exposure to Earth culture will be Tumblr
Space
somehow.
dykes.
Have to deal with.
If you guys ever get the chance,
maybe that's why the aliens are, you know, out there watching us, but they're not, you know, revealing themselves to us.
Yeah, because they're listening to this fucking conversation. That's why.
Speaking of aliens and space lesbians, if you guys get the chance, you should watch the movie Gay Niggers from Outer Space.
Oh, no.
I love that movie.
Ow.
You nearly killed Robin. You're entering dangerous territory.
My rib suddenly hurts.
Have you seen that movie, Robin?
It literally almost killed him. I'm not kidding.
Shabazz, I'm going to do a little history lesson. When it was like in November, November last year, we sat down and during our attempt to break the world's record of streaming, which is like 72 hours, in between of it, we actually watched Gay Niggers from Outer Space.
What an amazing movie!
And I actually almost died laughing.
Okay, look, I wasn't there, and I still do not believe that title exists. I do not believe it.
That's the problem.
It's amazing.
If you weren't in Saudi, I would say Google it, but.
No, Google it anyway. It's
Okay, fine. I'm googling it.
And the only thing that'll come up in related searches will be a picture of Muhammad crying.
It'll just be a picture of an angry Arab guy looking at you that says haram under it.
Oh my god, it's a real movie.
Oh my god, yes, it's a real movie.
From 1990.
I'd like to say enjoy, but I don't think that's quite the word.
This should be like on the box blurb, right? Oh my god, it's a real movie.
It's where the expression "what the fuck" really came to power.
I think I just gave the greatest retort I've ever given to a woman. I think I just did it. Now I've just been in a back and forth, just talking shit and bantering away with this one over Twitter, and like just talking shite. And she said something. I said mind equals blown, and she goes, looks like that's the only thing you'd ever get blown. And I said, it's okay, dear. I won't tell anyone that you get on your knees faster than Muslim at the call to prayer. So let's see how she refers to that.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. I was too busy looking at the Wikipedia. I mean,
it's just going through.
There's an actual Wikipedia page on Gay.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing. That movie's amazing.
Wait. Is it a wiki entry or is it a whole gay niggers wiki?
A wiki entry.
Okay.
I'll actually, you know what? I'll actually search that up because why not?
You know, it makes you wonder.
I lost faith in humanity now.
It makes you wonder if any of those guys actually went on to put this shit on their resume.
It's like, so, what kind of work have you done?
Let's check IMDb. Let's see.
Yeah, it's on IMDb as well.
I bet those guys are extras in every single action movie ever.
They're actually, they're the Deus Ex Wilhelm.
They are fucking. Those people are hungry.
Well, I don't recognize any of the names right offhand, so that's a good
Oh
sign.
my god, there's a movie called Jews in Space, or Why is the Night
What?
Different from All of the Other Nights?
Well, have you never heard of the Space Jews? I mean, come on.
Space Jews, man. Mel Brooks did a whole bit on it.
Yeah, haven't you?
I think it was called Space Balls, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like, we're Jews in space. There's a whole song. It was amazing. It was great.
A whole song. There's a fucking YouTube channel dedicated to one of the many notions of which is that Jews are from space. It's called Spiritual Science. Yeah, if you think creationists are full of fucking dog shit, try to check on the fucking New Agers.
Well, I don't think it's any more outlandish. It's just outlandish in a different way.
Grace, these guys unironically stated that Jews are from space, like with a fucking deadpan straight face.
Did they have their hands out slightly? Just
And
about to say
how is
aliens.
How is that any more unrealistic than we were made from dirt by a wizard?
Well, the fact that Jews, in either instance, whether or not we were made by a fucking wizard, in either instance, Jews are not from space.
Well, actually, the Baptist Church's page on Islam is actually brilliant. According to them, we are a race created to serve as the shock troops for Satan's army. We are part of the... I'm not... How badass is that? I want to get a shirt that says... I am the Legion of the Beast. Apparently, we are a barbaric, warlike race.
That just sounds like a thrash metal.
Wait. No, hold on. I got it. You're a foot soldier of the apocalypse.
A foot soldier of the apocalypse, according to the Baptist Church. I have been designed by Korn himself from the depths of the warp to lay waste to all that is civilization.
Oh wow, that's pretty epic.
That's pretty Korn, like. If I could, I'd have everybody introduce me like that before I enter the room.
What? Your rank and file in Satan's army?
Yeah.
If you ask Michael nicely, yeah, he will.
Yeah, I was going to say, Michael, does that mean it works for you, being as you're the bringer of the end?
Listen. If he's legit on that, you come up with a rank and file, I'll call you that. Lieutenant.
Yeah, but you didn't give me my Lord and Master pronoun. I'm very upset by this. I think you're discriminatory.
No, but the thing is, he's being open to diversity. He's allowing more people to be referred to.
See, I am the arbiter of...
Oh, so he has a special Muslim exception. I see how it is.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the arbiter.
I'm the arbiter. So, when it comes
Spell
to...
arbiter.
Suck my dick. Suck the back end of my taint, Jack.
If you've been listening for the last couple of hours, I hope you got that one. Anyway.
No,
Where the fuck are we with the conversation?
I feel that
I took a left turn down somewhere weird ages ago.
He deserves lieutenant, and you don't deserve Lord and Master.
At the moment, we're on a helter-skelter, I believe. What's the stupidest, craziest thing that you've had happen to you this week, guys, or seen this week?
Ooh,
we've already done Brianna.
Wow.
Let's go in order. We'll go in order. We'll start with Brendan there.
This kind of puts me in a really weird position because even though I'm engaged in like Gamergate and Not Your Shield, I'm just kind of, standing on the fucking side and watching this happen from afar.
An observer.
There's no fucking Tumblrites in Poland. There's no SJWs in Poland. All of this shit is just happening over the pond somewhere in the land of, far-off dragons and fairies.
Aside from being Poland, it sounds great.
Well, I think the stupidest thing that I've seen happen all week, the stupidest thing has to be literally anything got to do with everybody's favorite pedophile.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna contest because that's not actually stupid. It's just pathetic and sad and makes you lose hope for humanity. But what was really actually fucking stupid was, Samus.
I agree with you there. We kind of started the whole stream with Samus.
Brianna Wu.
Oh man, Samus. I mean,
Poor Samus.
What exactly is it? Just because she's trans now, apparently?
Apparently, no, they're trying to say she was trans because they went off.
They're trying to co-opt it.
Shit.
They are.
It's like she has half alien DNA
Let's be
or
specific.
something.
Brianna Wu listened to one person on Twitter who basically bullshitted her. She then goes to the Mary Sue and just decides that it is so, pissing on whatever anyone else has ever done or said about it.
It's like Poe's Law in action right there.
Then goes to the Wikipedia to try and change the entry using herself as a source, gets her ass handed to her by Wikipedia, kind of going,
I missed that part.
yeah, I don't think you can
amazing.
really go down this one. Who then
I really
screams
wish
at them
I
and
could
tells
do
them
that.
to go fuck themselves for being trans-misogynist.
Does anyone have a link to this? I missed that part. Oh,
Out of curiosity,
That
could
talk
she not-
page is.
could she not get one of the, one of those SJW leaning art, rags that usually on her side, get them to publish an article with
he
about
said
it?
she
Yeah,
went
she
to-
did. The Mary Sue.
He said she went to the Mary Sue, dude.
Oh, did she try? And then she tried to cite that as a source.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, there goes my head.
There's the level of dumbassery. But then, afterwards, when everyone's called her out on her shit, then she turns around and kind of goes, see, you're all trans-misogynists for daring to say otherwise.
Go on, Zoe. You were
What?
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, transphobic, that's the word that she...
Zoe's a woman. It's okay. She doesn't have to say it.
No, she tried to say something and we talked over her. What's up, Zoe?
Oh, I was saying, since I'm on Tumblr, all the time.
God
Yeah.
bless you.
That's an understatement.
Are you like our spy behind deep,
Yes.
corrupt enemy lines?
Yes.
You fucking
Yes, I am.
hero.
Listen,
You fucking
he's-
hero.
Fucking doubly.
I feel very flattered right now.
We're gonna find out.
The question is who's she actually spying for?
You know what?
Exactly.
And what pronoun do you go by?
Anyway.
She, her. I'm this girl.
Sure.
For
Sure.
now.
Sure.
Alright. Okay. Go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I've read a bunch of things have said that the term Mary Sue is sexist. So I find it funny that the Mary Sue actually went with that name.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
it's fine when they do it, don't you know?
Just give him a slow clap for that, because apparently it's sexist now.
No, you can't. It's a slow jazz hand. You can't clap. Remember, you can't clap.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Oh.
Clapping might trigger someone.
Listen,
Golf jazz hand.
It might set off my Twitter inducement.
Nice one. Nice one, Robin.
Baz, you're gonna make me liberate your Muslim ass.
Oh, really? That's
We're American. It's what we do. We bring
That's
freedom.
what we do. Yeah, bring freedom.
Oh man, last I checked, the worst of my kind running around in sandals and using second-hand Best Buy weapons are still kicking your guys' arses all over the mountains. You guys wouldn't stand a chance.
Listen.
You even dream about liberating my jihadi ass and then wake up and apologize.
It's because they refuse to commit. We could glass the entire desert.
Yeah. Listen, we're just, we're just kind of saying
that's the brave thing.
we're not giving it our all. We just need to put a little bit more effort into it. But
into ordinance.
Our ADD is sort of our crutch.
Yeah, our crutch is ADD. Okay.
I just think you guys have been traumatized since Vietnam. To be honest, it's like you guys had it all, and then you face planted at Vietnam, and you've been trying ever since to prove that you still got it.
That was a big thing to like the American
For
ego.
the record, I am Vietnamese, and I can attest to that.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
Basically,
Vietnamese.
after all of the lavishing tonguing America got after winning a great war
Not
against
tonguing.
an unambiguous
Don't go with tonguing.
enemy, they've been pretty much trying to relive the glory days since then. But apparently, fighting against a bunch of black people throwing rocks at them is not as glamorous and spreading wide.
Yeah, but
it's not even that. Our country's been at war almost since it was born. You know, it's been almost constant.
Yeah, and as far as fighting black people throwing rocks at them, that's the police's job now.
And I'm surprised nobody brought up Zulu.
The Zulu
Yeah,
Wars.
sorry about that, everyone.
Where piles of dead black people in front of line are British. I mean.
Well, we were the ones with the rifles.
Ladies and gentlemen, Britain will now officially apologize for the Zulu rule.
Look, if you're going to bring spears to a rifle fight, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, sorry to South
pretty much. Listen,
Yeah, they still kicked a lot of ass. So there was a lot of dead British.
Well, they eventually got close, yeah.
Yeah, but ultimately, bigger guns. What are you gonna say?
It's the Tau versus Space Marines mentality. They'll wipe out 9/10 of the Space Marines before they get there, but when that 1/10 of Space Marines get there, they just get slaughtered.
Yeah, it's actually fucking brutal when you actually read some of the after-action journal reports. The Zulus were demons in close combat. It was unfucking believable. If you did not drop a Zulu with your first shot, he was going to gut you.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing. I can't remember the exact name of the spear, but the type of spear they carried, they actually named it after the sound it made when you jabbed it into and pulled it out of someone's stomach.
Wow.
That was their mentality. It was a broader spear than most tribes used.
Huh.
It came about from Shaka Zulu, I believe. He's the one who developed it. And it was just a very broad blade that was meant to gut you.
Zulu R&D department regarding military war.
Zulu R&D department.
Hey, Rez, compared to the spear that you have, how many more sizes of the tip?
Oh, dude, they didn't use long spears like that. They use more short thrusting spears. Mine's a hunting spear. It's meant to keep you at a distance from a fucking war.
I just realized something. Imagine somebody coming into the stream right now, and it's like, "Hello, not your shield's stream." We're generally just people that want to talk about acceptance and other cultures with dignity. And then they walk in and we're like, "Yeah, the Zulus and their spears, they were fucked up, man."
Yeah, fucking spear checkers.
Yeah.
The way I see it as well, welcome to the culturally acceptable chat, where we discuss the clarity of one of the easiest ways. Where we discuss the clarity of black people brandishing spears.
This weapon was known as the ikwa, which was the sound that was heard when it was withdrawn from the victim's wound.
Ouch.
Ikwa.
Makes sense.
That's lovely.
Oh,
Nice.
Hello.
So yeah, stupid crazy stuff SJWs do or say over the last week, apart from Brianna Wu, who has obviously disgraced herself even in front of herself.
The stupidest thing
that implies Brianna Wu has any self-awareness. I gotta object to that.
Well, Brianna Wu has just said professional erasure is a huge problem for women. No, it's a problem for you, Brianna.
Rapidly becoming one.
Yeah.
The stupidest thing I've ever heard this week was Gamer Ghazi, who claims that Gamergate is all about hating women, is supporting Liana K because she's a woman.
Habib, the moment when you said the stupidest thing you heard all week was from Gamer Ghazi,
yeah, it's a bad place.
Surely there has to be some sort of emergency glass I can break and be this fucking shocked.
Wait, hold on. People have stopped.
I rather like the Twitter meltdown of the co-writer of the Samus article that Wu
Yeah,
did.
Wow, that was glorious.
Everybody's trans. This
Well, no, what's hilarious is that they flat out say they're trying to take Poison from us. Poison was only made into a transsexual after the fact because they were the creators were scared of feminist backlash.
No. Poison was originally trans in the Japanese version.
No,
Hey,
she wasn't. The creators flat out said that she, and it's been said multiple times, that Poison was originally a woman. And to save their asses when shipping it overseas, they decided to say, okay, it's a transsexual because of the whole, oh, you can't hit a woman in a video game thing. That's why they originally created Poison as a female character.
Then just one
and
question,
to try and save their asses said that the character was
passed by the
transsexual.
censors? How did it get passed by the censors? I mean, we're talking about fucking 1980s America, and we're talking about a game that was...
It's because when the game was originally made...
how did that get past the censors? You know, a video game for children, you know, ignoring the fact that a beat 'em up for children, yeah, whatever. It was like, oh, we have a beat 'em up with children. Well, we can't have him beat a woman because we're in the 1950s. Let's make it a transsexual. Yeah, that's gonna be okay. Let's address
because back then, transsexual because the character was originally born as transsexual. If it's a man to woman transsexual, the character was originally born as a man, so therefore you'd be beating up a man, which is socially acceptable.
That's not what he was talking about. He's talking about the issue of it being transsexual during that time period and that culture.
Well, it's more because they were worried. Okay, they were worried about backlash from feminists. Like I said, because of the whole, you can't. It would be considered culturally wrong to beat up on a woman in a video game.
Wouldn't that bring?
Alright, go on. Wait, hold on.
Will our game even be allowed in America if we start having transsexuals in them?
They ended up actually for the arcade version, they changed the characters, but they said the character was a transsexual to get around it, and then for the console port, they just switched the character, swapped Poison and Roxy out for two guys in Final Fight, and the overseas ports of Final Fight.
Also,
but the character Poison was definitely created to be a woman originally, and it was only through the fear of getting
pretty hot, actually.
It was only through the fear of getting sued or being attacked over having it to where you're playing a beat-em-up game and come across women who that you have to beat up.
I always found it really funny that they did think that. Like, I've been a martial artist for about 10 years. I took a break in the last 2 years to university. Yeah, I've been. I've got my first degree black belt in ITF Taekwondo. I'm basically an assistant instructor. I've done a lot of seminars on Krav Maga. I've trained with a couple of cage fighters, including Zel Galashik, and he was in Dream 12. You've probably seen his YouTube video. He's a lad whose leg got broken by the Japanese grappler and still kept fighting on the ground.
Oh, damn.
And
what league was he in that was allowed to continue? Fuck.
Oh, that was in Dream 12. And,
man.
And I remember thinking to myself that some of the male sparring sessions, the male sparring was always competitive and it was strong and it could be brutal. I was heavyweight, and I was one of the shortest lads there. The average height was like 6'1", 6'2", and I'm 5'9". So it was always a nice uphill battle for me. I was just glad that I'm just glad to this day that I can still do full splits. Would you believe? But there was nothing as frightening as the top tier female competitors. If you ever want to see some of the most beautiful, dedicated, vicious and scary individuals, you need to watch the senior black belt female category.
What, do they make a vicious sandwich or something?
Man, I bet they do. But seeing
wait.
female martial arts fight is just it's amazing. You can tell there is no fucking.
I'm gonna back up what he's saying by the simple fact that when I was in high school in Atlanta, I saw quite a few actual cat fights, and it wasn't that clawing shit. They went fucking full out.
Before you say anything, guys, I'm just going to reboot the Hangout for a second. It's misbehaving. 1 second.
Yeah. when women fight. You know, it's like, okay, so there's my wife, but my wife, let's admit it, she's a fucking rock hard bitch, and she knows how to pull a punch. But when women fight, why is it always, you know, so fucking dirty? You know, like
I can explain this. I can explain
punches,
this. I can explain this because male vindictiveness and female vindictiveness is slightly different. Yeah, guys will punch to injure, and they will hurt. They want you to really feel some serious pain. Women generally tend to actually try to disbeautify the other.
Well, also
Scratches,
when it
pulling
comes
of hair,
to
and messing up them more than
also
anything.
when it comes to the common woman, they're not trained in how to fight, so they don't fight with technique. They fight with instinct, which is a lot of clawing and going for the eyes and shit like that. But I can also attest to what Shabazz was saying earlier. Back when I was younger, I used to train in MMA as well. Now, at that time, I'm a little heavier now, but I was about 250, and I'm about 6'6". That's almost 2 meters in metric for those of you non-Americans. And
so I'm like 225, but I've got center of gravity on my side at least.
Yeah.
I'm
And
215.
one of the people I would train with who could take me down using jiu-jitsu every time was a 5'2", 125-pound female cop. You know, she just had it together. She had her fucking technique, and she knew what she was doing. She could fucking make me tap out every time.
I think the funniest moment I had in martial arts was when I was a green tag, so I was relatively new at it, and I remember we went to the summer training camp. Every summer there was a training camp, and it was Spartan as fuck. You ate right, you trained in the mornings, you trained every day 3 to 4 times for 2 hours at a go, different things all the time, and there was the quote-unquote optional evening session, you know what I mean? And I remember then we came into the second last day of the camp, and the instructors took us out into the town and said, oh, you know, you lads, you've been very well behaved, you can have yourself a portion of chips or something like that. So what does this fat cunt do? This guy right here, right? What does he do? Gets himself a doner kebab, a large pizza, and onion rings. And of course, I walk out of there with all this shit, right? And everybody starts copying me. So everybody basically eating shit after all the oats and everything we'd been on for the whole camp. So I remember we came in the next morning, and the instructors were like, oh, and the spread of breakfast was unbelievable. There was hash browns, fried eggs, sausages, beans, and the instructor stood up from the table and said, lads, the morning session is cancelled. We think, you know, we're going to do some stretches and ask some questions and go over the theory a little bit more. So, you know, enjoy. So everybody's still feeling full from last night.
Right.
Themselves.
It gets weirder, guys. On the Metroid thing. Obviously, Eric Kane posted that thing was, you know, Samus can be transgender or not, and the world would still keep spinning. And the person who started this problem, if you wanted to throw some vitriol her way, it's at CaddyBat. Said there are bits of this I agree with, but it's weird seeing this being turned into a fight about identity politics. Are you fucking kidding me, kid?
Okay, we'll get back to that in a split second. I am nearly finished. I swear to God, I'm nearly finished. We ended up doing that, and we came into the session after food, and basically it was light, it was all fun. And they told us, the lunchtime session, they said after lunch now we'll get down to a little bit of work, nothing too heavy. And again, the lunch spread was as big, if not bigger than breakfast.
I think I know where this is going.
Yep, and then we came into the training hall, all of us, you know, still kind of belching and, you know, waddling a little bit. And the Dublin master comes out with a big steel drum and slaps it in the middle of the room and then walks back up to the front. And then he goes, lads, that's going to be for your puke. And the whole room of 150 students was like, what the fuck is going on? And they got to the front, they said, now, last night, a certain student thought it was a good idea to encourage a binge eat. And 3 rows worth of black belts all looked over their shoulders straight at me. And I was like, oh, fuck me. Then it turned into an hour-long session of suicide drills, suicide sprints. fucking speed kicks, full-on plyometric exercises combined between kicking techniques and so on. Within 5 minutes there were people sprinting to that bin to purge. I had to swallow my fucking vomit back about 3 or 4 times in that session alone. And I got to the end, and I thought, thank God they're going to split the classes up now. They're like, all right, everybody, to the other room for your sparring groups. And I was walking off, they're like, no, Shabazz, you're with us. You're sparring with us today. And I was like, oh, no. And they teamed me up with this woman called Lindsay, who was smaller than me. You know, she was slight. And I was like, I didn't know who she was. And, you know, we started the free spar, and I wasn't being aggressive at all. And she said, Shabazz, if you don't hit me, I'm going to hit you. And, Deb, what resulted? No, I was just feeling reluctant, you know, because I just thought she was about half my size. I genuinely don't want to go too rough. And next thing I know, she threw a roundhouse kick so fast, so hard, that to this day my jaw clicks because of that. I blacked out on my feet, saw stars, and had to brace myself against the wall while everybody around me started bursting out laughing, because it turned out Lindsay was the female European champion. What resulted then can only be described as seeing a big lumbering beast trying to catch something that cannot be caught. I got one glancing hit on her during that entire session, which knocked her back off her feet, and she just jumped back up and said, that's more like it, you gotta be faster. And by the time it was over, I was on my knees heaving, and she said, Shabazz, you're a good lad, but have you learned your lesson? Yes, Miss Conway, I've learned my lesson. Are you going to do that? Are you going to do that again? No, Miss Conway.
Well, didn't you feel silly?
Now, like, years later, every time I see her at a tournament when I have to umpire or anything like that, she always smiles and has a chat, and I turn into that same kid remembering that every time.
Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
It's like, please, I don't need another lesson. And it's amazing to see. If there's anything I've noticed, you know, from all of us, everybody who's involved in Gamergate, Not Your Shield, I haven't met a single person within Gamergate, anybody who's capable of rational thought, who doesn't like a strong, thinking, independent woman. I mean, I don't see where this is coming from. Have you seen some of the Gamergate women? Have you seen them? If when they argue or when they get into a confrontation, everybody backs the fuck off.
I'd make some passing comments about Jenny Barrage, but considering my age, I'm not sure if I wouldn't go to jail for that.
Jenny's in her, what, mid-20s?
Something like that. But Shabazz, is that Lindsay Conway from Ireland?
Yes.
I'm looking at a video right now.
Are you watching one for spars, yeah?
Yeah, wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if he actually found a video of that right now?
Wow.
I don't know about you guys, but Jenny Barrage looks pretty cute, man. Just like.
Are we
she can
rating Jenny Barrage at this point?
You know,
she may be listening, guys.
Here is a pretty safe comment. Jenny Barrage can be a talking head in my Fallout any day.
These are like a bunch of schoolboys gathering up in the field, just trading gossip and everything. Jesus Christ!
It's like, what you think of Jenny? You think she's well fit, don't you? And it's like, oh God, lads, I fucking love you.
Okay, so nobody else is gonna say it. I'm gonna say it now. Based Mom is pretty bangable, okay?
Intelligence is
Listen, I have to agree.
Just a thing that hasn't been acknowledged at all, and it needs to be said. All right.
Yeah, if you got a thing for that type of woman, yeah. But.
Yeah, I mean, for her age, she's rocking it.
Yeah, considering her fucking age, it's like you.
Well, I mean, the thing is, she's too motherly for me.
Also, that's what some people go for. Not me myself, but.
Not motherly. No, of course not.
I'm sure if you get enough Harvey Wallbangers round her, she'll loosen up, so to speak.
Never forget.
Not to be too crass.
Remember when she asked what a furry was?
Not to be too crass. I think we've gone. We're at too crass at this point.
It's only been a year or something like that since her husband died.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I was talking about. Not to be too crass, but she is single now.
Oh God!
Hey, well, he has a point.
Yeah. Has anyone seen The Line? I remember it being here earlier, but it seemed I think we might have passed it.
I think we passed it.
Let's stop at the side of the road and ask directions and see if they can point us back.
When I brought up the air would blow up something is when we passed the line there.
Hello, yes, Farmer Giles. Have you seen the line? I think we might have missed it. I think we missed our turning.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dag nabbit. Yes.
There's always a Farmer Giles.
There was a line?
I don't listen. The group of people you're
There
talking
was.
about, lines don't exist.
The funny thing is, we're talking about lines, but in my experience, I've seen it's the women who have been in Gamergate who are some of the most forward, sexually positive, lewd fucks I've ever met in my fucking life.
Dirty.
I'm not even joking. It's like half the
that is the big divide between sex negative and sex positive. That is the source of a lot of the issue that's going on in that whole scene.
I mean, I ended up in a conversation with one girl just the other day over Skype, and within like 5 minutes she was telling me her masturbation patterns. Just very matter-of-factly.
What a gem.
Matter-of-factly. It wasn't even just kind of like, oh god, I'm going to make the third. Just the topic of sex came up.
What a gem. There's a keeper right there.
Well, I mean, at least she's just being blunt. She's just like, yeah, this is what I do.
And I was just nodding and going, you know what? Yeah, okay. It's just a thing. Let's talk about it.
Thank you for that erection.
Pretty much.
But I think it's good as well in a way. The kind of interactions we've all had, we've encountered so many different people and walks of life and modes of thinking. And yes, even if we do disagree and things can get heated, I would much rather surround myself with people who are willing to speak their mind and speak it honestly than a pack of sycophants.
In a dress.
Well, hey, let's face it, I'm a man of my word. I keep my promises. I said I'd wear a dress.
Change the fucking avatar. Change the fucking avatar.
It's a kilt. It's a kilt, not a dress. Come on now.
Oh,
no. I wore a French-made uniform at the GG in Birmingham meetup there last weekend.
Wait, hold on.
Did you not see this, Michael?
That was me.
I remember seeing some burly dude walking in a fucking maid. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude?
That was me.
And now you know what is wrong with this dude.
Yeah, speaking of lines, have we mentioned Michael's bucket habit yet?
Oh no, let's not.
Listen, Nick, listen, we've already been through this.
You're too much of a cheapskate to fix your shitter, so you're shitting bucket.
Listen, I'm just saying I'm going retro. Let's leave it at that, you know?
Yeah, you're going retro.
Yeah, he's got his Nintendo by the bucket.
Michael, going retro would be having an outhouse in the backyard. You've gone full third world, okay?
Well, listen.
You've gone 14th century, man. What, are you going to, get the plague just to feel a bit more old school?
You
just walk up to some poor West African dying of Ebola and be like, what do you have? I have Ebola. What do you have? Oh, you probably haven't heard of it. It's old school.
Well, they're commenting on the fact that I shit in a bucket currently, and
shit in a bucket.
Currently. Michael,
you've
been shitting in a bucket for half a year. It doesn't classify on
not
the current.
Half a year. It's been a month or so. Listen,
it's somewhere in between the two. Let's be honest. It's not quite a month or two. It's not quite half a year, but it's somewhere there in the middle.
It's going beyond recent.
It's completely.
Suffice to say, Michael, you don't get to say currently anymore. All right, it's no longer a transitional period.
It's
He's between toilets.
Yeah, I'm in transition.
He's in between a toilet and a bucket place, is what you're saying.
You're trans-shitting.
Trans-shitting, yes, I am.
Hashtag trans-shitting.
Listen, it's all sanitary.
No.
We'll be the judge of that.
It's the exact opposite.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call it sanitary if y'all were you.
I mean, unless the bucket's name is sanitary.
At any point where you're having to hose shit out of a bucket, the sanitary is gone.
No. I have a Walmart bag inside the bucket.
That's a tired.
Well, that makes it better. That makes it better, I suppose.
Yeah, it makes it better.
Where has the string gone to?
I'm busy. Can we not talk about this?
Well, I'm checking the map, and I'm absolutely convinced that we've gone way beyond the line now.
We're literally
I
talking
think
shit
we
right
need to
now.
turn back. Yeah.
I
think we should.
Yeah, we're talking shit right now.
I'm just going to wait until we get to a point where there's a T-junction in the road, and we're going to U-turn here.
All right, here's a topic. What have you all individually in the last 12 months? What lessons have you taken away? If you've learned anything, what has it been? What surprised you?
Don't lie to the internet. Although that's not a surprise, but I learned the lesson well. This happened.
Actually, my grandfather's old saying was reinforced. It went something along the lines of "Don't stick your dick in crazy."
Yeah, but it's really fun.
Jumping off a cliff for those 12 seconds.
I've learned that I really was ignoring far too much of the internet and need to pay attention to it a bit more. And I'm on here all the time.
It encouraged me to be more of a devil's advocate.
Yeah,
literally and figuratively.
Also, it actually kind of enlightened me to the notion that women that actually complain when you don't hit them with a closed fist are not the crazy ones.
Right. Because like, what is it? Like with all this thing that's going on, it's like I heard these conservatives always talk about the extreme left. I never seen the extreme left, so I thought they were just talking out their ass. But now I've come like face to face with this authoritarian streak that I haven't really come across before. It sort of changed my perspective on sort of just because I have a lack of experience and knowledge on the subject that I shouldn't really.
Also, notice the sudden silence that most people sort of befell, which kind of implies that in the last 12 months they learned absolutely fucking nothing.
Here's the thing, I'm just trying to sort of intellectualize it in a few words.
For me, to be more serious, really more than anything else, I haven't really had that much experience meeting people from trans community, for example, and I'd say that I've talking to Tara has been invaluable along that sort of thing. I'm sort of reiterating when I was giving thanks for on Gamergate, say something nice, is that and talking to Valerie as well and stuff like that, and just seeing their sort of point of view within this has sort of cemented a lot of things that I'd already thought. But it's nice to have my sort of what's the word? At least my guesstimates sort of. Cemented in a way, I suppose, is probably the best way to describe it.
It sort of solidified my views on a free and open market of expression and speech.
I think if I learned one thing...
Open marketplace of ideas that sort of reinforce the value that it actually has faced with eliminating.
I learned that Shin's more of a grammar Nazi than me. And I didn't know that was possible.
Habib, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say that if I learned one thing, it would be that sometimes your hobby is worth fighting for. Like before, when it was attacked by claiming it to be Satanist, like what happened to Pokemon in Saudi Arabia, I was just I can still have access to Pokemon, it's fine.
Iconically, D&D was...
Yeah, and then it became like, games are too violent, and I was like, the media's doing that fine for me, I don't really care. But now, when it became under attack from all sides, and it was only the gamers who were fighting for it in Gamergate and Not Your Shield, I was just like, maybe it's time that I stop being passive and actually get in and start fighting for it. And not only that, I thought to myself, like, I'm a nobody. Like, nobody knows me on Twitter, nobody knows me on social media, but I found this community that was more than accepting of this total stranger that they don't know anything of. They were like, hey, well, you're part of our little group now. Welcome aboard.
Well, are you any good at games? That's the thing,
Well,
Ah, well, get the fuck out.
Yeah, in most games, yes. I suck at fighting games.
Precisely how many Goomba and Koopa Troopas have you slaughtered over the course of your lifetime?
Is it over 9,000?
It's basically like the Walking Dead question, you know, it's like when you meet a survivor in the wilderness of game.
Not a single one.
How many Koopas have you killed? And why?
I'm pretty convinced of that I have my numbers right. Not a single one.
Wow.
Fuck you, console peasants. I was a ZX Spectrum kid.
Simon, you don't know what you're missing, man.
Matt,
The old
I had a
Mario
Commodore
games.
64. My Mario NES was actually put in Woolworths behind glass.
I feel like a child right now.
You are a child.
You probably are, because the first experience I had was on the Amiga, like at a friend's house.
Amiga!
Yeah.
Amiga,
I'm slightly
best.
younger than these three, so I just my first one was a NES. I didn't have
Amiga
anything.
was the ultimate. Amiga was the best.
My first console, my first gaming platform was the Nintendo Entertainment System, like Ray's. I was born. I was born about 10 months before before the NES came out here in the States.
Let's get real for a second. Can anything actually beat micromanaging 17 different pockets of 42 different soldiers while operating your machine like a punch card because you have the XCOM on like 12 diskettes?
Wow.
I don't want to imagine that.
What the fuck is that?
You kids do not appreciate the clicking sound that the diskette drive does. You just don't.
No, I remember the old floppy, 5.5-inch floppy drives. I remember those from school.
So you remember floppy disks, don't you? You still remember floppy disks, right?
I remember floppy disks when it was still floppy. Get on my level.
Yeah, 5.5-inch floppies.
I think the only disc like that Zoe's probably ever seen is a 3.14.
I have a USB floppy drive currently.
Let's not talk about what kind of floppy Zoe has seen or not, right? Patriarchy!
I mean, Shabazz. No, dude, Shabazz, you got to understand. You have to appreciate the raw power of a floppy that has the capacity of 1.2 megabytes.
1.44, bitch. 1.44.
Well,
yeah, the 3.5-inch or 1.5, or 1.44.
Some of us weren't the rich kids, okay?
I wasn't a rich kid either. It took me fucking ages to save up for that fucker.
Remember a 500 megabyte hard drive used to be configured?
Well, in Simon's defense, his gaming system had to be smuggled into the country, so...
Yeah, his had to be smuggled into the country in Warsaw.
Well,
I'd like to ask a quick question.
My first actual console was an Atari 2600, and I only had like 2 games for it, because Border Patrol was a bitch.
I'd just like to ask everybody...
Two games on.
Can I just interrupt the conversation and ask everybody, can everyone agree here that Google's new look sucks?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
Man, it looks like it could only way it could be any worse if it was in Comic Sans.
Another
filthy brown man.
Excuse me, we're getting reports from Chopper. In breaking news, the sky is still blue.
It's
The sky isn't really blue. It's just.
Shut up. It's blue.
Then fuck off. Just fuck off, okay?
It's really not though.
I'm conflicted.
We're not indulging that level of autism today. Thank you very much.
Why?
Violently molest your school.
Because you have a Doctor Who avatar. You're already full of autism.
Yeah, overrated.
This is true.
Oh god.
I don't bring it up often though.
Stop it.
He's come here to save us with his fancy screwdriver. Let him be.
You just like to imagine where everybody thinks they're talking to the doctor, and it pleases you in the loins.
With most things, I'm conflicted about the again.
Alright lads, I got a very serious question for you. This is very, very important. I'm about to...
very handsome in the dress.
Would you like some toast?
I should advertise the house a bit more. Let me just get some pimpage going on here. Yeah, if you guys want to pimp the channel, that's the YouTube link there. Spit it out there, kids.
Oh yeah, I was shilling that earlier on as well when you messaged me. I was gonna say I'm about to order some takeout food and I need some suggestions. What should I get?
Chinese.
Well, Robin, the only Skype group I can really share the link with, I don't think you'd want some of them watching, so...
Does it have to be halal food?
Oh wait, are they all like GG Revolt autists? Are they? Because a bunch of them accused me of being a fatball social justice warrior, and I was like, lol, okay. But
I want Bad Panda in here. We need the autism of Bad Panda.
I've taken you think, oh yeah, oh isn't that fun? Isn't that a novelty? Well, the novelty does wear off. I assure you.
I don't know what the dog's shouting at now. I'm gonna find out then.
Thank you for your input, dog.
But Shabazz, what are you ordering?
Well, the thing is, I'm stuck between right now either Indian, Chinese, or pizza.
Pizza. Now, eliminating Indian, it'd be between Chinese.
No. Go with Indian. I love Indian food.
Oh my god, takeout Indian is horrible.
Actually, here in Ireland, the guys are actually
quick question.
Italian Indian.
Which type of Indian?
You know which kind. Shut up.
Shut up.
You know it.
He's not going out for jerky and trail mix. Come on.
I don't know why. That's actually sounds.
Dude, just play it safe and get butter chicken curry, dude.
Oh yeah, they do the Morg Mukni, but like Zoe mentioned Chinese, and I haven't had a good prawn chow mein in some time.
Shabazz, you're in Ireland?
West of Ireland. I've been raised here for the last like 18 years.
Oh, right on.
I really don't like Chinese food, mostly because it's just a pile of veg with rice and a little bit of meat in it.
It depends on what you eat.
And that's heresy.
Come on.
Well, it depends on what kind of Chinese food you're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
and what about the was it sesame seeds?
The stereotypical compound.
Oh man, prawn Szechuan.
You're mostly talking about stir fry there, Simon.
You're not talking about King Prawn Szechuan, man. You don't bad talk about King Prawn Szechuan.
Dude, what time is it over there right now?
It is 25 to 8. In Ireland, it's 25 to 8. Or the UK, basically, as well.
25 to 8? No, man. I was about to say, if it's the afternoon, go give yourself some dim sum.
By the way, so how's that independence thing going on?
That was Scotland.
Yeah, let's count the ongoing thing against.
It's like, oh my...
Isn't
Ireland
Isn't Ireland still trying to, I don't know, keep their independence?
No, you're thinking of Northern Ireland, and they're pretty much autonomous at this point.
It was Scotland who had the referendum last year.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the referendum. I'm talking about all of the radical Catholic bombings they do in between
North Ireland
and their wives.
Well, yeah, the troubles have been over for a while, as we call them.
That old-fashioned.
That's what they called it. Yeah.
Didn't they call it the IRA or what is it?
No, that was the that's the organization.
That was one half of the perpetuation of the troubles.
Yeah.
The other one is what we call British government.
Yeah, the actual conflict is what they refer to as the troubles.
Right. I got you.
Yeah,
I was just trying to get. I was getting things over
the British like to understate matters somewhat. Yeah.
Right.
So you're saying I can now go there and not get shot?
No, you'll still get shot.
With the way that you address people, Simon. Yeah.
Fuck you! Get into fucking arm's length. I'm gonna shank the motherfucker.
I was just about to say, can I go to Poland and not get stabbed?
This exactly highlights what I was talking about. Thank you.
So it's A-okay to have ginger hair, to be a ginger wearing a rosary in Northern Ireland now?
Well, there are some neighbourhoods which I would still say that you should be a little careful to go to. But then again...
Hey, that's victim blaming. That's victim blaming. You stop that.
Victim blaming.
Yo, just because he was dressed a certain way, he deserved it, huh?
Yeah, taking precautions is victim blaming. Stop that. Like what? Women should defend themselves?
Well, no, I think it might be wise to teach Irish people not to bomb.
I'm not saying that.
I want that lesson taught.
I'm
I'd
not
like that
saying-
in school.
Do you know
I mean,
what? Robin? Just
Is it
that.
working on Arabs? I
Reading,
don't think so.
writing, arithmetic, and not how to make explosives.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
you get
they had to put
Robin, I'm not saying that all Irish are violent terrorists that need to be arrested.
Hashtag not all Irish.
But it's called a paddy wagon for a reason.
That's because mostly the cops were the ones driving it who were Irish, you numpty.
Also, a lot of Irish went in the back.
Oh, for soup, they sir.
Who would have thought it? Irish people in Ireland.
Well, no, I
blew
believe
my mind.
Staggering.
The whole paddy wagon. Yeah, it's the Irish cops in New York and stuff in America.
And stuff. By stuff, he means.
It's stuff. Yeah.
Stuff in
There were a
America,
lot.
man. That's what
See,
it's
there was
about.
there was this potato
Wise words.
famine thing that happened, so a bunch of Irish people decided to come to America, and well,
Sorry about that.
they weren't treated very well.
And the police would just helpfully come and collect all the drunks at the end of the night and throw them in the paddy wagon.
So yeah, they left Ireland to be treated pretty much the same way they were treated back home.
I don't know. They got fed. That helps.
Yeah, because it turns out that the British were also immigrating to America.
Well, as we all know, the potato came from America, so they were merely just
South
basically
America,
looking for more.
South America, thank you, Sir Rowley.
I did say America.
He is technically correct.
It-
The best
it-
kind.
Now
correct.
step back, bitch.
Hold on. And I was told off for being autistic for having a Doctor Who avatar.
Yeah, listen,
Well, that should
Mate,
That
you
statement
do
still
not
stands,
realize-
Mike.
You do not realize how much cringe in my soul is going on right now. 'Cause these
Michael,
motherfuckers are
Michael,
tripping.
Wait, I just want to wait. I want
My
to
balls are tingling. They're itching because of this autism. I'm sorry.
No, that's
Okay.
that's you repressing your own autism there, Mike. Okay?
No, I'm just saying.
Michael.
Don't give a fuck.
Michael, listen to me. Michael, I think it's
gonna
time
be
to
all
you
right.
go to your quiet place, chop up a few hookers, and come back when you're well, okay?
I just want to point out there's two continents that are partially named America. One is North America, and the other is South America.
Well, fuck
Robin, you may be technically right, but you were speaking in a general sense about two continents.
No, but actually, the potato occurs
There's also
everywhere.
Central America, so
the potato occurs all across the Americas, United States to southern Chile.
You're causing more wrinkles on my balls right
Okay, Michael, chill the tism. Chill the tism.
Out. Wrinkles on
Grace,
your...
Grace, I think this calls for a Bill and Ted intervention.
I'll be honest. If anyone was going to
If I had the power.
I expected Shabazz. But
Wow.
look, I mean, it's an attractive potato. I don't know what you call her.
By the way, are sweet potatoes actually sweet, or is it just a potato you prepare with?
It has a higher level of sugars in it, but it's not like
it's
sugar.
kind of sweet.
It's not super sweet, but it does have a nice little sweetness to it if you bake them or cook them properly.
You got to bring it out, you know.
That's extra heretical.
It's about ethics in sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
As long as you're not calling them yams, because that's a completely different plant.
Everybody has their triggers. My triggers are vegans. Because if you actually are going to tell me that you do not want to eat a succulent piece of deer steak that's been roasting for 14 hours in a smoker, then you, sir, are not well. You are a freak.
I would be fine.
No joking.
I would be fine with them if they.
No joking. Yesterday, in the Color Cabal chats on Twitter, they posted like a Vine compilation of gender fluid things, and it was about as fucking autistic as you would expect. And I was just
know the one you're talking
watching
about as well.
all 4 of those videos, and I'm just sitting, calmly eating. And about 3 hours in, one chick just goes like, "Oh, hate me because I'm a trans, whatever, gender fluid, furry." And at the end says, "And I'm also vegan." And that's the point where I literally said out loud, "Freak." That's that was the breaking point for me.
I wouldn't have too much of a problem.
I just unconsciously was eating, and then when she said vegan, I was like, I'm like, wow.
Well, you think that's fun, Simon? Try telling a vegetarian who says they don't want to eat they don't feel like eating anything that feels pain. Try telling them that plants do technically respond to being hurt, so therefore they do technically feel pain.
My fucking question would be, so like what? You're the imps from Ultima 7.
I wouldn't have so much of a problem with them if they weren't, in general, so fucking pompous about it. Like, there's an old saying well, not really old, but there's a saying I like about that. How do you know someone's vegan? Don't worry, they'll fucking tell you.
No, I got a better question. If you meet a vegan atheist feminist, what does she tell you first?
Oh my god.
What do you do?
She wouldn't tell me anything because I would run away.
Mike's autism is overloading. We're gonna break him.
The point is, about get a fucking pizza.
Well, either that or he's beating off.
I think it might be both. You know.
He's
Alright, I've ordered food. I've ordered a lamb biryani with 2 stuffed mince naan bread.
Sounds
I
lovely.
have no idea what.
Yeah, hey, does anybody remember this actually?
Biryani's, it's sort of like medium hot. It looks as if it's basically oily mud, but it's very nice.
But it's delicious.
Yes, it is.
If you want a taste of authentic Chinese cuisine, then go to a place that can serve you rat meat. Rat meat is actually
you on the rat meat again, man.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
No, this is not the first time he's gone on a rat meat tangent. Let's let him go.
It's not my fault, Ray's, that rat meat is more palatable to me than chicken, okay?
I used to run a Chinese restaurant. What are you talking about?
I think it is your fault. I honestly do. I think if anyone is to blame here, it is you.
I think roundabout we blame the Nazis, but that's
dry
just
and watery. Chicken meat is dry and fucking watery, while rat meat has a nice in-between texture.
Right, this is a contradiction in terms.
Like chicken, but just fat enough to satisfy you like
something that is watery cannot be dry at the same time. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that is a little.
Unless it's
watery because when you take it out of cooking, water just drips all out of it. But when you bite into the meat, it's actually dry inside.
No, that's because you're a terrible chef.
Robin, I want to
cook it right.
I want to ask, Robin, have you ever had a can of Campbell's chicken noodle soup?
No. I
have you ever cooked chicken properly so that it'd be juicy and moist?
And I
just got some fried chicken. I mean, like, goddamn, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. I know how to cook a chicken.
So
Maggie, do I know how to cook a chicken? Yes.
Oh,
that was her response. There you go.
I'm just languishing.
I'm telling you, my mother makes the most delicious cream curry chicken in existence. Straight up, just full cream curry chicken.
I'm just over here languishing at the sweet irony of being called by someone from a fucking nation that invented blood pudding that I am a terrible cook.
Well, actually, I don't think they.
Would you like some? Would you like a nice chip buddy with baked beans and sausage? It's lovely, isn't it?
That would I give you, but I don't think they invented blood pudding. I think that was already around.
Are you done, potato chef?
Potato chef. Oh.
That's
valid.
Right, this man is basically trying to offer us rat meat, and he's going to start bitching about black pudding. Jesus.
I'll be honest. I think I'll take a chip butty over a rat meat.
Yeah, it's like, what? Something made of fried potato and bread, or something that is made of
the fucking city sewers, you dipshits.
Oh yeah, that makes it better. Oh, good, they've only eaten it from somewhere that's not a sewer. Fan-fucking-tastic.
A good old country rat, so much better and cleaner.
And
I'm always cautious whenever I introduce people to like the Saudi cuisine, and they're like, should I give them like some camel meat?
What is the logical reason for you to say that rat meat from the countryside is more fucking ridden with disease and disgusting than a hunted deer, a poached deer?
It's called
it has the same smell
for the same reason that a pig is riskier to eat than a cow, because they have inherent bacteria in their body that can be harmful.
But you still fucking eat pig.
Which is why you don't do it properly. You gotta be careful with it. That's why there's culture.
That's when you go
Simon, bubonic plague wasn't just in the city.
Right, but that's why some cultures
You're supposed
within
to eat the rat,
their.
not the flea, you idiot.
I was going to say, to be fair, that was the fleas.
Yeah,
but
that's
also,
why some cultures were, even within their
Yes,
texts,
but the fleas got it off the rats.
were cautious about it.
It was spread from the rats to humans via the fleas.
Actually,
How the hell did we get here? What the fuck is going on right now?
Excuse me.
Welcome to the open house, my friend.
Let me say something.
Go for it.
Go on, Zoe.
The plague actually started on marmots, not rats. Fleas jumped
Right.
from rats.
But it was transferred to. It was brought to Europe by ships that had infected rats.
Look, there are rats in the United States who carry Yersinia pestis. All right.
Well,
We had someone die of it within the last year.
Well, I can't trust any animal.
In America is
No, Europe
Yeah, but I thought America had the best healthcare system in the world.
No, that's Canada, love. Canada.
That's nice, Race, but also every single food product in America has corn syrup in it. Let's just agree that America is not exactly leading by example in health food, okay?
Corn syrup, I love it.
Yeah, but that's
I don't know.
a different subject.
It's a give and take, you know. It's
I mean, I'm sorry that your countrysides are so fucking full of BTMs and fucking whatever the fuck else is breeding over there. My countryside is pretty clean.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no wild animals carrying any kind of contagious disease at all.
Well, of course there are. That's the inherent risk of poaching for meat. You're gonna hunt a deer, and you have a chance to get fucking rabies from it.
I think what Simon is saying that he wants to be liberated.
Gear up the freedom train. It's time to roll.
Gear up the freedom train.
Your name is Toby.
Wow.
Well, you know,
like we need to give Russia another reason to take over Poland again.
Yeah, seriously, let's just wait and let Putin take care of it.
Yeah, I mean,
why should we spend all that money?
I think we should meet like Russia like at the borders on each end and flip a coin and see.
Yeah, and then you can finally relive your fantasy of being Germany.
Someone's got to be Germany. Germany wouldn't want to do it anymore.
Nobody can be Germany.
I mean, after the Second World War, Germany's like, okay, guys, we're done. Your turn.
Yeah, but
after the Second World War, it's all been about Nazi guilt. So.
Yeah. I mean, they even annexed. Well, not annexed, but
where's Shrek when you need him?
They X'd out like the first sentence.
Or not. Well, there's 10
like
people
the first,
here, so there's
didn't they like X out the first? Like a lot of things that are associated with Nazis, they're not actually. They're originally not necessarily.
It's because a lot of them were. I know where you're going. They were co-opted by the Nazis and used as why.
Like the music, some of the symbology.
The salute.
The swastika.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got a neighbor here, like a Hindu neighbor that has the swastika on his door.
When I was in high school, there was a girl from Mongolia who actually had it carved into her arm.
Yeah. There's because like
numbers.
That's because it was an ancient. It's a symbol that's supposed to be for good luck. In Japan, it's known as the monkey.
The German national anthem is the first line of it is like erased. Like they don't say the first part of it.
Well, what do you mean? We need more context. I mean,
I think it's the national anthem or the old one.
Blank Liberalis?
I think the first part of it they stopped doing it. I think.
Well, why? I mean, we need more context, Mike.
Maybe the first word was Adolf.
Yeah, if it was glory to our Reich or something like that, I think I get it. But
Gas the kite, glory to the right.
I don't think that's what it was. I might have it twisted, but I think it's.
Yeah, we need context where we can make it.
It was just it's like a bit that I was hearing.
Once again, if Shrek was here, but yeah.
Yeah, the first part of it, I'm just looking at the wiki here. It says Germany, Germany above all things, above everything in the world. And that's the part that we don't see anymore.
I guess I could consider that nationalism.
Yeah. But at the same time,
hold on. In this historical pamphlet, there's a blank space between 1939 and 1945. Everyone was on vacation.
There was a party. Lunch was served.
Yeah, unfortunately some people didn't make it out of the party, but that's fine, it was their own fault.
I will not hear any more of these insinuations about the German people!
That was one of the best episodes back then.
My father was a conductor in Auschwitz. No, he ran the kiddie carousel. Oh, come on, it's a big town. There were other things there.
a lot of German history and heritage is actually just overshadowed by that brief instance of what the fuck.
Well, yeah, that's what we've been told. Like 90%. Well, no, 90 would be an exaggeration, but a ton of what they learn in school is, World War II, Nazis and shit.
Like that one segment where
that's probably for the best.
Well, there comes to a point, where if you beat someone over the head with something enough, they're gonna.
Well, it was an economic situation.
Well, it seemed to work when they were blaming the Jews for everything.
Yeah,
so maybe.
Is that a there's no bad tactics, only bad targets argument?
In this particular case, I'd rather than be bludgeoned over the head with the fact that their government went to war over that sort of thing.
Well,
than
this
other.
goes back to teaching men not to rape. I'm like, it's one of those things that
teach Germans not to dominate.
Right? Teach Germans not to dominate.
If we're gonna go with things Germany should learn is to not poop at each other's mouths. Okay, that's step one.
That is not something that they're ever gonna learn.
Yeah, I was recently listening to an Opie.
Or that I want to teach.
Opie and Anthony radio show, and they played a clip of some German dude fucking a chicken for a woman that was just watching it for pleasure.
I heard German guy, and then I heard chicken, and then woman's pleasure, and I'm not quite sure that I want to rehear this.
I'm not sure the rest of that is better or worse.
Yeah, at the moment I'm happy with the ambiguity.
Was the chicken? The chicken sounded like it was crying. It was
the chicken. You see, now I'm beginning to understand this a little bit more, and I don't want to.
Guten Tag, children. Welcome to your first grade lesson. Today, our period will be history.
We have now circumvented the globe and missed the line again.
Here's something you never expect to see on Wikipedia.
Within the next 5 minutes, you will learn why you are scum and so were your grandparents.
A swastika composed of Hebrew letters as a mystical symbol from the Jewish Kabbalistic work Parashat Eliezer.
Oh, I thought you were going to say unbiased facts.
Right.
Well, considering the kind of people that actually think they run Wikipedia now, I wouldn't put it past them to leave the swastika page untouched. Okay.
Well, I mean,
ignoring the entire fact that the swastika was the symbol of the circle of life and stuff.
Yeah, it was originally a symbol of good fortune and stuff. And
in a way, it sort of was for a while.
An Austrian man had to ruin that.
Well, the thing is, the history is going to repeat itself soon. The flag of ISIS is pretty much the banner of Islam, and they just co-opted it. So now anyone who's flying the pretty much a symbol of Islam is going to be called a terrorist because those guys just co-opted the whole thing.
Well, Islam.
It doesn't help that they call themselves.
That's a pretty damning indictment of Islam.
But as long as they're calling themselves the Islamic State, which state being used in the sense of a nation, I'm pretty
Same
sure
argument could be
that
made for
kinda
Nazis. I don't think that's fair. There are plenty of German people that were not part of the Socialist Party.
By the way, the swastika is the symbol, is the crest of a Japanese family too.
Yeah, it's in the Wikipedia article that I linked in the side chat.
Hachisuka, which is totally not funny. That suka means bitch in Polish.
Oh gosh.
Woo!
So,
On a roll.
So what does kurwa mean then? I thought that was bitch.
A literal translation or the currently used meaning?
Both.
Curve. Have you ever noticed how curve kind of pronounced the same way as kurva?
Coincidence? I think not.
It's probably because it's derived from the same Latin word.
So, oh right, okay. Magda's explaining it to me. But carry on, Simon.
Yeah,
for the audience's sake.
the more in depth story, well, at least as I heard it, is because it was actually considered unparlorly to call a wench by noblemen. So instead, they tried to say that she's bent, like she's a bit bent, like it was like an inside joke, and then it became vulgar.
Well, this is nice.
It was the parlor way of calling a hooker a hooker.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier. Very few things originate with a negative term. They develop a negative connotation through use.
Yeah, they were. It was basically our working girl. Is what I'm saying.
Well, this is nice. From 1918 to 1945, the Finnish Air Force actually used a swastika for their insignia.
even during World War I, there were medals that had the swastika on it.
We're exploring social justice through the lens of the swastika today, folks.
I think it'd be quicker to call them the Fourth Reich. I mean, at this point.
These days, people prefer Nazis over Muslims anyway.
Hey, we even had our own.
I don't think we've really had a vote on this.
I mean, they are white. So.
Well, at least the Germans dress better. I'm just saying.
They did have snappy uniforms.
Well, it's Hugo Boss, isn't it?
Yeah, Hugo Boss.
I've still made it an added promise that this time I'm going to dress like that.
Yeah, I really find that annoying. Like, one of the best looking military uniforms in history, which is the SS uniform. No, you can't touch it anymore.
The skulls and everything, it looks so badass. It's like that was actually worn.
And you know what? I bet you they know all the shortcuts.
I was watching an interview with Idiazard when he was casted in Valkyrie. And he freaking loved the uniform, and he was just like asking about it for like more than 5 minutes. He's like, "Yeah, this uniform is just so badass."
But it's got such a negative connotation now.
I don't like the helmets. But,
no, we're talking about
they actually look a lot like the military helmets for the US troops, to be honest.
I now have a question for the more British-acquainted folk here.
Fuck off.
There's your answer. That usually works.
Have you seen our caps recently? The badges on our caps. Have you looked at them?
I don't know what you mean.
They got skulls on them. Have you noticed that there's tiny pictures of skulls embroidered on our caps?
Oh, are you talking about military uniform?
Hans, are we the bad guys?
Yeah, you got skulls on your stuff now. Of course.
Hold on, didn't the Polish?
The British don't know about Michael and Webb.
Yeah, they're not that funny.
Thank you.
They're not that funny.
If you're going to give a shit, at least pronounce the name Mitchell properly. Jesus.
Didn't the Polish actually do their own little extermination of their own little...
if you mean, is that where Auschwitz was, then yeah, I don't know about the Polish actually trying to genocide anyone.
Yeah, I think they weren't so much responsible for it merely housing it.
If you can imagine, there wasn't exactly many opening, management positions in those kind of places.
Yeah, those positions
They
were
were
already
already
filled.
They kind of brought the management over from the country of origin. They're you know what's it called, synergizing.
Germany did outsourcing first.
Yeah,
that's what you're looking for.
Efficiency, mind.
Good news for the forced laborers in Auschwitz today. The camp management has decided to give them a staggering 20% raise. They now get 20% more now.
It's all fun and games until a failed artist from Austria tries to take over the world.
Who is also vegetarian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he only had one testicle.
All that.
You mean you called it? What, were you there at the time and went, this guy's a vegetarian, we're in trouble?
Like, looked at the body.
Okay, I'll admit, he did good background. He did good backgrounds, but he was terrible at painting people.
And perspective.
Good eye for colour, though.
Yeah, this will be... Yes, I think we have found our headline quote for tonight. Hitler had no perspective.
Oh my god.
It's paraphrasing, but I'll allow it.
But he knew what
he had a flawed sense of perspective.
Are we still on the tangent?
On
the tangent? Yeah.
Can you be more specific? Which tangent in particular were you referring to?
Well, we missed the road, we missed the globe, we're now sailing into space.
It depends on how long you were gone, because there's been a few.
The tangent is generally based upon some sort of direction in the first place. I don't know I can really sort of prescribe to that at the moment.
It's sort of like...
I don't know, I heard you had one direction.
It's sort of like branches of a bush that go out from the center.
I prefer to call it no direction.
I know, but I made a dad pun and I'm out now, that's it.
Go.
Stop.
Done.
Stop that. You're a bad person.
People have been killed for less.
This is true. Oh shit, and I am Jewish as well. Right,
Wait, what?
Oh shit.
Well,
yeah,
that's not the only one.
It's fine. It's fine. The Austrian dude I was talking about before, he's 1/8 Jewish, so don't worry.
See, this is it. Fine.
It's not okay because he's a fucking Jew.
Only technically, right? But I do like bringing it up occasionally, and they talking to the aggros.
Why did you kill baby Jesus?
Wait, was your mom a Jew?
Yes.
Then you're a Jew. It's not technically.
Yeah, no, it is because of course I've not had my dick chopped, so I don't think it counts.
You're
I've not got a mutilated penis, so I'm alright.
Compared to, I guess
that just means you haven't kept your covenant with God, sir. You're still a Jew.
Yeah, you're unfaithful.
I'm a terrible Jew.
You're an unfaithful.
God, stop being such a Jew about it.
I know, right?
It's not bad.
Sorry, I'll pay you precisely 1 shekel. Shit, half a shekel. Half a shekel is what you get.
There was this guy I used to play WoW with. I know, don't judge me. His name was His name was Hebrew-Cleese, and he would say that instead of teabagging people, he would say, "I'm forcibly giving them a circumcision because they're going to keep their covenant with God whether they like to or not."
So judging, right? So judging.
Yeah, penis.
And so apparently,
Michael.
I was worse than the Jews. So now we know. But at least you've got more subscribers, you know.
This is true. This is true. It's all worth it.
I got out of it years ago, though. I managed to escape.
I did nothing wrong.
Yeah, there is something wrong.
But you're a terrible artist. I mean, really.
But what did you dress in a maid's
Nice one.
Why did I dress up as a French maid? Basically, months and months ago, it was actually an April Fool's Day, but that was
12 months, I believe.
No, it was on April 1st.
Yeah.
It was on April 1st that I made the promise, and it was just a coincidence that it was on Fool's Day. I said that if Gamergate continued for 1 year, that I will dress up in a maid's outfit and make it my Twitter avatar for all time. And we did go on for years.
All time.
For all time. I am going to keep that as my Twitter picture because I made a promise, and I am a man of my word. You got a
guy in a suit. This one.
Yeah, because it's on Twitter. Everywhere else, I can make whatever picture I want. But
see how he caveated that, yeah.
Sometimes he's got to look business, but sometimes he wants to look like a pretty girl. I mean, who are you to judge?
See, I am an honorable.
It's like I can imagine, like he becomes somebody in the public eye, and they're like researching his ass, and they're just like this motherfucker.
Why is because I said a stupid thing on the internet. That's why.
And I keep my promises. I am a Muslim man of honor, and if that means cross-dressing, it will happen.
I'm sure all your Muslim friends look at that Twitter avatar and think, there is an honourable gent.
You know, the funny thing is, all those Muslims probably look at it and go, and he still gets more ass than I do.
And that's why they're really mad.
But that's why they're waiting until marriage, surely.
That's why they're so mad.
Why they're mad?
It's like I've told a couple of
yeah,
women.
the Jews are angry because you just didn't finish the job.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's that saying, don't have to play or hate the game.
I mean that's the equivalent of getting raped by someone and then suddenly realizing your rapist's penis gone soft. Just not cool.
How often have you been raped by a man?
I am not
touching
any of that with a 10-foot pole.
No, I need to know now. How many Finnish men have raped you and gone soft during? I want.
I must state that must be very embarrassing, isn't it? Really, you've gone to all that trouble, you've picked the right nurse, you've managed to get next to the best dark alleyway, and you kind of go, no, wait a minute, oh.
And then he just starts crying, and you're putting your arm around his shoulder, going, "It's
never
okay."
happened to me before. It's like it's all right. It's not you, it's me.
Yeah, it's just
you say to him, "Look, try again."
You can just see the picturesque scene, like straight from Sin City. You just see the shades kind of ruffling about. There's a brief screaming, and then suddenly silence.
I mean, personally, how bad would she feel?
Guy going, oh bother.
I'm thinking about her though. She must feel really embarrassed at that point. She must be going, Jesus Christ, you picked me out of you didn't just pick me out of a hat, mate.
Yeah, is it disappointing? So would it be disappointing if your rapist just lost interest in you because you're so fucking boring?
Oh God.
This topic is cancer. This topic is
What about if you're a rapist and the guy's got a tiny dick? How does that work?
This isn't the worst.
Do you just stop and go, no thank you?
Carry on.
I know, I can imagine, but...
it's just damn, not even my rapist wants to get off to me, goddamn.
Yeah.
If you've got a micro penis.
The opinions of Michael Palmer do not necessarily reflect the views of the open.
I've thought of some weird things before. Has it ever happened that one paedophile tries to meet up with what he thinks is a child, and it turns out they're both pedophiles? So they just have a laugh when they meet up, and they're going, "Oh, well, this is awkward."
Oh, you. Yeah.
You too, huh? Oh.
Or
nobody understands me.
It's like they meet up and then one guy, they're having a laugh, having a bit of tea, and then one guy's like, "Hey, you know what's funny? Last night I raped an 8-year-old," and then the Seinfeld music kicks in.
I wonder if Chris Hansen ever had two guys end up showing up at the same time.
Oh, they did. They did.
Oh,
yeah.
There was 5 at one point. Got to take a seat there. You just take the couch. You take the chair. You just go sit in the kitchen a minute. Jesus, it's right. Just everyone sitting there. Just go in the garden.
Well, seeing as we're here, should we bring in a bit of John Wayne Gacy just to keep it going?
No.
We've gone to rape. Now we're into paedophilia. We might as well go into murder too.
I wondered if that's too vanilla.
Maybe we could do a little remix and have that.
But I thought we already talked about murder. I mean, Palmer's already.
You know what actually surprises me about To Catch a Predator? That actually none of the pedophiles actually started appearing armed to these things. It's like, it's on the TV. You gotta take precautions, mate.
Yeah, but to be fair, would you turn up with a gun to rape a small child? Because that just looks worse.
That looks worse.
Yeah. I'm already going to child. Is a gun gonna make it look that bad?
No, but it's that much worse. What's going to happen? But here's an AR-15 just in case some shit went down.
No, it's like pack a fucking Colts in your pockets in case you see fucking Hansen.
Listen,
in case you see Chris Hansen pull Glock out of your pants. That's
if
the.
they fall for that Dateline shit, then obviously there's something fucking wrong with them to begin with. So why would they actually bring something to defend themselves with?
Fall for the Dateline shit. They're already basically trying to accost a small child. I think they've hit wrong with them already. Never mind the fact that they're not thinking to themselves.
These are like rational actors.
Yeah.
Like,
hang on a second. Yeah. How is this 8-year-old able to afford a motel room? You know.
But there again, it was 10 years ago, so it's okay.
Yeah. You know,
I'm gonna go with borrowing mommy or daddy's credit card.
You know what? But South Park sort of hit the nail on the head for me. It's like, why didn't the actual pedophiles think of that? It's like, your life is already ruined. You're gonna go to jail for being a pedophile. You're gonna be the bottom bitch of every fucking big bug about Tyrone Johnson over there.
Well, if you survive the beating they give you when they find out you're a pedo.
Yeah, and after raping your ass several times. The aforementioned Big Bubba Johnson Tyrone.
Big Bubba Johnson Tyrone with Jamal Jefferson.
So I really want to meet that guy. I want to meet him at a dinner party where he's introduced at the door.
He's lovely and he wears a fantastic suit.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic dinner guest. Just don't bring up the raping of paedophiles.
Why? An absolutely delightful Japanese conversation, I must say.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like so, Bubba, are you like
so many stories?
If you see Chris Hansen, you already know that you're gonna be intimately meeting and having conversations with Big Bubba Johnson Tyrone. So at that point,
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Big Bubba Johnson Tyrone.
Why wouldn't you just bring to shoot Chris Hansen or just shoot yourself and be all like, try to put this on Dayline TV, bitch?
Or just shoot Chris Hansen in the face.
Did anybody see the parody that they made in Boondocks?
Like the guy
using fucking the Booty Warrior.
Yeah, it's like he comes out. Why don't you have a cookie and have a seat? Why don't you have a 9 mil, Chris? Boom.
Yeah. He just took a 45 to the face.
It reminds me of this one joke I was reading, where he said, "I like my girls like I like my wine 12 years old in a cellar."
Oh my god, that's so dark.
That's what she said.
I've got to AFK quick. I've got to AFK quick. You take care, have fun, and don't forget about the Bob Ross parody character for Boondocks, because that guy was messed up in the head.
Okay.
I'm a warrior.
That was my shit. I got my "that's what she said" joke out of the week. I like that one. That's my bet. That's me ribs.
All of you are bad people.
Yes.
My side just.
Yes. Listen.
So were you not there?
Listen to the 20-year-old from Tumblr.
Yeah. So hold on, Zoe.
At least we know it.
Zoe, were you not there when me and Rob were trying to explain how we'd use a baby as a condom? Were you not there earlier?
Oh my god, this channel only just opened.
Wait. A baby what? Baby what? Baby squirrel what? A baby what?
Well, baby seals would actually kind of fit. They're already
preferably, like, they're trying to understand, like,
what feels better on the skin. That's what we got to find out.
What like, using a human baby? Yeah, a human baby. How would you actually try to properly use it as a condom? And we went through like a few explanations.
They have charts on this, people.
Listen, it's the same way with how we figured out how babies work. You know,
they also posted all of this on FF Shrine.
10 years ago, yeah. So it's okay. 10 years have passed.
Yeah, after 10 years, you know, all's forgiven, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, after 10 years, it's okay, yeah.
Yeah, after Tyrone just comes up and like, look, I raped those paedophiles, but it was a decade ago. Okay. Fine now.
I changed my ways.
Yeah, I've changed my ways. Why are you winding up that paedophile in the corner, Bob?
Spares.
Yeah.
Just never thought to throw it away.
On a more serious note relating to partaking to the topic, I think pedophiles should be treated, not fucking castrated and crucified. And I'm talking here about pedophiles, not child molesters.
Okay.
Well, hold on. So you're saying the people that have these urges should be psychologically treated?
They're sick.
Right.
Here's the question. It's
like like
how would you
if somebody tells you they have cancer.
Right. Simon,
Sorry.
how would somebody be, say, caught for being a paedophile, for example?
Well, other than volunteering,
Look, you don't have to be caught on these issues. I mean, didn't Shrek tell us that he actually knew a guy that voluntarily registered himself?
Okay, now that is one thing. That is one thing. I personally do not consider them. I can't really put them in the paedophile line. I would say that somebody who has a
if they fancy prepubescent children, they're pedophiles. Robin, there's no going around that.
Well, I personally think that line in that particular bit of sentence.
So what are we going to use for the word of for people that are attracted to prepubescent children that don't molest?
The sexual orientation is children.
I would call it a sexual dysphoria, if anything.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a
sexual dysfunction.
It's a sexual anomaly, but then, Robin, what do we call
sexual dysfunction is a completely different thing.
Robin, then what do we call people that have a fancy for prepubescent children, but they don't, abuse children? They don't fucking molest them.
Well, can I just point out, we do have the word
pedophile. I already thought we were golden with pedophile
okay,
and child
Simon, I know people that call themselves audiophiles. Do you know what they do?
They don't fuck music.
No, they don't. But what they do is they make a large collection of sounds that they like.
Same with bibliophile.
Yeah. These are.
It's an appreciation. It's a collection appreciation of the subject.
Now, you're average. This is the thing where the label paedophile kicks in for me. This is somebody who actually starts to make a collection of these sorts of things.
What about drawn porn? How does that factor in?
Drawn porn.
Yeah. That shit they have.
Are you talking lolicon and things like that now?
Yeah,
See, now this is certainly in the shade of grey as far as I'm concerned.
Would you say?
Why is it in a? Here's my question. Why is it in a shade of grey? A, it's an outlet for people that are sick in the head, for them to control their urges instead of bottling up and for them to booze out at one point at a time. Two, nobody's getting abused. You don't actually have to.
This is where I'm sort of in agreement. You see, is because for example, with lolicon, for example, compared to say CP, the difference is that there hasn't actually been a child photographed.
Well, one's fictional, one's not.
In other words, a child being exploited here. This is the difference.
Right, but at the same time, I understand why people have a really negative reaction, because nobody's going to outwardly say that anything other than these motherfuckers need to be fucked up.
Now, the thing is, the problem you've got, right, these arguments about it being orientation and dealing with it through therapy and things like that are dangerously close to the ones that they had for homosexuality. Right?
Well, what are these people supposed to do then? Keel over and hang themselves?
Well, this is the difference. This is the difference when you're talking about somebody who is homosexual, for example, compared to somebody who is sexually attracted to kids. One of those involves two consenting adults. One of them does not.
Yeah, that's nobody's debating that, Robin.
Yeah.
The point here is,
look, when I say pedophiles are supposed to be treated, they should be taken into therapy to be taught to keep their urges under wraps, to find outlets for them, so they don't snap and actually hurt someone. Not that they're supposed to change their orientation.
Okay, the problem
for you can't change it with current psychological and medical tools at hand.
Okay, so here's the thing. The problem with that is that reasonable people will see that and go, yes, that's a perfectly sensible argument. However, the unreasonable people in the Tumblr-arenas and things will take that and use it to further the fact that paedophilia is a legitimate sexual orientation. And the problem with that is that will then legitimize the whole thing and go, oh, well it's okay, he's a paedophile, so maybe we should just leave him near the kids. No, that's not...
At the same time...
You're slippery sloping on that one, I would say, mate.
It's one of those things that you can't allow a discussion to be shut down because somebody might misconstrue
if you want to get into semantics, then pedophilia is a legit sexual orientation, as in they are attracted to kids and it's just something that happens. It's fucking immoral and shouldn't be allowed. But it's something that is.
The problem is, like I said, when you're not speaking to reasonable people, and sadly, unreasonable people make up a lot more of the population.
Alright lads, my food just arrived. I am going to gorge myself. And thanks for having me on, and I'll chat with you.
No worries, mate. We'll see you soon.
Come back soon.
Oh, absolutely. Follow me up on Twitter there anyway, lads. Always a pleasure. And I'll probably drop back in after I finish, making a fat arse of myself.
Fair play, mate. We'll still be here. No, you bring up a good point there, Mike. It's just at the end, you cannot not treat it as a sexual preference. You can't not do that. That's the problem.
The thing is that when I'm looking at this from a reasonable perspective, yes, therapy is a good plan because you need to have people controlling their urges, etc.
But you're not going to be able to pray away the pedo here.
No, precisely. So there are very limited options at this point with what we can do medically and therapeutically.
Right, but it's one of those things that shall we allow unreasonable people dictate a rational conversation?
Absolutely not. But I feel it's important to make the point that there will be unreasonable people that will try and push to a slippery slope. However, we've got to avoid that.
Right, but this is where cooler heads prevail. Where we don't try to make ourselves about as understandable as possible.
Finding the correct thing gives you the authority to tell unreasonable people to shut the fuck up. They don't know what they're talking about.
Right,
and
because
the idea of saying that it is a sexual preference isn't necessarily, it is. However, that does not necessarily mean that it is, as far as society is concerned, able to be exercised.
Right.
Being attracted to animals is never going to get acceptable. These are things that once again, this is why when people say this about
Germany. I don't know. I'm pretty sure some people are trying to legitimize bestiality.
Well, they're trying to, yes, but they're this is the thing. People are saying this about homosexuals beforehand. Yeah, if you allow this, then you allow paedophiles, and that is not true because there is a difference, and it's the two consenting adults thing.
Yes.
It's like fighting. It takes two consenting adults.
Yes.
Anything else is rape.
Yep.
Well, it's surprise sex, I think that's, or a struggle snuggle, I think we call it now.
Yeah, struggle snuggle. Well, because some people, it's still it's sort of a preemptive consent to where you're allowing them to surprise you
Would you she did say yes, but the question was, would you like me to stop?
The question was, would you like a cup of tea?
Right. It's one of those things that it really does frustrate me when people it's understandable to keep in mind that there are going to be unreasonable, emotionally charged people that are going to take irrational conversation and destroy it as much as they can with overgeneralizations and slippery slopes. But we shouldn't allow them to do that. We should consistently fight back with...
or at least for fear of them doing that, not continue the conversation.
Right. And ultimately that allows them to perpetuate their unreasonable assertion.
Well, this is the thing.
There always needs to be an opposing voice.
At this point, I don't think there are any reasonable solutions to quell these urges other than cutting them out completely through something.
What, lobotomy?
I think chemical castration, which will remove the sexual urge, but
the Daleks are
doctor, you gotta problem with your mic.
You got a Dalek stuck in your microphone.
Doctor Who. God damn it.
You got a problem with the doctor?
Sorry, I was chasing the dog.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's like, I mean, I know this is gonna probably raise eyebrows, but
the chat's already.
Yeah, because you've been keeping the conversation at low eyebrow level all the way
but,
through.
Because of the comparison I'm about to make, but in a society that counts, like, you know, people that had the misfortune to be born with such a heinous sexuality, that clamps down on them mercilessly, does not particularly have the higher ground to criticize Islamic countries that hang gays for their sexuality.
Well, like I said, this isn't about the actual sexuality. You see, if it was somebody being homosexual, yeah, and another person who is homosexual, these are two consenting adults that agree upon this sort of thing. The moment you bring in,
at the same time.
Yeah, it's child abuse right there.
I think what Simon's trying to Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand is that what you're saying is we can't really say that we treat those that are having issues or problems to treat them in a rational way. We can't really say that we have a higher ground if we can't come at things in a more rational way instead of making them social pariahs.
Exactly. What actually helps people with other run-of-the-mill psychological disorders, like, I don't know, schizophrenia, I don't know, talking to a doctor, taking comfort with your friends, your family, depending on people. What the fuck is a pedophile supposed to be? As soon as he tells anybody, he's fucking excommunicated, persona non grata in everywhere ever.
Yeah.
It's when these people actually become social pariahs and actually go insane from fucking loneliness and being tortured by their own demons is when they go out into the street and become heinous.
Where they metaphorically blow themselves up.
It's when the lid finally keels over.
Right.
The boiling point has been reached.
It's one of those things that it's the same thing. The same way I look at the rest of mental health and the rest of our prison systems, which they need to be reformed to treat people as humans and not cattle.
Considering from the deadpan silence and constant mention of spaghetti, I'm assuming the chat does not approve of this line of reasoning.
Well, no, I think
I'm eating.
They've been listening intently.
Yeah, shall we actually wheel out the crosses? Shall the naming begin?
Well, I think it's a very sensitive subject, but it's something that does. It's an interesting discussion.
So basically, you're saying we should somewhat accept it enough to try and treat it, but not accept it as an actual legitimate.
Right. Obviously, it's not something that is viable in a healthy society.
You know what? Strictly speaking, I'm not qualified to determine whether it is natural or not, because there are, you know, just like homosexuality, there are animals in the animal kingdom that actually fuck little animals.
Even
I'm not.
Yeah, but this is they call it the argument from natural fallacy, isn't it? Really, there's also animals that eat other animals.
Let's not focus on the fact whether it's natural or not, because it could be natural. It doesn't change the fact it's fucking atrocious.
Yeah, regardless, it needs to be treated. Because it's obviously a recurring problem that's not going to be solved by death.
Fathers eat their own children in some cases in the animal kingdom. I don't think it's necessary to sort of like emulate this.
Technically, it's not their own children. They're just eliminating the genes of the past alpha male.
Not necessarily. They're just basically, you know, they're fucking animals. They don't give a shit half the time. Ooh, food.
Hey, Robin.
Yeah, I think the chat wants us to talk about more Not Your Shield related topics. Well, let's get real here, folks. You came into an open house about Not Your Shield where the majority of people are white males. What the fuck did you people expect?
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. We got an Arab here.
Hey, I'm not 100% white, but I am mostly white.
See, this is a Not Your Shield stream because we've got everybody assuming that we're all white males. Hey!
Yeah, right. I think the important thing here...
We know
you're right, this is serious. Skin colour, your melanin count does not determine whether or not you are a minority, and I feel that's important here.
Well, I live in a country where 98% of the country is Polish, so I'm not a minority. But
I'd like to reiterate
on a
something here.
technicality, it does make you.
I'd like to reiterate something
I
here.
would be a minority if I lived in America, but I don't.
Well, precisely.
Yeah,
but I don't.
Can anyone here sort of like give an identity of what Not Your Shield is?
A banner under which ethnic and cultural minorities gather to collectively tell Tumblr to fuck off.
Kind of. I think it was everyone that isn't a straight white male.
Well, yeah. Well, it was initially started to show that there are people. That,
we
that
could always ask. We could always try and ask the guy who started the hashtag to come in here.
Yeah.
Well, I actually put my own description on here, which is a larger debate about authoritarians using the people as their mandate without actually asking said people what they think.
Well, yeah, it's the name of the hashtag, Not Your Shield. People not being used as a shield.
I speak for this group of people. I speak for that group of people.
To cover up heinous ideologies by using actual social issues and covering up what they're actually fucking talking about.
Annoyingly, it's actually also a saying in Poland. It goes along the line of, if somebody claims to speak for everyone, ask them for a written permission from everyone.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
and I believe that I am part of everyone. So I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I'm certainly going to speak for myself. I have had. And why is what's happened, Brandon, your phone's vibrating.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Let's mute it for now, shall we? There we go.
Yeah, you beat me to it.
So, for me, more than anything else, I mean, Logic, if you want to talk to him about that and everything like that, because he put me straight on this one, the whole white male straight thing is really erroneous, because you've also got to remember is that radfems want to take over the white straight men as well. They think they're fighting for us as well. We're apparently very much fucked over by the patriarchy too. I'm getting to the point where we're sitting there. Who is the patriarchy at this point?
It's me. It's all me.
The Martians.
I knew it.
Literally me. I with the time travel, the whole thing, just me on my own.
And you're looking at me with that face as well. I believe you.
Yeah. Well, he is the doctor.
You know what? I just imagined like a Christmas special where Doctor Who just goes back in time and plants evidence of the patriarchy everywhere.
Yeah.
That'd be a blast.
Otherwise known as a collective fucking delusion. But okay.
Yeah, it's like to present to you, my assistant, how history is crucial. Let's go back in time and fuck it up a bit, and then they come back to 2015.
It's a conspiracy
there's
theory.
A bunch of raving rabid feminists, and it's like
it's a conspiracy theory.
Oil, you will need it.
It is. You can't say anything else about it, but it is a conspiracy theory. Really, I cannot see it as anything else.
I'm with the opinion there are two types of people that see their enemies everywhere, and that is conspiracy theorists and the bad guys, right? And I think feminists need to pick which one of those two they are, because no one else sees their enemy in absolutely everything. They just don't.
Well, it's kind of funny to me because in the Middle East here, especially like in the Gulf area, there is like a prevalent sort of conspiracy theory that everything is just this Zionist fault. Like you have a bad morning, like it's Zionists. It's real.
Yeah,
I thought you said. I thought I misheard you. I thought you said Diana. I was thinking, what, the princess? What?
No. The
What the
Zionists.
fuck happened there?
Yeah, the last thing that went through her mind was a column.
Zionist occupied government. It's all them.
Yeah, it's the media. It's video games. It's Pokemon.
It's the Harry Potters teaching young
Yes.
Actually, if you don't know this, by the way, Mike, there was actually reporters there who peered in through the window and says, "Is there anything you need to get off your chest?"
Well, since Zionists are being something about Zionists was brought up in Pokemon, Generation 3, the legendaries were based off of Leviathan, like Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza were based off of Leviathan, Behemoth, and Z's. So, oh my God, the Jews did it. There.
Well, I mean, Superman was based off of Golem, so you know.
Yeah, so
I read articles
apparently, another tagline for the open house today is Jews did Pokemon.
I'm not kidding.
No, they just funded Pokemon.
Yeah, they just did.
Oh, so
no, actually, they were like, it's all about Jewish propaganda.
You can't just say Jews funded 9/11. That sounds positive.
Again,
No,
that was just me. So
I also want to point out one of the more recent legendaries is based off of Jin.
Oh God! I just realized. I just realized that Jews funded 9/11 might have been the first cataloged event of spite funding.
Well.
But yeah, one of the more recent Pokemon is based off of genies. So.
But they also have a flying ice cream cone, so mid.
And a
some
trash
keys.
file.
So,
and it's
yes, the
Japan.
flying ice cream cone is based off of American mythology.
No, I was gonna say that it's
America
Japan.
involves
Half of their folklore involves things coming to life.
Well, I don't know if Abdullah's like old enough to remember in the 90s when there were religious clerics, the clerics, not the clerics. My English is broken. But anyway, sorry.
Prelix,
But
I
yeah.
think that's a new person coming out making music at the moment.
But yeah, it's like religious people would just go out and go say, yes, Pikachu is a Hebrew word for I am a proud Jew. And I'm like, what? And people believe that.
And all this time, I thought it was the word for spark, two onomatopoeias, one for sparkly and one for the noise a mouse makes, being combined. Pika Pika being sparkly and Choo Choo being the onomatopoeia for a mouse is squeaking in Japanese.
I thought Pika was the sound of fireworks.
And I thought pica was an eating disorder that made you ingest inedible objects.
The thing is, like, until today, Pokemon is banned.
A piker is actually a small rodent.
Well, actually, the game isn't banned. It's just a card game.
The card game and any merchandise. Well, merchandise actually sneaks in through the grey market, but officially it's banned. But people buy it anyway.
Okay, folks, it's been a few hours now, so a little brief recap. We started off with Brianna Wu, then about food, then about pedophiles, Big Bubba Johnson Tyrone, and now we're talking about Pokemon.
Yes. Welcome to Gamergate and notyourshield.
This is diversity of thought and conversation.
or lack
That's
thereof.
bad thing. That's bad thing.
This is the diversity of lack of thought, actually.
Well, the thing is, like, what brought me to like this Saudi kind of experience with these conspiracy theories, that I see a lot of similarities between what we see, what we were taught about the Zionist regime and the patriarchy. Like, it's just there. What?
Yeah, I just love it how we have these topics. It's like Samus Aran, pedophiles, jail rape, Jews did 9/11, Pokemon, and then back to Jews again.
Well, the weird thing is you know, we talk about sort of like social justice warriors and all this sort of business, but you know, this is slightly different from blaming the Jews for everything, or blaming the even blaming the patriarchy for everything, because there's at least evidence here. This is the difference. They're open about it. They're actually doing it. If there is a patriarchy, they're being really fucking coy.
We're asking very reasonable questions here, like can jet fuel melt steel beams?
No, 9/11 proved this. So, and I should not pay for the fucking thing.
Considering the wind, the wind going and feeding the fire, there's a good chance. It probably was.
I did not unironically want to infer the topic of 9/11. I really did not.
But yeah, the planes hitting the buildings would have fucked up the structural integrity, but yeah. Anyway,
Not your shield discovering and concluding on 9/11.
It's not the first time we've talked about this steel beams issue.
Actually, it kind of is when I was around.
Well, you weren't around last time. Me and Robin went back and forth about it.
Well,
why?
A few months ago.
Because we do.
Why are you bringing it?
Do you know why? Do you know how I discredit the whole fucking 9/11 truther movement? Is why? Why would George Bush need a good excuse to invade Iraq or Afghanistan or anywhere else?
Finishing his daddy's job.
He's the president of the United States. He can declare war on fucking Serbia for having their hats cocked in the wrong direction.
It's not up to the president to declare war. It's up to Congress.
And Congress will go where the money leads it. The Congress is full of open lobbyists for crying out loud.
You've got to have some sort of pretext. Really, you can't just sort of kind of go, right guys, we could do with some resources today, everyone's getting a bit restless, how about some fireworks? It's not quite how it works.
Look, they attacked Iraq under the pretext they had weapons of mass destruction, and they didn't even have the fucking common courtesy to plant those weapons when they got there. And now they're very looking silly, and does that mean they're pulling out? Fuck no!
But this is after 9/11.
It's a result of it. 9/11 sparked the social and decision-making process to the point where Iraq was possible.
Don't forget.
So there's your pretext right there. That's your reason. That's your why.
And it's now called it's now pronounced Iraq.
Back in a moment.
Nice.
Yeah, Iraq.
Iraq. No,
whatever.
Iraq. It's
I always
just
pronounce Allah.
I mean, this is the same shit I tell to the people that think that when the Tupolev with our president crashed in fucking Russia, that it was an inside job. Russia's taking out our fucking army generals. Like, for what fucking reason? If Russia wanted to invade, they'd just march in and fucking stand in an orderly line, and they'd just cover the whole country.
Yeah, but
our military consists of F-16s that America sold us that can't even fucking fly. I think that missing a few generals is not going to make that much of an impact.
Yeah, the way I see it, like, I can't really imagine a bunch of people, like, in a secret meeting in the US go like, we need to invade Iraq, so what are we going to do? We're going to hijack a few planes, smack them into buildings, spend 7 years in Afghanistan, and after that, we'll move to Iraq. Seems like a reasonable idea. It just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, because there's no reason needed.
And the thing is, like, living in the Middle East, especially like I lived in very, very, very extremist environment. Like, I grew up hating everyone who is not an extreme Muslim. That was me as a teenager. I was the biggest asshole ever. And yes, the idea of hijacking planes and smacking them into buildings in New York was encouraged to us as kids in schools. So I don't really see it as far-fetched.
Sorry, but I'm just kind of imagining kids.
Let me tell you something. Abdullah will agree with me.
In an after-school special, it's like, Mohammed, why are you laying around in bed? Why aren't you more like Abdullah? He's partaking in after-school activities. And then there's like this school club for amateur suicide bomber.
Well, here's the thing. Like in Islamic text, the description of the ends of time. All Muslims will take on arms, and we'll have to annihilate all the Jews and all the heathens, and to be able to be able to get our ticket to heaven. I'm an atheist, by the way. I'm not a Muslim anymore.
They'll pull that bullshit out. It's always first we'll kill the Jews, then we'll kill everyone else. I see how this bullshit is. Hitler did nothing wrong. I'm with you. Fine. Fuck you all.
It's there.
Actually, you know what's really sad is that a lot of Islamic people were really pro-Hitler. Like, nowadays,
they were like, yeah, he killed the Jews, and we hate the Jews, so why not? And the thing is, like, it's even there, and Abdullah will agree with me here. They describe it in details. They're like, yeah, the Jews will hide behind rocks and behind trees, and the trees and the rocks will be given power to talk and call on the Muslims. Go like, hey, there's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him.
Yeah, that's pretty idiotic.
Okay,
and
I don't
frankly,
know.
And frankly put, my family, my family here have really like I have a cousin who's a scholar, and he really read the Quran and really understood it, and frankly, I really don't believe any of that junk that was said, like Islam would hold arms and whatnot.
I read the Quran quite a few times, and actually it's there. It's written there. Like, yeah, we have to take on arms and annihilate.
The question is that like literal arms? Because
yes.
if you're going around flailing arms at people, like where are you getting these arms from? Are you chopping them off someone else?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I remember even these texts, which means like prepare whatever you can from weaponry and armored horses, and that's the preparation of the apocalypse, like the pre-apocalypse war that we're gonna annihilate all non-believers in. And yeah, we were fed that. We were like, the whole idea was romanticized to us as kids. Like, yeah, we're gonna take on arms and annihilate all non-believers, and that's how we're gonna get to heaven.
I'll be honest, it was much more fun when I thought you were chopping arms off other dudes and just flailing with them.
Yeah,
well, both of those scenarios sound lovely.
It's like in the Constitution of the US, right? You can bear arms, right? And it's like, yeah, okay, just go chop some arms off a dude.
No, you have the right. You have the right to bear arms.
Right.
So what you have to do is go to the woods, find some bears, chop off their arms, and those are yours. You have a right to those.
Right.
Or just,
or
maybe it was just a metaphor for hard work. You know, roll up your sleeves and bare your arms.
Maybe that was like the whole thing about, because like you couldn't show your ankle and shit with the Puritans, so maybe they just really wanted to see some hairy arms and shit.
Show a bit of skin.
Yeah.
Also, what I really don't get is that doesn't it say somewhere in Islam that even if you do all 7 pillars, you still had a very good chance of burning, right?
Yeah, even if you are a good Muslim all your life, if you're not really that militant about it, you might go to hell anyway.
Yeah,
no,
we're actually talking about the original social justice warriors here, aren't we?
Yeah, well,
I'll take it to the social justice warriors thing right now. The thing that I have against the social justice warriors when they deal with Islam is that they hate every single criticism of that fucked up ideology. And they go like, well, Muslims are very poor and marginalized people. Well, we're not really criticizing the people here. The people can believe in whatever they want, but their ideology is very, very, very dangerous. And that needs to be addressed in the modern world. And I see people just shying away from that topic because they're afraid of being called racists.
Which is a bit bizarre, really, because, you know, Islam, like Judaism and Christianity, are religions, not races.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, with the case of Jews, it's both. You can be Jewish.
No. What you've got actually misconstrued is that Judaism is a religion that thinks that Judaism is a race.
Well, there has been evidence that Jews are genetically different enough to be classed as a separate race.
Then we're all Jews at this point.
No, different enough from everyone else on the planet.
No.
It's true.
No.
True.
I really don't believe that.
You don't have to believe it. True.
Either it's true or not, it doesn't really make a difference. Like, if there is an ideology in Judaism, the religion or the text or the scripture of Judaism that needs to be criticized, then it has to be brought up.
I'm 1/7 billionth Jew. When it comes down to it, yeah, this is village people. This is tribal talk. You know, this is you know, when you look at most of these sort of, especially the Abrahamic faiths and stuff like that, yeah, these are basically books that basically just kind of go, yeah, you know those guys a couple of miles up the road there? Yeah, we can take their shit. God said so. That's it. And, you know, just for no apparent reason, all of these people that live in virtually the same area are all different races. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Well,
that's the thing, is that the religion has made the race. in this sort of front.
Yeah,
It's a belief system in itself. You know, as far as race is concerned, what are we talking about here? Mainly the colour of people's skin or slight differences in facial feature, height and shit. You know, we're talking about kind of going blonde as a fucking religion at this point. You know? It's dumb.
Well, the environment in Saudi right now is a bit different because we're all the same race, but they have very, very severe problem with tribalism. Like, yeah, your grandfather actually conquered a mountain. Oh, my grandfather killed a bear with their.
How about Iran though? Isn't it? They don't consider themselves Arab, for example.
They're not. They're Persian. It's a whole different thing.
Yeah, different. Totally different.
Different language, different culture.
You can tell
different
from the
everything.
nose.
This is what
It's
I'm
not
talking
about
about
that.
here, guys.
No. Here's the thing, like, people that just think because the alphabets are a bit similar that we are the same race, but no, like even
Guys, that's like saying that the French and the English are a different race.
They are.
Not really.
Well,
no. It's when I say
it all depends on what you're classing as a race. To be fair, doesn't it?
Time to F5, Habib.
Okay.
And no, that's the thing. You know, when I'm looking at, you know, we're talking about mainly cultural aspects really here rather than genetic. You know, there's very little difference. You know,
what would you say? Like,
Doesn't the culture help change the genetics as well? I mean,
I don't think culture has anything to do with it.
Sounds stupid, but you know, I'm just saying, would hereditary habits have a chance of changing the race?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, take Britain for an example. And Britain is a melting pot of ethnicities being conquered as many times as it has. Mm-hmm. So you have some, you know, the Celts, the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes, the Italians, and the French.
We're a nation of importers.
Yeah, that's the politest possible way to put that. Or, you know, everyone's grandma's been fucked by some dude from a foreign country. That's, you know.
I always like to say to anybody who's like, you know, one of the EDL and all that sort of thing, I say, you know what, if you think that these people are coming here and stealing our culture, maybe you and I should maybe have a sit down, have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Perhaps maybe we could go out to a restaurant, perhaps have a curry, and maybe finish off at maybe a pub and have a beer or a lager, and then you can tell me who's been stealing whose culture.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Here's a question that I have for you then, since we're in a bit of a disagreement between Persians and Arabs, and maybe maybe I have it wrong here, but how much commonality do we have to have with other people to consider ourselves as the same race?
Well, that's a good question. As far as I understand it, anything with a point, I think it's 0.1 difference genetically is classed as a different race. I think that's how it is. I'm not 100% on that, I haven't. But I think it's 0.1% because that's
a very large difference.
That is a very large difference.
I believe that would probably be more like the difference between us and monkeys.
That's 0.5%.
Oh, wow.
That's
what
billions
about
of
the
lines of
difference
code
between
here,
us
dude.
and bananas?
Oh, yeah,
I thought it was ridiculously low, the difference between us and bananas.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying I heard somewhere it was like 1% different or something. I don't know.
From what I understand is
maybe
that
it was high at the time.
multicellular. There isn't that much difference between one multicellular life form and another.
This is very true.
So it you know, at the end of, you know, I hate saying it, but at the end of the day, who gives a shit, really?
Yeah,
you know,
I don't give a
that's
shit
for
myself.
me. Yeah, it is getting to the point of is why do we care?
I don't give a shit at all, but I see it from myself and I see it from other Persians. I have a few Persian friends, and yes, they would get upset if people just go to them and they're like, yeah, you're another Arab.
Why?
No way.
I know, and I'm sitting there kind of going, why would you give a shit?
I don't care at this point, you know, because at this point I'm like,
I mean, do you like black coffee? You know?
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I don't mind it.
Have you got a better tan than most Europeans? Then so yeah.
Yes, I definitely do have a better tan than most Europeans because I'm not European.
That's right. So well, you know, You're not from sort of North Africa. So yeah, I mean, allow me to generalise a little bit, please.
In fairness, we're all from Africa, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. The
Yes,
thing is,
and
like,
you as well, China. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
maybe I think it's because Arabic and Persian are also the names of the language that we speak. So a Persian wouldn't really speak Arabic, and an Arab person wouldn't really speak Persian. So there is a bit more of a divide there. Like when you say Caucasian, that doesn't really give you an indication of what language that person speaks.
Well, here's a question for you, Habib. The
Yes.
Persian Empire, right? You would consider this, of course, the foundation of Persia. Okay,
Yes.
Where did Persia reside? What countries did it take over?
It was Iran all the way to pretty much the
Arabic
Middle
nation?
East. Yeah. No, Iran is not an Arabic nation. They still consider themselves.
Oh, sorry,
Persian.
but most of the Middle East, Arabic nations.
Yes, they were all the way until Turkey.
So
And
all
that's
the way,
where they
yeah.
were clashing with the Roman Empire.
Okay, so you're basically saying that Persia was pretty much most of the Arabic nations.
Yes.
Can you see where I'm having a struggle when you're talking
Yes,
about
and
Persians?
the Arabs,
and
when
Arabs?
it comes to Arabs, yes, the Arabs, like they consider themselves starting from the nomadic kind of tribes that were all in the area, like 1500 years ago, and they pretty much boomed into their own nation after the Islamic, like after Muhammad came to be, and they start conquering.
And how long
places.
did the Persian Empire reside for?
I have no idea. I'm not really that vested in their history.
It's not a short time, as far as I was aware. A few
No,
hundred
not at
years,
all.
wasn't it?
I would say even thousands, maybe.
Yeah, bit of time for that sort of genetic heritage to be sort of leaking out into various parts of the Arabic nations, and vice versa.
Yeah, and my understanding of the
You can see why it's starting to become a bit of a tricky sell for me.
I know, and don't get me wrong.
This is the same thing when it comes to ethnic Jews, for example. Yeah, this is a people that have disseminated themselves all over the world for thousands of years. And at this point, you're kind of sitting there, kind of going, "Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a tricky one, mate."
I understand. I mean, like I said, I could be wrong in this, and I find this a little bit more illuminating. Then I'm not really arguing like I'm not going to accept your ideas.
I'm merely just proffering the suggestion that perhaps if you're going to, certainly when people say, well, I'm Persian, and I'm sitting there kind of going, and that basically had most of the Arabic nations under its guise for God knows how many hundreds of years, that there's going to be a little bit of crossover between these apparent separate races.
Yeah, but in the end, like what?
Unless nobody's been fucking.
Yeah, what identifies a race? Like, is it just the hereditary kind of thing, or is it just? Does it have anything to do with culture?
Well, as far as I was aware, race is really very much a sort of I hate to use the phrase, but a social construct.
Mm-hmm.
Because you find different genetic markers against from people of different races, so there is a genetic difference that can be identified.
You find different genetic markers from people with different coloured hair, from different eye colour, and this is just different skin color. This is just a different count of melanin in some places. What, slightly taller or shorter? These are all differences in genetics.
But isn't there are some cases where habits are kind of genetic as well? I mean,
it depends on what
you
causes
have a dyslexic person and a person with autism, and you can't just say this guy is the
This is all for
race.
people getting flu jabs. You know that.
Yeah, it's the MMR vaccine. No. That's what I heard.
Oh, this is a very interesting topic.
You heard it on the internet, of course, so you know it's true.
I saw it on Wikipedia, and Wikipedia never lies.
Like, I think the divide between the Persians and the Arabs was because, like, as Arabs, first of all, the first divide was the language, and then it was the religious barrier because the Arab nations first started with Islam, and they started conquering the Persian Empire to spread Islam. But no, actually, we just fancied their women. Oh, come on, Persian girls are pretty hot, so I don't blame those guys.
They're the size of a fucking hand planet, they're not.
But yeah, it's. I think it's because of that. Like we started with animosity that we don't really want to. I say we, even though I don't really agree to that. But we don't want to assimilate into just one identity.
Well, I think it's a lot of the time. Of course, you have nationalism that can, like I said, saying somebody is French when they're English. It's European or whatever like that. But even the English don't like calling themselves European, as though they're some sort of separate entity. They're our next door fucking neighbours.
And yeah, it's tried with the Indians and the Pakistanis. They get fishes on you.
Yeah, and it's like, guys, calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
I mean, the quickest way is just shout Allaho snack bar and run. That's how you do it. In any Arab country, they'll tell you it's fine. Just run, go Allaho snack bar, run like a motherfucker.
Snack bar.
Allah snack bar?
Yeah.
Yes, snack bar.
And don't forget, and don't forget to pull the cords on your cagoule.
Yeah.
I do that all the time on CS:GO.
Come on. We're literally the only people in the room that know what a fucking cagoule is, Robin. Stop doing that.
Mate, that joke was just for you.
Isn't it a raincoat?
Burn the heretic.
I told you it was just for you.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about now.
Cagoules. And how Robin likes to flash himself whilst using one.
Okay. You say so.
He does. He does. He really does. I've seen him do it.
I know my stuff.
Does with his balls.
I have a cagoule just for my balls.
Yeah. It's true. I've seen it. It keeps the rain off, though, so, there's that.
To everyone who doesn't know what a cagoule is, it's basically a raincoat.
See, now you've
Lies. I really thought it was like a kugel was a type of exercise that women do.
No, that's Kegel massage and things. With the pelvic floor.
Okay.
Yeah. Also useful for guys if you don't fancy coming in 5 seconds, but...
Yeah.
Hey, each to their own, man. It's not for me to judge. Have I killed everything now? Oh, man.
Yeah, I think
2 seconds.
The topic. So what have you guys been playing?
Sorry about that. Well, just teaching lamb cookery. We're gonna have lamb today.
Nice. Oh, okay. Did you eat the brain yet? Because I like brain.
We don't really do lamb brain in England. We're generally not big brain people in England. Yeah.
They're not into brains. No.
They're not big brain people in England. Robin Gething, 2015.
Yes.
Taking things out of context on the internet, every American, 2015.
Or like everybody on the internet, everywhere.
Hey, if I want to pick on Americans, I will pick on Americans, okay? Carry on, and I will come back and take the fucking colony from you. Don't mess with me.
You tried that before. Does no one remember the word 1812?
That yes, accent isn't really coming. Mike, that accent isn't really coming across very colonial.
Well,
posh it up, sunshine.
Sorry.
A bit more Sergeant Major.
In fairness, the only Sergeant Major I do know has a fantastic mustache.
They have to. That's part of the deal.
It's standard issue.
I think it is.
Corporal, you've got a mustache now. Sergeant.
Yeah.
I have a mustache beard combo, and that took me ages to grow. So I'm gonna be like, no, I'm not.
You have what we would refer to as the bum cloth goatee.
Yeah.
Goatee.
It does kind of look like pubes. So.
Oh, come on! I will show you. Darn it!
Yeah, the fact that you're proud of your face. The fact that you're proud of your facial hair shows that your beard isn't there yet.
Yeah, it is there. It is so there.
My kid's got a beard better than you, and she's 5.
and it's a she. What? Now there's a looker.
Finally, Shrek shows up after we're all done talking about Nazis in Germany.
Yeah,
well, it's because he's been fucking to little boys.
Yellow Benjus Maximus.
That is a topic that any German will get tired of after 2nd grade.
That was actually part of the conversation. the way it's beaten over your head during your education.
I mean, in fairness, if you didn't follow shit Austrian painter to try and take over the world, maybe we wouldn't talk about it.
Why is it our, the really most worst, terrible leaders in this world are reasonable at painting? We really need to invest more in the arts, I think. That's what this message is.
Or maybe just we should invest in less coddling for artists.
Wait, this might really be something here. Why are history's greatest monsters failed artists?
Well, because social justice hadn't been invented yet.
Or people don't buy enough art. Buy art, or there'll be a world war. That needs to be the way it's sold.
The reason that happens is because Patreon did not exist.
If Hitler had a Patreon, he'd have been fine.
I'm quoting you on that.
It's not the worst thing I've said today.
I'm gonna use that.
Tumblr, Hitler with a Patreon.
Yeah. Just produce really terrible art. And just give me money for my Patreon. Why?
Yeah. By the way, Zoe, talking of Tumblr, what's the latest pronoun today?
Fuck knows, man. Fuck knows.
That's a really good pronoun.
I don't really pay attention to it because it annoys me.
Well,
come on! Pronouns are so much fun.
You're our Tumblrite on the inside. You need to get yourself up to date with all of this.
I don't know, but apparently you can base your gender on your mental illness now. So no.
You can do your what?
You can base your gender on your mental illness now.
Well, I think I'm a shidongle right now.
Does that mean that one could be a retard as a gender?
Maybe. No, because retard is ableist, so you can't say that.
I identify as slightly depressed.
that voice, it is slightly depressed. It just sounds like he's like, I think I made Robin give up on life.
I'm just waiting for the day when SJW becomes a gender.
No, well, throughout my life, Zoe, I've had a balance. The more I have less will to live, the more I have a will to kill. So
that seems fair.
It's a 50-50 with me,
But the question is, do you tell the guys that you're going to kill, dead or alive, they're coming with you? Because if not, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I would be disappointed as well. I mean, that would be classic.
I only look a little bit like the guy from RoboCop. That's all.
You look exactly like him. Don't lie. If you had an American accent, you would have just killed it.
No, if Robin did in fact look like Buckaroo Banzai, he would know.
He's got steelier eyes than I.
This is very true. It's very true.
And pursy lips.
Your eyes may not be steely, but I could say one thing.
Steely, not silly.
Steely, I said steely. Goodness, I said your eyes are steely. But
and this is why we don't give them colonies.
Then why did you pronounce it stilly?
I did.
Oh, back to the pronunciation thing with you.
That's right. You see, this is what happens when people mess it up.
Yeah,
gotta get that right first time, otherwise I lose it.
I know.
I'm triggered, dude.
I'm sorry.
I don't use that word. Come on. You know me.
I'm going to donate to your Patreon.
Okay, thank you very much. That's patreon.com, Robin Gething. Thank you very much. Any little helps. I'm a bit like Tesco's.
But there again,
I actually do have a Patreon. I've actually got I've got about 6 Patreons now.
Well, I actually had this brilliant idea, and I decided
1.27 in a billion.
See, the thing is, since everybody blames us anyways, right? I figured, hey, let people pay to blame me. So I had this idea, basically, depending on how much you donate, at the highest tier reward, I will record a personalized message for you, basically on camera going, yes, it was me all along.
I like it.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
like with a cape and everything.
We've
$50 a month, you can blame him for the Holocaust, and he will accept responsibility.
We have been working on evil laughs pretty much through the entire Gamergate story. So we're pretty good with these now, aren't we, Shrek?
Yep.
Pretty much everything that went wrong for the social justice warrior arm was greeted with an evil laugh.
Well, that's everything they've attempted, surely.
Well, I kind of laugh sometimes. I have a very modest.
Do you laugh to hide the pain, Abdullah?
Yes.
Oh, that sounds.
I hide the pain of my enemies. Do you want to cry?
I'm shedding a single tear for you right now.
I'm shedding male tears, but that's a different story.
Oh, put it away, man, or at least wash it.
No, and I'm coming for you
gargling
next.
male tears now.
Someone has to.
Well, male tears mean something that is grossly
we all know.
ill-defined.
No, it's pretty well defined, Abdullah.
No, I thought SJW thought that male tears mean crying, but and then there's another series of words that I don't want to say.
Semen.
Ejaculate.
Yeah.
Jizz.
Yeah.
Mangoo. Knobsnot.
No.
Baby juice.
Mangoo. Knobsnot.
Yeah.
Why do I even talk to you?
Because
Ethiopian slob.
Greek yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
Yogurt slinger.
Greek yogurt. First time I heard.
I don't want to say anymore. I will be found out, and
White
people
custard.
will be like, "Oh, dear
All
sweet
kinds of
Lord, dear sweet Lord, are you just reading the Urban Dictionary now?"
No, I'm just making it up as I go along, mate.
Oh, okay. Because I think
as
everybody
always.
Yeah. Well, I just hope nobody is using UrbanDictionary.com and putting any of these names on it.
They're already there. They're already there.
Yeah, of course.
Way more.
I mean, really. I think most of the names for Spunk have turned up now. I don't think we have very many left, or at least very many that are creative.
No.
Child baby gravy.
See, that just sounds like Sarah Nyberg's days.
Yeah, exactly.
Trifle leftovers.
You are a bad influence.
You shouldn't hang out with us. We are a bad influence, and frankly, this is not a family-friendly show.
I only discovered this stream like 3 weeks ago, and the moment I listened to you guys for like 10 minutes, I'm like, I feel like home here.
If there's somebody's going fermented milk, I'm not quite sure that's how you spell fermented. Never mind, that's just cheese. That's quite correct. That's right, Bendis. But good cry.
Yeah.
Good try there, mate.
I'll be honest, usually in our house it's just called "Why is it in my hair again?" So it's fine.
Best taken on the chin.
Yeah, exactly.
No. If she didn't want it in the hair, then I'm saying this from a respectful gentleman, but if she didn't want it in the hair, then she shouldn't have given me head.
Wait, to be honest, my usual response is, if you don't want it in your head, dodge quicker, motherfucker. I think that's fair.
That's very fair.
Hello, my sweet.
Oh no, she back. Let's stop talking about her.
We're just talking lamb. 1 second.
And now he's gonna have to kill a baby sheep.
No, they already killed it.
The veg you can wait really, because it doesn't take long with the veg. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
The finer points of roastage.
Well,
so have we come up with some more names for sperm?
Please stop.
That's a terrible name.
Yeah.
Zoe,
Again, usually what happens in our house is either that or
Zoe, we're trying to teach you a thing or two about human anatomy. You know, if you don't know about this, then what will you know? You will certainly not learn about it in school.
Well, it depends which school you go to. To be fair.
Yeah, if you come to a British school, you will know these things.
Yes, and it will not be because of the classes. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't need to teach the class.
Nope.
You'll learn it in class.
Sometimes with the teaching staff, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, it's specific teaching staff, not all teachers.
Yes. No, precisely. It was like one time, and to be fair, she was the teacher's daughter. That's not the point. Anyway, moving on swiftly.
Yes, just watch out for the ones with the really thick glasses.
Yeah, and the beards.
And the eyes just a little too close to each other. That look like Sarah Nyberg.
Basically, are you talking the unibrows?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's the ones that drool as soon as you bend over, ladies. Those are the ones you want to worry about.
The ones that always have put a hand in their pocket, jangling change.
Yeah.
Or keys. It's probably keys. Something's jangling, whatever it is.
So I've been trying desperately to just get everyone to stop watching by being absolutely terrible, and it's not working. I'm so upset.
My audience is made of sterner stuff.
Yeah. If they can last for 70 hours of basically insomniac rambling, you're really going to have to try harder.
I know.
Well, it's been an eventful stream so far. We've gone through social justice warriors to Hitler to... I mean, where are we at this moment? Yes, various names for sperm. But the conversation is fluctuating somewhat, Max. I don't know why. It's probably because we've run out of drinks.
Hey, you know what? I got an idea. Why doesn't Zoe do a subject? Come on, Zoe. Talk.
Yeah, tell us something that we can hate about Tumblr more.
No pressure. It's just that 70 billion people are watching.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, the view count's not quite there yet, but we're working.
Yeah, we're working on getting you nervous. So,
well,
come on.
I don't know. Are they can exist? I don't know what to say.
Just pick a topic.
Okay, this is how we bully you out of the industry. We repeatedly ask you to pick a topic, and when you don't, we kill and rape you behind an Arby's in 1998.
Come on, make a decision. You're a woman, you're good at these things.
Oh, please. Please. Like, you want to tell me you can get an assignment slot for the Gamergate time machine? That thing has been in constant use ever since.
I own the Gamergate time machine. It's a TARDIS, and it doesn't work very well.
No, it's a retardis.
Okay. That's why it doesn't work very well. She's just not as good as she used to be. So,
I personally think there should be a channel dedicated to old Doctor Who episodes called The Retardis.
That would be nice.
I would watch that.
In fairness, at the minute, most of them are on the horror channel, so...
Why?
I don't know.
You have to be like 7 for anything that there to be remotely scary.
I assume it's one of two things. Either the old episodes were incredibly cheap, the horror channel has nothing to show, or in fact, both of those.
Yes, I would say.
The horror channel. Horror channel.
I mean, the worst thing that they have is Davros, and in fairness, he does still terrify me, but that's neither here nor there. It's fine. It's true. It's the shrill voice and the fact that you've got a fucked up face.
The most terrifying thing is the hair.
Which hair?
Which doctor?
Oh. Okay. I mean, that's an option. Yeah.
Well, that and the lack of sense of clothing.
Yeah, that's very true.
I don't think you can
talking
blame
about Tumblr again?
No, Doctor Who.
Oh right, I heard lack of sense of clothing and hair. I was thinking that's Tumblr right there.
Well, that's it. I mean, Doctor Who has the excuse of being of a time, you know, be it the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s, or more recent. What's Tumblr's excuse?
Maggie, you dye your hair beautifully.
Are you going to die now, Robin? Because
No. No, you're not the kind of Tumblr person we're talking about. You don't have to leave Tumblr. It's all right if you're in your little circle. That's okay. That's right. That's the sort of person I like in Tumblr. It disgusts me too.
Wait, who's in trouble here? Are we in trouble or are you in trouble?
Tumblr is in trouble.
Excellent. I'm on board with this.
Oh, but where am I gonna get my?
As far as I was
thing?
aware, wasn't Tumblr started by a white, rich, privileged dude?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure how the Tumblrettes can live with themselves.
Oh, they can't.
I'm sure there's like something made by sort of like a minority out there that they're overlooking.
Nope.
Yes. Yes, there is. The noose.
What?
What? I'm sure.
Well, there's a whole subsection of people who use Tumblr who like to broadcast the fact they shoplift and are proud of it.
Sounds like a decent bunch of people, you know.
Yeah, what are they saying?
Somebody
like
that I'd like
paying
to
for
invite.
goods is a social construct.
Yeah.
It's capitalism and stuff. Let's go against capitalism.
Well, you're saying capitalism is dumb, but you just bought an iPhone, and picturing yourself stealing stuff. That's not called capitalism. That's called stupid.
No, but they're using the iPhone ironically, so it's okay.
Oh. Oh
Probably.
goodness! I gotta close everything because.
Yeah, the irony being if they had a Android phone, they wouldn't be able to fucking use it.
Yeah. No, they would not. But you know, what do we know? We're just we're right-wing capitalist shitlords
who vote green.
Yeah. You know, because obviously politics is the only indicator of someone's usefulness, success, or being correct in an argument. So just pack up and go home, guys. We're done.
We are.
You've killed it completely. You know that.
I know.
We should talk more about sperm.
Well, shit.
Anyhow, when I come back, I will swear like a sailor, and that's a promise.
I mean, you're gonna swear like a dude that has sex with men on the sly?
Yeah.
Shrek can do that, and he's not sly about fucking dudes.
Oh, by the way, guys, if you don't know this, Mega Mike here is the person who actually organised the entire shizzle to do with Gigi and Brum.
No, that's
the
not
now
entirely fair.
world famous event with you had like legit looking passes, you had like banners.
I feel I should point out there were 3 of us that organised the event, because to be fair to those other 2 guys, I have to, and plus they'll try and rape me if I don't.
Is that like a contractual obligation?
No, well, I think it is fair because there were 3 of us doing the work. I just happened to be the noisiest of the 3. That was my job, to be noisy.
Oh, right, okay. That worked out well.
Yeah. Because I'm not very good at that because I don't talk often.
So you spent all of your organisational time basically just being loud?
Yes.
So in other words, you didn't organise shit?
No, I did, because we had the meetings about where we were going, what we were doing, how to do things, and we all had input there, which is why I say it's fair to the other two guys to say that we organised it between us. So that's Shemi and Stephen Beard, who are both on Twitter. You should look them up, because they're terribly interesting fellows.
I've seen Shemi, you couldn't miss him.
He's a lovely young man.
Which one was Stephen? I don't know, I don't remember Stephen.
Now, he was the one that I told you was wearing a loud shirt. He's stood with us on the picture. He's there. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe him without saying the gay-looking dude.
Did he have a loud shirt on so the joke actually worked?
A relatively loud shirt. He toned it down, unfortunately.
Damn it. I thought I was going to go all out.
So did I, but I mean, just you can't trust these sneaky homos, can you?
Oh, okay, we'll go on to Tumblr and see what I can find to infuriate you.
That's right, there's my girl.
What are we doing? Are we murdering Tumblerinas?
No, just finding excuses as to why.
Okay, that's
just
fine.
don't murder me, because I'm sane-ish. Sane-ish.
Yeah, that's fine. Sane people are not Tumblerinas, and Tumblerinas are not sane people.
Oh, I am on Tumblr, so whether...
You see, I make this argument every time with the same... It's the same thing with Germany and the Nazis. Every Nazi may have been German, but not every German was a Nazi. See? So every person on Tumblr isn't necessarily insane, but the insane people are definitely on Tumblr.
Yep, definitely. And I am so lucky none of them know who I really am, because, well, that's scary if they knew who I were. I would have been doxxed ages ago.
But the important thing, Gigi and Brum managed to produce the world's biggest salt mine, and I loved it. Just the amount of upset from anti-Gamergate was amazing. Zoe Quinn got so mad because we had a burger.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. That was epic.
I think you were sort of hoping for that to happen, weren't you?
To be honest, we did sit and think, well, where are we going to go for food? Because there was nearly 100 of us at the time. We said, right, well, where's the closest place that's going to have space? And the only place we could find that would fit was Five Guys, so that's where we went.
Great excuse. I can almost believe it.
Now,
I have just started looking through the sexuality tag on Tumblr, and apparently the related tags are gender, LGBT, pansexual, important, and gay.
Is that important and gay, so only important gays, or important things as well as gays? Because
they consider sexuality important,
F5
so
Habib.
it's relevant.
Well, if important is a sexual identity, I'm on board with that. Because, as with Zaphod Beeblebrox, if there is anything in the room more important than my ego, it can be caught and shot immediately. And there's a joke that's about, 20 years too old for everyone.
Yes, it's older than Zoe.
I know.
For yourself.
Well, you don't count, you're German.
He does count, and efficiently.
Yes, but only the bodies of my relatives. Now.
Oh my god.
Let's not bring the soap into this.
It was fantastic soap, though. It was fantastic. Sorry, not sorry. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. Oh dear. Yeah, so and that's the thing, so we had the burger, and yes, we did take the picture with a little bit of intent of this will be funny. But we weren't intending to annoy anyone, just we thought it would be funny.
It's just a happy side effect.
Yeah, we thought, oh well, maybe the 100 of us that have gone will find that hilarious. But we didn't anticipate that Anti-Gamergate was stalking everyone's Twitter feed and using the pictures. So there we go.
Man. Oh, we've got ourselves internet tough guy extraordinaire. Somebody called Benin Citizen. Have you seen this?
Oh, yeah.
Apparently he knows what everybody's thinking, which is gators are so scared I'll take over from SRH bus. They're dogpiling. Sorry, children. Come back next week. You'll wish you never went after butts. I'm sitting, and somebody said exactly what I was thinking. Who are you?
Yeah.
And he goes, "Your worst nightmare."
Yeah.
You, my friend, have a new follower. I'm going to enjoy this.
Hold on. My worst nightmare. So he is clogged plumbing.
Apparently so.
He's running out. He's running out of milk. For me, that was my worst nightmare.
Lack of caffeine would also qualify.
Yeah.
Now that is some scary shit.
You know that's never happened.
An empty bottle. He is an empty bottle. And that's just sad.
Yeah, he's a massive bellend.
Well,
That's
yeah.
the only possible way to describe that man. He seems to think that anyone cares.
Bellend, is that a UK slang for, like, being a dick?
No bad.
Yes. And guess what? His website is on Tumblr.
Of course.
Sorry.
Did you expect anything else?
Where else was it going to be?
Well, we've got a booking at it's Charlotte at audiodonuts.com.
Oh,
so,
fuck! You sound like a reputable outlet if I ever saw one.
Yes.
Guys,
Start booking him now.
I have found the blog. I've linked it in the side chat. Look at it if you wish.
Otherkin.
Oh,
Okay,
good lord,
just
no.
Otherkin things. Okay, how about no?
Oh, come on, it's gotta be funny.
Talk to official plantkin, helicopterkin, or Hitlerkin. They're all sweetkin lovelies. Who would be? If this was a Scottish person talking to me, I'd think they were just swearing.
Yeah.
What is this?
Okay,
no,
from now on, I am a napkin. There you go.
No, I'm the napkin.
Why are you the napkin?
Because I'm a sleeping, absorbent piece of paper. Otherkin, Magda. It's people who decide to identify as either animals, objects, or planets.
Or plants.
Or plants. Begging your pardon. Sorry, I wasn't being inclusive enough.
I'm not. I don't. I give in. I'm done. I'm tapping out.
I identify as a person who thinks otherkin is fucking stupid.
Can I identify as richkin and hope that people give me money? Is that how this works?
Magda, you just said it there. How can they not see how dumb they are? Because they're too dumb. It's a circle of idiocy. If they were clever enough to realize how stupid they were, they wouldn't be that stupid.
Even the most dumbest people just at least once in their life have that moment of clarity where they stop and go like, "Wait, this is dumb."
Well,
even the most stupid people do that.
Well,
someone's Rick Astleykin. What?
Well, that is a person with dreams. They're never going to give you up.
Never
They're
gonna
never gonna let me down. Yeah.
No hate, please. Ooh.
Yeah, that's asking a lot.
Yeah, so...
Now you're a follower of Christ. Now what?
Can I just give them pity? Because I think they will need that more than anything.
Well, I think that's certainly what they're after.
Yeah, well, that or a lobotomy. But, honestly.
For a lot of people out there with their victim of the world mentality, I do have to say, I don't think I can give you any sympathy because you already have that covered.
Oh God.
This blog just gives me a headache. Like, I give up on humanity when I read stuff like that.
Okay.
Faith in humanity left.
This has to be a satire blog because this person has just sent
Are you sure?
I'm not sure anymore.
Let me read this post.
Actually, Shrek, do you know how I actually weasel myself out of losing faith in humanity when I see stuff like this? They're otherkin, so they're technically not humans.
Well, the way I see it is, hey, eventually there's going to be the next, layer of cabs for people like that.
That's gonna be okay. Prep Denial asked, "Jesus can debate."
Jesus can.
Oh.
Wait, no.
I just
Shut
realized
up.
something.
Shut up. Not finished. And Mod Mario replied with, there's no debate. If someone thinks they are our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, then they have every right to think so.
Okay, then I have a question. Hold on. What about Prophetkin?
Which one?
I refer to
All
myself
of
as Richkin.
I don't know, I don't even know they existed.
Well, they do now.
Muhammadkin?
You have a 9-year-old wife.
Wait, no.
Would you like one?
I changed my mind.
Look, it would be best to support them by worshipping the ground they walk on and treating them as holy. Yeah, this is a joke. This is a joke.
I'm scared that it's not.
because the other kin sites are people taking life very seriously.
I mean, when you see an outrage on the internet because Kermit the Frog is dating a younger pig, there's like little hope left.
Okay,
I really am surprised at that because Kermit has let himself go a lot.
Okay, this is another
Well, it does give a new meaning to the word pedoporking.
Someone did point
yes,
out
I am Lord and Master Kin still.
This is another question.
Napkin is for grabs.
This is another.
No, I identify as a multiple kin.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, Zoe, go ahead.
I'm all things and anything kin.
Okay. And Anonymous asked.
I am Godkin.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just keep going, Zoe. Don't let us stop you.
I'm Angelkin, and my boyfriend recently told me he's Demonkin. What do I do? And Mod Mario has replied.
But did you just say I am Andrewkin?
Angel. Sorry, I've got mush mouth.
How fucking brilliant would that be? Some chick that identifies as a guy named Andrew.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Have fun.
Well, there's the weird thing. Apparently, in the UK, there have been people called Gary born since 1992.
Have fun. Okay.
Okay, Mom.
Tell her we all say hi and we'll bring the patriarchy around later.
And this
extra knobs.
I'm Angelkin, and my boyfriend recently told me he's Demonkin. What do I do? And Mod Mario replied, exorcise him. Sweetie, it's the only way to be safe.
See, there's a part of me that really wants to be a mod on one of those, just so I can go, get the fuck outside and talk to a real person. That's what you do.
Please. We can start another Kin parody blog. We must do this.
What, Shrek?
What do you do with these stupid as lockboxes?
You buy the keys, of course. Yeah. Basically, they're useless.
I personally think there's a lot of people on Twitter that need to take up gardening.
I've
got a guy for that.
I actually tried gardening once, didn't work out too well.
In fairness, I'm not allowed near chainsaws, so
gardening rarely utilizes chainsaws.
It does when I do it.
That's the best way to do it.
Okay, this is the same argument I have about. Yeah, this is the thing. Oh, you can't cut a beef joint with a chainsaw. I'm like, well, I fucking can if you get out of the way.
Well, you can, but it doesn't exactly leave a very clean cut. That's all.
That is not my problem.
And there's a lot of flying meat.
Oh, I'm fully aware of this.
So
again,
appropriate safety wear is recommended.
Yeah, this is why I'm not allowed the chainsaw. Can't cut that with a chainsaw.
It's not really gardening, though, is it?
It's not. No. Neither is it, in fairness. Preparing meat, but that's not the point here. The point is, there's just some silly things being done with a chainsaw, and that's why I'm not allowed to buy one.
That's why you're not allowed a chainsaw anymore.
Yeah, well, just ever. No one lets me near them, and I'm very upset by this fact. I don't know why.
It's because they know you.
Yeah, I know. I do keep trying to get people that don't know me to hand me chainsaws, and someone always just runs in like, nope, 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 don't do it.
Not for you.
Yeah, just nope. Right? I can't even go in B&Q unsupervised because apparently I'm a danger to humanity.
Apparently. God.
Yeah.
Some judges, huh?
I know, right?
Don't you judge me, Your Honor.
Yeah. Like, what do you know? I only ran that guy over with the fucking lawnmower. It's fine.
Attached to a chainsaw?
Yeah, he's alive, isn't he?
Oh, he's not. Yeah. Fair enough.
They should have dodged. Dodged quicker.
Yeah, it's his own fault.
Dodge quick.
I blame him.
Yeah. It comes back to the point. Dodge quicker.
Come on, Ben Citizen. Come at me, bro.
I don't. I wouldn't even use the chainsaw. It'd be bare hands until my knuckles bled. That's where I'm at with that guy.
I love it. This guy's got 3,580 followers, and kicks out at us, and manages to get 1 retweet and 12 stars.
I can get more than that for talking about my dick.
I've got to have a look at this guy's Tumblr page. It's got to happen. Let's have a look.
Oh, he's got a shit band. He's in a shit band. I know this. Who said this? One of the pandas.
Yes,
he's in a shit band.
Are you talking the low ping?
Yes. Yeah.
Good panda.
Yes, good pandas, not bad panda. God no. God no. I mean, the autism here is strong, but bad panda? No, I think no. No. He'd break my autism meter.
What happened to you?
Nothing. I've just his existence.
You just watched it happening.
Yeah, I've just seen his existence, and I'm like, why? What's wrong with you?
It's a big question, and we never get a full answer.
I mean, I don't know who abused him as a child, but honestly, I'm going to go and have words with them.
I think it was probably him.
Probably. I don't understand how a man gets so angry at things. You know?
He's not angry. He's just trolling.
No, I've seen trolling. Half of my Twitter feed was trolling.
No, it's like if you ever had those kids who say something really fucking stupid and then everyone calls them on that shit and they kind of go, no, I was just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that cartoon, isn't it? Oh, for the last 7 years I've been pretending to be mentally retarded.
Joke's on you.
Yeah, joke's on you. I've been pretending to be retarded. I'm not sure the joke's on me.
Oh, this is golden, this one.
Oh god.
Anonymous asked, "Is
Tumblr gold? That's what you're presenting to us, yes?"
Yep.
This better be good.
I'm finding this amusing. Anonymous asked, this is in a quote, by the way. Is ableist for artists to tell other fiction kin not to tag their artist kin? You're literally implying that other fiction kin is a disability, or you're just not aware of the actual meaning of the word ableist. Either way, get your facts right. And Mod Mario replied, many other kin suffer from mental disabilities, and artists are being ableist by keeping us from our coping mechanisms. It's prejudiced, and frankly, you're the one who needs to get their facts straight.
I don't know which side of this argument is A, correct, B, making sense.
I think the answer is neither.
Pretty much.
I know, I could see that the words, they were English, there was some sentences formed, but I found nothing at all to grip onto there.
Oh, someone's Adam Sandlerkin.
Or as Hitmar has said, I don't get it.
No, here we go. I am Adam Sandlerkin, and I'm really sick of people telling me my identity isn't real. I have known that I identify as Adam Sandler since I was 5, after watching The Waterboy. So fuck you haters. Ooh. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can't. Wait. Okay, never mind. I'm not
No,
gonna say
continue. You just keep on going. But
Yeah.
With the
check
echo,
it.
with the echo behind you, it actually sounds great.
I just realized something. I promised people that I would swear like a sailor. Fart. That's it.
That's the best you can come up with, really.
Thank you for your contribution.
Come on, man.
You could do better. Give me a break.
Just swear like you've had to like anally brutalize a couple of guys because you've been at sea for a while.
F5 again, Habib.
This blog makes me lose faith in humanity.
Now, welcome to our world.
I've seen worse blogs, believe it or not.
On Tumblr, I can't believe it.
I have literally read a post written by someone who identifies as an oak tree.
What the fuck?
Yeah, an oak
But
tree.
If you don't have fingers, how the fuck do you type?
Yeah, I have to take acid to identify as a tree. That's how it works.
No, you're acid king.
I don't think acid would even get me there.
Well, I found that depending on the amount of acid, you might not be able to identify as a tree, but you may be able to overhear the conversations between them.
This is very true.
That's very, very true.
Now, I'm not saying that just because you can overhear the conversations, you're going to understand them, because of course you don't necessarily speak tree, but you can at least listen in. Garner some information from how they speak, you know.
Okay.
And then you will finally understand the expression, you smell a funny colour.
Right, as much fun as it has been, gents, I have to go and play with Mornblade now. Over at Aries Radio. Play with Mornblade. He's a person,
sorry,
not a thing.
I was hearing something completely different then.
No, because I mean, if I was going to get my penis out, I'd wait for Shredbane to come back. But yes, so I'm going to go play over there now. If you guys are about when I'm done, I might come back, but we'll see. See what happens. It's been lovely. We'll have fun.
It's been a thing.
A thing happened. Sperm.
Okay.
See you later, man.
See you later, guys.
Where are we anyway?
Okay. Apparently
We're on hour 6 3/4, so I think we'll bring it to 7. I think that's been a good Not Your Shieldy kind of a day. I think we have actually touched upon Not Your Shield at one point without obviously the her calling the cops. So it hadn't been too bad.
Okay.
Maybe I should think of a topic beforehand.
Apparently there's a new sexuality that this SJWs have made. It's border sexual and border fluid. A sexuality only experienced by people with borderline personality disorder.
So Russia invading Crimea was not an act of aggression, it was them being border fluid.
Very funny. Very funny, son.
No, somebody who wishes to have sex with somebody who has a gender... a disorder.
No, I think I need to read it again. Border sexual, border fluid. A sexuality only experienced by people with borderline personality disorder.
Oh, so it's sexuality for nut jobs?
Wait, no, maybe, no. It's still no.
Yes. No.
No.
Yes.
No.
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 Yes.
No.
No.
No. No. And no.
Huh.
I repeat, no.
How about yes?
No.
Why not?
Because I think not.
Well, if you don't think, then you don't have a say in the matter.
No, I didn't say I didn't think. I'm thinking, and what I'm thinking is no.
Well, I think that your thinking is out of lines of thinking the thinking path.
It's certainly out of line of thinking with what you're thinking, but I don't think you're thinking correct. I'm thinking no, and I think that is correct, and thus I'm thinking no, and sticking with my guns because I'm going with no. No was working for me before.
Yes, Hitman? Hitmar, I've read many a Tumblr blog, but that one was special.
You roleplay as a transgendered man, and this is what made you lose faith in humanity.
It must be people who just kind of think, what can be the stupidest possible angle I can throw at this?
Me roleplaying as a transgender person, transgender woman, by the way, is just a writing exercise. It's not that I think I am not. It's just a character I've made up. What? Sorry?
I think the lady protested too much.
I think Tumblr kills you. Tumblr kills the brain.
Never think that you can go in there and remain unscathed.
No.
We are all damaged.
No.
Hell
No.
No, I was roleplaying long before I found Tumblr.
And now you found Tumblr.
I found DeviantArt first. You pick which is worse.
Tumblr is definitely worse.
I have to disagree. I think DeviantArt is the devil. You know.
I have met I've met very nice people through Tumblr, who have had brilliant interpretations
Were they lost?
of their. What?
Like, oh, hello, we seem to be in this giant place, and people are yelling at us and saying we're too white. What is this?
So what are you doing on top of Ship Mountain?
No, but in a roleplay community, it's fairly separated from the social justice side of Tumblr. Fairly. They're encroaching fast.
No.
Kill it.
Yes, no, man.
Kill it. Okay.
I mean, no. If the owner hates Tumblr so much, why didn't he just pull the plug on it? Out of spite. He has all the monies now anyway.
No.
He's still making more.
No. Hell no.
That's what I don't get about the supposed rich factor. It's like, oh, when you get more money, you just want more money. I mean, to what end? I mean, it's kind of like earning that useless in-game currency in any given free-to-play game made by EA.
Needy baby, greedy baby.
It's like I have more monies and even more monies, and what's even the point? I mean, what I would do if I was rich? Well, buy a house, buy a car, buy an illegal license from Ukraine for my car, some weed,
Only some? No, hold on, only some?
Well, it goes bad. You do realize.
If you get a buttload, then you got to store it well.
Yeah, I mean,
so
some
you need to buy
every now and then. You
well.
don't just go like some and stop.
It's like I then have to build a designated weed room for proper storaging. Too much of a hassle. Besides, I like my produce fresh. It's like you can buy a packet of fish at the grocery store, but it's never going to be as good as fresh fish.
Well, then what you can do is get yourself a hydroponics area. Maybe hire your own gardener.
I don't want to be a gardener.
No, you can hire one if you've got loads of money.
And then the cops snuck in and it's like, oh, look at this nice little hydroponics you got going there.
And you say it's for personal use.
Let's just agree that a kilo bag of weed is probably easier to hide than a whole hydroponics farm, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
Not if you've got a lovely big house.
I know it's a leap in logic, but bear with me. But I buy like all of this cliche stuff, like a semi-big house. I'm not one of those people that would like a mansion, because it's like, yeah, I got a mansion now. Now I got a mansion with like 60 rooms, out of which I use 4 maybe.
Yeah, great for parties.
Well, yeah, it's great for party, but how many people am I going to invite to parties?
Or you could open it as open it as
I'm not the type of guy that just wants a big ass party where 90% of the people are people I never met and I will never meet. Because I will not remember this thing next morning, and they will never come around again. To me, a good party is like 10 people having a round of drinks, exchanging jollies, maybe putting on some music, discussing some stuff, then getting too drunk to be coherent, do some embarrassing stuff, and then go to bed. I don't need like a 5,000 people party with spring jumping hookers into jello bathtubs or something.
Simon, I do have a question. Why are you so do you actually have a problem with people who roleplay?
No.
It's just whenever I bring up the fact I do it on Tumblr, you seem to...
Yeah, because you do it on Tumblr.
I used to do it on DeviantArt, which isn't much better.
That's like saying I eat healthily by shoving flaming razor blades down my throat. It's, what?
Well, you see, not everyone is a mad social justice warrior, and I've met some lovely people through the roleplay communities on Tumblr. Fandoms.
Until you start giving them helpful advice on their role playing, and that's when they go apeshit. It's perfect the way it is, Mom. Go away.
Actually, no. I've managed to find some friends who actually want constructive criticism on their writing.
How many of those people can you count out? It's like
10 out of 15 people I follow on this blog.
Well, why aren't you playing the lotto yet?
Because I don't want to.
That would certainly help your pesky work situation.
I'd rather struggle getting a job and earning my money than just winning it.
No, I'd still work if I won the lotto. It's just that I work for fun.
Work is the exact opposite of fun.
Not if
No.
Not if you're doing what you want to.
Exactly.
I've been a cook in a dingy little, midnight time diner where I served primarily drunks, junkies, and foreigners. I don't know why I mentioned foreigners, but it was a thing. A lot of foreigners came around. Mostly drunk or junky foreigners, but hey. So I guess it overlaps. But it was cramped. It was dank. The ingredients were almost always half rancid. The food never came out how I wanted it to come out, and I fucking loved it. It's all about finding out what you want to do for a living, Zoe. I mean, I know that probably most of your life you're not gonna like your job. Nobody's gonna fucking start off at the entry level as Miss Manager of high-tech corporation. Give me money now, please, thank you. You're not gonna remember your McDonald's career very fondly, is what I'm saying. But
unless you're a manager.
But then again, if you just get your dream job right off the bat, then where's the appreciation for value? No effort put in, no appreciation had. This is primarily why I think that the people that say that everybody goes fucking insane when they they win the lotto and get like super rich and they blow it all on fucking really retarded crap. And that's what I just don't get. It's like you win the lotto, but if you just won it right off the bat, you never have to work for anything. Then of course you're gonna be a completely out of touch, childish douchebag about it.
Well, I mean, if you are a person who's worked for everything in your life and stuff like that, I mean, you'd probably feel a little jelly too if somebody who hasn't had to.
I've actually learned how to manage money really well from my parents.
Part of it's jealousy, but then it's like, I don't know, it's like, this is why you have like all those horror stories. The man wins lotto, now in debt, kidney sold to fucking Siberian kidney pirates or whatever. Because they never have to work for that money, so they never appreciated its value. So it was like, hey, easy come, easy go, oh look, I'm indebted 12 million.
Yeah, I just can't. I couldn't understand somebody doing that. You'd think, okay, I've got £12 million in the bank here. If I just leave $1 million in sort of like a reasonably slow earning share, I've got like £40,000-50,000 coming in every year.
Yeah, that's what I always said that I do. It's like take half the money, put it in like a government stock with like low percentage, but
Guaranteed,
a guarantee, and just maybe have fun with the rest. Maybe not. Maybe put that into more risky stocks. Play the fucking
see what it's like to play the game. Yeah.
See what it's like to play the stock market. That's always a fun experience, if nothing else.
Oh, we get a lot of those here, like rich people that, we just inherit a lot of money out of nowhere. They come here in Dubai and they just invest in the real estate market. And you see them partying 24/7, and they don't do shit. But yeah, they're making millions.
Yeah, real estate is always a solid thing to invest in. People will always need houses.
Well, I know that Dubai's not actually done particularly well in that sort of angle, has it?
No, it
maybe not
fluctuates.
Dubai, but in Wrocław, where I live, it's more or less a city of college students. College students from all over the fucking country just come over here to attend the university, which is like one of the oldest universities in Europe, especially in the country. Not the oldest. The Jagiellonian has that dubious.
Habib, correct me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't it in Dubai where they essentially at one point, I think it was sort of 2010, that sort of area, you had like 1/3 of the world's cranes building up the area, and then you had a complete blowout, and like half the buildings didn't even get finished.
We still haven't finished even the World Islands, which is the most expensive man-made sort of project ever. Like they made islands out of nothing that are shaped like the world.
Did nobody think, hang on a second, we're living in one of the hottest areas of the world where basically people have to stay indoors for most of the daylight hours. Maybe we might want to go to more temperate climes.
I think
one of the craziest projects that are being built right now, it's going to be opened late 2016. They have something called the Heart of Europe, and it's like 3 islands of the world islands, and they're going to convert them into like a typical small European town with like a town square and cobblestone like sidewalks and everything. And I was like, wait a minute, because I was called there as a photographer. They were like, yeah, we'd like to do some concept photography for the place and stuff. And I was like, wait a minute, the weather is not going to work. And they're like, no, we already got it figured out. We're going to have artificial snow. Like, the place is going to snow, like, half the time of the year. And I was like, are you guys serious? Like, how are you going to, like, recuperate all that cost? It's going to cost billions to run that place. But they're so arrogant, they're like, yeah, it's going to work.
Who gives a fuck? Well, if they need another photographer, let me know, mate. If they're willing to fucking fly me over there, yeah, fuck it.
Don't forget, it rains a lot in Europe, and desert rain.
Yeah, just to let you know what that is, Habib. This is where water actually falls from the sky. Can you imagine?
It rains like twice a year here.
Oh right, so you're familiar with the concept.
I live.
It has been passed down in ancient fables from the ancestors.
Noah's Ark and everything. Like, yeah, we hear about it in the legends.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. So this guy had
the Skywalker.
So like, this is the reaction that it's like, and then Noah took all of the animals from all over the world, one of each gender, and then he put them all into a giant ark that he maintained with his family for 40 days and 40 nights, where it rained constantly. And they're like, wow.
Habib, here's a question for you. Are they doing much sort of in the world in the way of sort of short film over there, things like that?
There are a few short films being filmed here, but not really part of that community. Like, it's all underground and hip, and it's not my kind of crowd.
Oh, you want to talk underground and hip? You want to talk about Robin's latest project?
Oh boy.
I mean, when you talk about
sorry, I haven't spoken to you in a while.
like when you talk about like Arabia, like the where you live basically, Habib.
Yeah.
I find the like the few cultures that still remain kind of nomadic very interesting. The Bedouins and people like that. I find them very interesting.
Those guys are keeping it OG. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're still pretty a lot of them, like in Saudi Arabia, but not here in Dubai anyway.
Oh.
But back in Saudi, there's still people that would prefer spending most of the winter time in a tent in the middle of the desert. Like they would just isolate themselves from society and from, civilization.
It's not hard to see why.
You know, it's kind of in the name. It's nomad. You know?
Just
like, why don't you guys stay here? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because we're nomads.
And they kind of prefer it that way.
And it's like you're in a desert. What are you gonna do for most of the year?
Mine's like, is this just because of Islam? But why do you want your women's faces covered? It makes no sense.
That's a mixture of tradition and Islam. It's
mix.
Islam is more like just be just don't walk around like a slut, pretty much. They're like just don't be so revealing. But people just took it to the extreme, like cover up everything. Because
I kind of understand the sort of like where this is coming from. I mean, when you hear about some of the rules that they've had there, sort of like you get these curses from God if you don't do this or don't do that, isn't it? And you can understand that in an area of that like that, it's pretty fucking hot. So you can understand covering up. And if you don't cover up, of course, God may punish you with skin cancer. What, you're going to be eating pig? Well, God may punish you with some rather nasty poisons. Along the lines of shellfish as well, and things like that. A lot of the foodstuffs that are basically banned generally tend to be things that don't really hold particularly well. Don't smoke well, for example.
Well, also if you look at it, like say pork, the bacteria, and shellfish, when a lot of people in that area have allergies to fish, so I'm speaking of Judaism here particularly, it makes sense for them to have those prohibitions because people would eat these things and get sick and they didn't understand it, so they looked at it as unclean and it's bad for you and stuff like that.
Yeah, you thought the Christian God had OCD. What about a God that curses you for not picking up milk on Tuesday?
Well, that's where things start getting a little odd. But then again, it's that I always think that a lot of these people who say this sort of stuff, they just want their God to be a little bit enigmatic, and they got to throw in something a bit weird. Otherwise, it's like, it's all very humdrum. This God of yours, he's all a bit sort of practically minded, isn't he? Oh yeah, but don't, you've also got to wear this blue ribbon lining. Ooh, well that's mysterious.
Also, did you notice that every religion in the world has its own assortment of silly hats to wear?
Oh yeah, I did notice that.
That's how you tell idiots apart.
Well, okay, except Buddhists, because Buddhist faith doesn't have a god. No god, no hats!
They also shave their heads.
They do have silly hats. They do have silly hats.
The Buddhists? I thought they just, they have their orange togas or whatever, yeah, but I don't think
that's
they have,
just
like,
Buddhist monks, you see. But there's all kinds of different sort of like Buddhists. And also, you've also got to remember that Buddhism isn't just basically of the sort of like the Chinese. You've also got the sort of like mix over in Hindu as well. And now those people,
Buddhists and Taoists.
Yeah, they've got some. There's a lot of silly hat wearing at that point.
Well, the Japanese are more in the market for silly hairpins actually than actual silly hats.
Oh no, the hairpin. I think the hairpins are quite pretty, but really.
But going back to your question about like short films and cinematography here, most of the production that I see being made here is commercial stuff. Like you have brands from all over the world just coming here to shoot their advertisement material.
Well, you've got a lot of cityscape there, haven't you? So
cityscape. They love the desert. They love that we have sunlight throughout the year. So
And
Yeah, a lot of
the
modeling
weather
agencies
conditions,
come
not a lot of cloud there, so you don't have to worry about sort of reshoots and things.
Yeah, it's like
Same
the first
day,
time
every
I
day.
ever got the first time I got into like a commercial photography workshop, and the instructor was like, "Yeah, the first thing you have to check is the weather forecast," and I was like, "What? You never do that. It's sunny, of course."
Yes, well, we have weather.
Well, we've got like 2 seasons in the area here. We've got a hot summer and a very hot summer.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Well, in Saudi Arabia, we have more like something like breeze, a little more breeze, and then hot breeze, and then rain for no apparent reason. And then there's the lucky days when it's a combo of whatchamacallit, sandstorm and rain.
Oh yeah, we used to get those.
Still do.
Like I don't live in Saudi anymore, but yeah, I mean we do get sandstorms here every now and then. I was entertaining a friend of mine. I met her on Facebook, and she just was visiting Dubai from Hong Kong. And we were just like walking around at the beach, and all of a sudden I was like, a sandstorm is coming, we better get back. And she's like, oh my god, I'm so excited, I've never seen a sandstorm. I'm like, and you don't want to. Yeah, it's kind of weird, like most Westerners when they come here, they love to go to the desert, and they get excited when there's a sandstorm, and I'm like, give me a break, it's a fucking sandstorm.
It's like in the action movies.
It's not common weather from practically unheard of most of the time.
Yeah, I know. I kind of get it. Like, when I was young, I used to go camping in the desert. And right now I get so overly excited whenever I get a chance to camp in the mountains. And people are like, we used to do that as kids. I'm like, no, I don't care. I'm in my 30s and I'm still liking it.
By the way, Habib, what's the age of consent in Saudi Arabia? Because I've been hearing conflicting stories on that one.
Okay. Age of consent is not even an issue being discussed, because when it comes to government, the government law says it's 18, but that's 18 for certain things, but when it comes to having your own autonomy, is 21. But when it comes to marriage, there is no age of consent. Basically, you can marry even a 7-year-old
You can marry
girl.
a fetus.
Yes. Yes, you can.
You can marry a fetus. Did you really just say that?
And yes, they can, by the way.
And so, what are
an unborn child?
What are the rules once you're married?
Like, I've read some conflicting reports. Like right now, the religious people are still like discussing it, and every time I get into it, I get so disgusted because some of them go like, "Yeah, as long as you're not penetrating, then it's okay." And I'm like, "What are you fucking talking about?" They're like, "Yeah, just."
What is it at this point?
Yeah, free handies and blowies right here. Step right up.
Yes. Yes, and even with kids, and they're like, yeah, it's fine. And I'm like, you guys are fucking disgusting. So,
yeah,
I guess
fun times.
I don't like to get into that kind of argument because, again, I'm an atheist. I'm an outsider from that. I'm like, I don't really care about you guys. Like, but yeah, some of them actually believe that you can marry a preteen girl and like stick your dick between her thighs and it will be fine.
Well, I suppose it could be worse.
Wow.
Yes.
I suppose.
Yeah, some of them go like, yeah, as long as you think she might...
I imagine most atheists wouldn't be so eager to get into theological debates where the outcome could be you hanging next Tuesday.
Yeah, well, not hanging. They'll chop your head off.
Oh, the gays get hanged.
Yeah,
right?
what's the punishment for being an atheist over there?
Head gets chopped off, pretty much.
Yeah,
straight out.
It's true.
I thought United Arab Emirates and that lot were a little bit easier going.
No, we're talking about Saudi.
We're talking about Saudi. In United Arab Emirates, they're more liberal in that sense. They just go like, hey, just don't be militant about it. It's still an Islamic country. Don't disturb people that still believe.
Dude, I don't. Why didn't I think about that? Tell us what liberals in Saudi Arabia are like. Come on.
Liberals in Saudi,
They've all been hanged.
Well, they're still there. A lot of them are getting like either jailed for life, exiled, or they get into talk shows and they try to be very, very careful not to offend anyone.
Sounds familiar?
Very.
So, a small ways to go before they sort of, did they look at the Enlightenment and just think that that was for just somebody else?
They think of the Enlightenment as non-Islamic, so they want to ignore it. And I have like the liberals in Saudi. They're more like they're right wing, and like they would be right wing in the UK because they're still like they still base everything on the Islamic doctrine.
Like, hey guys, how about we don't make our 5-year-old wife sucks our dicks? Let's just handle for hand jobs. How about that?
Yeah, it's like most of the talk points from the liberals in Saudi are about women's rights, because women don't have any rights in Saudi at all. Like
That's true.
It gets to ridiculous. Like, okay, let's forget about the driving. If you're in a court of law, and just for like something like civil, like let's say I want to register a marriage, and they would have to have 2 witnesses. You'd have to have 2 males, or 1 male and 2 females, because 1 female would count as half a guy. That's how much we look at women as a lesser being in Saudi.
And this just brings up the mind-boggling fucking paranoia, just completely mind-boggling fact that feminists and Islamists are such natural allies. It's kind of fucking obnoxiously weird how well they gel together. They're like
depending
the best
on which
bed
branch
buddies.
of each, yeah.
They just announced a couple of weeks ago that women can now run for very small government offices. And everybody was like, oh my god, this is a win for all feminism and stuff. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to get the actual news and read between the lines. Women can run, yes, but they have to get the consent of their husbands. I was like,
wait.
That's
My
adorable.
aunt didn't get a consent. My aunt divorced before she ran for.
She would have to have. Women don't have autonomy in Saudi to have that kind of thing. She would have to have the consent of a guardian. If she's not married, then it has to be her father, her brother, or something else.
He is in Saudi, and he's saying that his aunt didn't have to get that, apparently, and she ran for some office. So,
Didn't she get a consent from another guardian? Because that's still the law.
I think Jeddah is different, because I know in Riyadh it's a lot more conservative than Jeddah.
Jeddah's more like they give women a little bit more autonomy, but the whole idea of me in Saudi we call it like a feel.
Yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying here, and you're talking about different regions within Saudi right now here?
Yes.
Are these cities, or are we talking about actual sort of like,
I'm assuming it's something like, you got your Essex, and then you have your like...
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Is it you've basically got sort of localized laws that allow for different changes here then, yes? Jeddah's out by Mecca.
Jeddah's by Mecca, and yes, like little states in Saudi, they do have little autonomy when it comes to some certain laws. I'm not very familiar with Jeddah because I never lived there. I lived in Riyadh for a while, and then lived in the East Coast for a while. Jeddah's in the West Coast. I never lived there.
Yeah,
I know that they're more liberal, but I'm not really sure.
That's really weird, because you'd think by Mecca that it would be incredibly conservative when it comes to sort of like religious laws and things like that.
Oh, Mecca and Jeddah, they're different, under different laws.
Yeah, but what I mean is they're right next to each other.
Yes.
So you would think that there would be some influence there.
I don't know how Jeddah. I think because Jeddah is where most foreigners come to Saudi, because most foreigners come to Saudi to.
You've got the King Abdullah Economic City just north of it, haven't you?
It's not just that.
They're super liberal. By the way, how do Saudis treat foreign women? Can like if they don't show up immediately on the out of the plane wearing a tent, do they get arrested?
No, they would get just told off. and they wouldn't be able to leave the airport without covering up.
So, how much tourists do you get?
None. You can't issue a tourist visa. You cannot. There is no such a thing as a tourist visa in Saudi.
Huh.
Oh, I'm not going to Saudi anytime soon.
So how do you get into Saudi then?
Because that's definitely the reason that's stopping me. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, you get to Saudi if you have business there and you get an invitation letter, or if you're a Muslim and you want to perform the Hajj, which is the pilgrimage to Mecca. And you get a very limited visa that you can only travel around Mecca and around the areas there, but you cannot go to Riyadh or anywhere else. Like, no, you're stuck there.
Well, I'm looking at Saudi Arabia, and there isn't a lot to look at.
You're not missing much.
Yeah, it seems to be mainly desert and the odd wildlife sanctuary, and then roads to different little tiny towns everywhere.
What if you're a non-Muslim who wants to see Mecca?
You can't.
It's impossible.
I have a friend of mine.
I know it has happened because I've seen non-Muslims at Mecca, but I understand it's not very common.
Well, you can go there, but there's like a certain area where they go like non-Muslims are not allowed, which is like the borders of the old Mecca, which they call the Haram, which is like next to the big mosque and everything. But again, I have a friend of mine who is another photographer. He was hired by the Hilton in Mecca to go and shoot there. And yeah, well, we've got like big 5-star hotels there. It's like,
I mean, no, I've seen the Hilton in London, and I want to go, but it's too expensive.
Oh, I shot for the Hilton for this concert. But anyway, that's another story. But I'll tell you about it later. So he was like, I can't get in there. And he talked to the Hilton, and they're like, we can't really get you anywhere. So I was like, hey, let me try to teach you how to convert to Islam. Go to the Saudi embassy here in Dubai and just convert into a Muslim on paper so you can get the visa. And yes, he got it. I was like, yeah, just say these words. And he's like, what am I even saying? I'm like, just repeat after me and go.
Yeah, just repeat after me. Do you think men and women should be treated equally? Yes. You're a feminist.
Yeah, pretty much. He just recited a few things, and
you know what?
Like, yeah, you're a Muslim now.
It's kind of good that I'm not actually like a native Saudi Arabian, because if that was the way to get people like tourist visas, I just tell them to say haram stuff all the time. It's like go into the embassy and say that women should be treated equally as men. As in, I just say that in Arabic, and it's like just repeat that to them, then you'll get a visa. Yes.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. I mean,
yes,
it was
you're
just
an essentially cruel person.
It was a very lucrative job on the line. I couldn't joke about that.
Like, is Islam the reason you don't treat women as like humans, basically?
We do treat them as humans.
Debatable.
It's the extreme. Well, it varies by area to area, and the extremists are the ones that are the worst about it, but they're also the ones that you see the most of.
If it makes you feel any better, they don't really treat most men as humans either.
Well, here's the thing, like the whole idea of treating women differently, they feel like they need to protect them over everything, and it was like, imagine a very possessive boyfriend. That's how all Saudis treat their women.
Yeah, it's something that might have had practical use at one point, but it's kind of mostly outdated in our world. I mean, not every place is as stable. Some places there is still some reason for that, but mostly it's outdated.
Welcome to Saudi Arabia, the possessive boyfriend of the world.
You can quote me on that.
Habib 2015.
Yes, proudly.
By the way, aren't you afraid that like the clerics are actually tracking what you're saying online, and you're gonna have a little decapitation session going?
I don't really go overboard, and yeah, I know it's a bad idea to have my face here and my real name, but
Well, I think of like the 10 people watching. I doubt one of them's
Yeah, I mean, when I go like. I do some activist work, but that's under a different Twitter handle and a different identity altogether. But yeah, sometimes I'm more careful.
This is a channel of acceptance. Everyone who comes onto this channel is converted easily into an accepting human being. They have no choice.
Yeah, I was about to say like, what doesn't have the government have like a tracking plan for this sort of stuff, and then I realized that I'm talking about a country that's using pickup trucks with guys and RPGs as artillery. So
no,
yeah, probably not not much of a threat there.
I'm sure they've got a few nukes.
They wouldn't really track me. I'm not worried about that. They would only worry if I was
racist, but I don't see the Saudi, cyber police as the most tech-savvy guys in the industry.
No, they're not. They're not at all. Not one bit. So I don't think
they're really unmotivated and lazy.
Well,
a bit like all police.
It's the same deal here. That's why.
No, some police are way overmotivated.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you would know
You
about
make
that.
you make a great tourism ad for America, Raz.
Hey, there's a school district not very far from me that is in possession of over 20 AR-12s and an APC. Okay.
I don't know what those are.
An APC is an armored personnel carrier, and M16. I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, that's a rifle.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, AR stands for assault rifle.
Actually, it stands for Armalite.
Sorry?
It actually stands for Armalite, the company that developed the model rifle.
That's weird.
It's a common misconception. People think it stands for assault rifle. It actually stands for Armalite. It's the Armalite 12, Armalite Model 12.
I sit comfortably corrected.
It's okay.
Didn't know that.
Yep. It's a very common misconception.
Alright, I will be right back and then I'll say another bad word.
So what's the hot spot in Saudi Arabia? Where's everything kicking off?
Oh,
the hot spot in Saudi Arabia is all over Saudi Arabia. It's pretty hot over there.
No, I'm thinking sort of like where's the big party place?
Everywhere and nowhere. The problem is that every party place is a private residence. So
celebration
you have
is
to
the
know.
problem.
So you have to have to know people to
You
do.
gotta know it.
Well, generally, how much partying can you do without any music, singing, or dancing?
Apparently, you have no idea about the parties here.
This isn't
with
Afghanistan.
the royal
mate.
No, Saudi was, last I checked, was bad about those things.
No.
Okay, you're talking about like public parties or private parties. When it comes to public parties, they have.
I can't say the distinction on that. I know like singing.
Let me just try to explain what the scene is in Saudi. Like we have the two national holidays and Eids, like the Iftar and Al-Duha, which is religious kind of like it's kind of our little Christmas. And in one of them, they had like a big party in the middle of Khobar. That's where I used to live, and it was like a kids' party, no music at all, and they were like just like reciting the Quran, and there was like this guy, big bushy beard, looked like I don't know, a villain from the Smurfs or something. I don't know.
F5, dude. F5.
Yeah, you're roboting really hard.
Yeah.
That's the Saudi cyber police curtailing his free speech.
So where did you lose me?
We got it all, but you were getting spotty, so we won't.
Okay. Yeah, there's something wrong with my browser. I need to fix it. But anyway, this guy just shows up and he was like, music is haram, dancing is haram, and he just like pulled a bunch of musical instruments like guitars and stuff, and started smashing them on the stage, and people were just applauding like crazy, and I was like, I only saw it on YouTube later, and I was like, fucking, what the fuck are they doing?
So what exactly are you still doing in that country?
Well, he's not in that country.
I'm not there anymore. I left. But when it comes to private parties, like most foreigners, when they travel to Saudi, they live in compounds.
Can you relinquish your citizenship, like not make it null and void?
I can if I move to a non-JCC area country and get a citizenship there, but I can't get
doing that because a few years back, a guy that was out of Saudi Arabia actually got deported back to it to get sentenced to death for making offensive tweets.
No. That guy never got his citizenship changed or anything. He tried to get asylum in Malaysia. And Malaysia is another Islamist country.
Well, that's what he's saying. Change it so your citizenship so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I could, but if that backfires, then I'm in big trouble.
Wasn't there a Malaysian lady who was sort of having a conversation with Mohammed in her Twitter feed?
I don't know. I know Malaysia is one of like the most densely populated Muslim countries on the planet.
And from what I understand, she actually got deported from Malaysia to Saudi Arabia.
No, you got it all mixed up. There was a guy in Saudi, and he made the tweets having a conversation with Muhammad.
It was definitely a lady here.
No, you got the story wrong.
You might be talking about separate incidents. Let's keep that in mind.
Could be. Because, yeah, the guy tried to flee to Malaysia, and then the Malaysians just set him back. Yeah, and I did think about it. I thought about, like, hey, let's just make it more possible.
It makes sense. The government of Malaysia would probably be very friendly with the government of Saudi.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Kuala Lumpur, February 2012, extradited from Malaysia back to Saudi Arabia. Hazma Kashgari?
Hamza, that's a guy's name.
Former columnist for the Saudi... This is the person you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah, Hamza, that's not Hazma.
Oh yeah, it is Hamza, begging your pardon.
Hamza, that's the guy's name. Yeah, so we were talking about the same guy.
Ordered that Kashgari be arrested for crossing red lines and degenerating religious beliefs of God and his prophet. Yada, yada.
Oh god. Crossing red lights.
Red lines.
Oh, red lines. I thought it was red lights, so, you know, that's
obviously got
punishable
something on the
by
brain
death.
at the moment, mate, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was back
well, you know what they say, all lines are red for a decapitator.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest with you, reactions include 30,000 tweets regarding the subject.
Yeah.
A lot of people interested in it.
Back in 2011, I was actually considering...
How many feminists exactly got offended by this? Or how many were cheering on?
None, so not that I know of. Like, there was a bit of an outrage in the in the liberal minority in Saudi, but even they weren't really that vocal about it. They were afraid to be decapitated with the guy.
Yeah, it was really sad, really. You know?
Yeah, I know.
Like, it's really sad that the big minority, even the small majority, whatever. Long story short, it's really sad that not a lot of people would come together for one thing, you know? But when it's something stupid, everybody goes around it.
God, I hate this new Google thing. It just looks so childish.
Looks stupid. Looks like it was made of crayons or something.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, that explains everything.
Tumblr likes it.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
You are Tumblr to us, Zoe. You've got a big responsibility there.
Alright.
Well, here's a shot for Saudi. I lost count of how many shots I had.
Well, I don't like drinking, by the way, so, you know.
I know.
Good job.
Yeah, it'd be a shame to get executed for it.
No, I just... even if I could, I wouldn't.
Back in Saudi, I used to have access to more things that I do in here.
Now you're sounding like a sex-negative feminist.
No, I'm just saying, you know, if there's a chance where I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just I think I need some tea. Be right back, and I'll give you a very bad word.
You have to say it in Arabic.
Jara.
For a second there, I was expecting you to go for the low-hanging fruit and just say I'm gay in Arabic.
No, that's just shit in
Very
Arabic.
bad word.
Khara.
Yes, that's shit.
I like to exchange insults with foreigners. So I've learnt, for example, if you are to go to Hong Kong, for example, and you get into an argument with somebody there and you want to insult a Cantonese person, you say "Du lei lao mao."
Okay.
And they will be upset.
What did you just say?
I said "Du lei lao mao."
Du lei lao mao.
Du lei lao mao.
Lao mao. Okay.
Lao
Du lei lao mao.
Mao is
All
mother.
right.
Just to let you know.
Oh.
Du lei lao mao. In Chinese,
So what does that mean?
Cantonese. Yes. I got
What does
told
it
by a
mean?
Cantonese person. Yeah.
Well,
And I've talked to a Cantonese person recently who has confirmed this. No, well, the Mao bit is mother.
I'm gonna have lunch tomorrow with a Cantonese person, so I'm gonna
I
ask them.
believe Lao is your.
That's if I'm gonna remember it tomorrow. That is.
Oh, what, you're going to go and meet with some Cantonese people? Well, I've learnt a new phrase. Would you like to hear it?
No, I'm gonna have lunch with a bunch of friends, and one of them is Cantonese. So. Yeah.
Look what I learned
We
on
always-
the internet.
That's always a topic of speech between us. So
I
it's
think that's
fine.
always been a thing when it comes to people talking to people from other countries. You always want to be able to insult each other as quickly as possible, just in case there's a war. You know?
Yeah, the thing is, like, I think you would like it here in Dubai, like, for a small holiday, because you're never in a small group of, like, where all of you guys are from the same country. Like, when I go hang out, like, it's always, like, this guy from Pakistan, I'm from Saudi, an American guy, a British guy, and someone from, I don't know, Alaska or something. So, it's a very, very, like, a very interesting mix of people. And most of them are not like when you compare to London or New York. Most of these guys are like first generation, or they just immigrated here and it's only temporary, just for work, and they'll come back. So we're all outsiders, yet we feel like we belong here. So it's a very strange mix. It's unlike anything I've experienced anywhere else.
Well, Dubai is such a new city. I mean, for anyone to actually be a native there, you're expecting to see a 12-year-old. You know.
Yeah, I know very few people who are like second generation immigrants.
Well,
And,
yeah, because they wouldn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, there were immigrants back in the 70s, but they were very, very few. And most of those guys came with, like, the beginning of the oil boom. So it's a very interesting place to be
yeah,
in.
Dubai. I watched or at least viewed from a distance the Barge Dubai being built. You know, when it was called the Barge Dubai. What is it called now? It's been given
Burj
a different.
Khalifa.
Yeah. And so I was quite sort of enthralled by seeing it going up, and saw it sort of like when it was only sort of like it had just passed the world's tallest building mark, and it was like halfway going. So it's quite a wonderful sort of a place to see there. It'd be amazing to go there. But so if you got any camera work, yeah, let me know. If you need an extra guy, I can help out.
What kind of camera work do you do?
I do film and photography, so I know my way around a few cameras. Let's say that.
Okay, I might require a videographer every now and then, so I'll let you know.
Yeah, sure. Can do. Generally speaking, I've worked on sort of the odd comedy, bit of sci-fi films, things like that. So I can do sort of I can film for special effects, or just drama, or whatever needs to be done. And fashion, not forgetting fashion.
Oh, I've done a lot of fashion here.
All right.
I mean, they wouldn't really get you all the way from the UK to here just for a shoot, because there's a lot of photographers here as well.
I can imagine.
But if I get something like lucrative enough, I'll let you know.
Oh, sweet. I'll be sitting here by the phone, waiting.
Right now most of the
like every
inquiries
photographer.
I get, most of the inquiries I get for videographers are for small events, and I don't think that's worth the trip for you just to shoot a small event.
Well, if it costs the actual trip, then yeah. It's all good for portfolio work, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
if I can tick over on that one, that's all very well and good. But if it's basically the cost of the ticket, then it's still good enough.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Working
Then.
holiday, that sort of thing.
I'll keep that in mind for sure. I just got contacted 2 days ago by an event company, and they were recruiting like videographers and photographers in their contact list, and I was like, I don't know any videographers, so I should have mentioned you.
You didn't know until now.
Yeah.
This is the weird thing about the open house. We've actually had quite a lot of people making contacts through this little cabal. You just got to be nice to each other. This is how it works, world. You just got to be nice to each other.
Okay, and this is a two-way street because I specialize basically in hotel photography, especially pre-openings. So
now, here's the thing for. Sort of especially for new hotels and stuff like that, have they been looking into, what's been going on with YouTube recently, where you've got a three-dimensional film?
Very few. I think the, which one was it? I was in ATM now.
So I've got a friend I've got a friend in the BBC who's sort of like pioneering this at the moment.
Yeah, and they have they have an event here called the ATM. It's Arab Travel Market, and we have like brands like hospitality brands from all over the world, so showcasing their stuff, and that's where I make most of my contacts. And I forgot which brand it was. I think it was the Hilton that we're experiencing with 3D, and they have the Oculus Rift, and people could just walk through the hotel. But they're just still kind of experiencing with the thing. But I don't think they're going to let go of the traditional photography stuff.
Well, there's a lot of new techniques that are or at least a new lot of cameras that are coming out these days that can really do that. I mean, they've still got a long way to go. At the moment, generally, when you're doing 360 film, and it's basically just a big bubble of image. So there's no real three-dimensional depth to the image yet.
The only company that is still doing that, or is doing that with the hospitality business, is a company in Hong Kong, and they were contracted with the Ritz-Carlton. They did a couple of shoots with them, and they were like, "No, this is not our thing."
Yeah, well, it's especially with the whole VR thing. VR's not really. I'm still not sort of content with it.
People just want to look at a hotel from Booking.com on the app on their phone and judge the hotel out of like a few photos, maybe like a 12-second video. So,
well, I think more than anything, it's down to the presentation of it.
There is like a lot of people who are not into that profession.
If you want to have some toasty, a little longer. If not, put it on the top shelf.
Like, most of them don't really understand how much work that goes into producing that one hotel shot, like with the bed and a nice table and everything. Like, I take about 2 hours just setting that shot together. It's not about just putting your camera in a corner, putting it like on a wide view lens, and that's it. It's a lot of fucking work.
Yeah, it depends on the time of day as well, if you want to get the right lighting conditions for it, and what you're trying to sell from the hotel as well.
Is it about luxury?
Yeah.
Is it luxury? Is it the view? Is it how big the room is? Is it about the bed? And it's more work than a lot of people give it credit for. But it's like I find myself in this niche where I do a lot of pre-openings. Like hotels will contact me before they open, and the hotel's not even operational yet, and I have to produce amazing-looking photos as if the hotel is just working top-notch. And I'm like, yeah, most of the area is still under construction. What are you talking about, guys?
Yeah, give me... Oh, right, this corner of the room's painted. Okay, we'll put the bed here.
I did that in Baghdad when I was there. Like, the hotel was not even finished. And they were like, yeah, we're trying to shoot. I'm like, okay.
Well, you probably make a lot of money in Greece.
Not with the economy there.
No.
No.
Well, I mean, you'd have a lot of money, it just won't be worth anything.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. We have a newcomer here. Siri. Ethan, what's up?
Ethan's an old soldier, one of the patrons.
Good evening.
You're my 1.24 in a billion. Sorry.
Yeah.
With a G930 headset.
Well, they're in my light stand right now. I have to get a new battery for them.
Oh.
So I'm using
battery for a headset.
that requires batteries.
Wireless.
It's wireless.
I use an Astro A50. I love it.
My only problem with those wireless ones is as they're going, they sort of start to get really weird and noisy, and they start sort of freaking out.
Yeah.
And
Logitech came out with new headset.
The G633, yeah, looks amazing.
Did you guys hear about this? Is that apparently someone's done a teleportation of electrical signal?
Yes, I've seen that. That is pretty epic.
Oh, think about the applications.
I personally would actually never use teleportation. At least at the the concept that it's using in science fiction, that your molecules are scattered in space and relocated into different areas.
Don't you see the applications? I mean,
I see the applications. I'm just saying I'm not going to teleport myself, even if it's going to be physically possible in my lifetime.
On a molecular level.
Who says all of yourself?
On a molecular level, that's okay, but it would be maybe even on a quantum or subatomic level. And then you get into the point of basically saying is that you're essentially making a carbon copy of yourself and destroying the original.
Yeah, that's true. But
if you're actually transporting the molecules, then that really is you being taken apart and then being put together again. So it really depends on how it's done.
No, the only thing I'm worried about teleportation is if a fly comes into the teleportation chamber with me.
Yeah, but I think that's down to you watching that film. That's just giving you it's just giving it a bad rep. That's all.
Yeah, but think about all the superpowers you can have, like super fast reflexes.
The thing with the fly is why it's really stupid though, is the idea that your entire body is in there, yeah. So every last bone, all that sort of business, that all comes out fine. But the moment a fly sits in there for no apparent reason, this little thing that's sat in the corner is now being transported within the rest of your body for
some odd reason.
Yeah, for nothing other than a plot device.
Oh, I love that movie. It's so cheesy.
The most complicated, very, very complicated animal is the human body. And normally, that goes fine. But the moment you put a fly in there, suddenly it all goes tits up. The fly isn't separate from the body suddenly. It's like it's dumbassery. Or at least think about it. I've left my watch on. I've now been assimilated into my watch.
That would be cool.
Clock Man.
Sounds like a Mega Man character.
No, isn't that like it was a Batman villain called Clockman. I think.
Really?
Yes, I think so.
He must have had a slow day.
Clockman. No, he was in the animated series too.
Go on.
I will tell you the time in 1/1,000,000th of a second.
Why do I need to know time 1/1,000,000th of a second though?
Clockman. This villain is sponsored by Accurist.
By what?
Accurist. It's a watch manufacturer. You millennials wouldn't know what those are. They're basically a bit like smartphones, but they don't actually do anything except tell the time, and you'd wear them on your wrist.
I know what watches are. I normally wear one.
Yep.
Because I can change your smartphone when you're working, and it's imperative to know the time, and you don't have a clock around.
It's getting like that these days.
Yeah, but most places don't let you use your phone.
By the time I have to explain what a watch is to a child or whatever like that, they're going to have to explain me how to get online. And they'll be just think it. What do you mean just think it? What do you mean? Where's the keyboard? What's a keyboard? What do I do with the orb? You know.
I kind of think of it as like the reverse of that scene from the fourth Star Trek movie where Scotty's trying to use a computer from the early 1990s,
yeah.
And he's like trying to talk to it, and he's like, "No, you got to use this." He hands him the mouse, and he starts talking into the mouse. Computer, hello, computer. Yeah.
That's actually like one of my parents when I was teaching them how to use the computer.
My father couldn't put to simple Windows on Windows 10. He couldn't put to a simple window to get into his stupid solitaire game.
Yeah, my parents have got Windows 10 on there. Apparently, I have to show them how to use their computer all over again. They're just lost.
It's the same thing.
I know.
Seriously.
I know.
It hurts.
Look, when I'm trying to give my mum a message or like a link on Skype and stuff like that, I have to point her to the icon that looks like a caravan.
But come to think about it, like I think millennials now, they're the last generation that are familiar with paper books.
I still read paper books.
I don't think they're so familiar.
I don't think that's...
Which is a fucking travesty.
I don't think paper books are going to disappear in the next generation. I mean, in fact, the numbers actually say more people are reading novels now than in the past. Now that might...
On e-books.
I was about to say, e-books are probably part of that, but bookstores also show some of these numbers as well.
I'd rather have...
Bookstores are moving into selling e-books.
There's still a large portion of people who buy physical copies, even if they
want
buy
it.
It's
It's the retro thing. Don't forget, they want it. They're doing it ironically, even if
they order it from Amazon or something like that. People are still buying physical copies of books.
I want to make I want to make an album called "The Irony of People Calling Irony When They Should Be Saying Sarcastic." Do you think it's a bit too long?
It could be a little bit more succinct, I believe.
Yeah, I really hope that paper books don't really go away, same way as CDs and cassettes. But
cassettes gone. The cassettes have definitely gone. Thank you, and thank God for that.
I kind of miss those.
Why?
So you might.
One thing
you don't have an answer. You don't have an answer, and that's why.
Exactly.
Well, one thing you can say, we are at a point where most of the current generation doesn't understand the relation between a cassette tape and a pencil.
Yes, we are.
And to be honest with you, I think that's a better thing. Because the memories that we have are not fond. Oh my God! My favorite tape has now been eaten by the cassette player.
Oh God, I know.
I got my collection of cassettes from my father, and I had a cassette tape. I go put it in the player, and the whole thing just flies out of the thing, out of the cassette player or some shit.
Yeah, and that stuff, once that gets too old and stuff like that, you play it once, and it'll wipe it. The stuff gets too old and knackered, and you the old 8-tracks and stuff like that, using very similar sort of techniques. I've heard of people that have basically. This is a story from somebody. I was doing a little bit of work for the Beeb, and we had sort of like a bit of a drink afterwards. This guy was telling me about this, and there was this very, very old, I believe it was Sex Pistols track.
Oh.
Yeah, and essentially, this guy had this track that was on this 8-track sort of thing, and he was willing to sell it on eBay. And somebody asked him to make a recording of it to give him a sample of what was actually on the tape. And he didn't have an 8-track player, but he did know a guy who did. And the guy said to him, if I play this on here, this is probably going to just disappear to nothing. He said, yeah, but can you get a recording of it? I was like, yeah. So he made the recording of it, and the tape basically just, the tape was still there, but the data on it was just flaked off. it was basically, magnetically reading it. Well, it was actually, magnetically pulling it off at the same time as well. It was completely ruined. There was nothing left of it. But he had the recording. Handed the guy back this 8-track tape of nothing, and with this sort of this recording, and that was that. And he's the only one with an actual recording of this thing now.
Wow. I mean, I do get it. I still have, the only thing that is a magnetic tape that I own is my VHS tapes of Star Wars.
F5, good buddy.
Yeah, and...
How about some records?
No.
F5, I mean, F5.
Okay.
How about some records? Who owns records?
I don't, but my friend's dad has an original pressing of Paranoid by Black Sabbath.
I have a couple of records playing around his house.
Yeah, I still have Star Wars, and back when I was in Saudi before I moved here, I did have a VHS player, a VCR, but I was afraid to put it in there. I was like, are you serious? It might just chew it.
Oh, those were dark times.
Nothing lasts. Unfortunately, nothing lasts forever. Eventually, all that shit's gonna disappear.
Yeah, true.
Well, sometimes it gets rediscovered.
Eventually, humanity's probably going to disappear.
And it's gonna be probably
The
for
Earth,
the best.
the Earth isn't going to live forever. Neither is the sun. And who the God knows what's going to come out of the space. Anything can happen. You could run into another galaxy. And there goes Earth galaxy.
Yeah, I think we're all gonna be a version of Samus, like a transsexual space kind of ranger that hunts down pirates.
I'll probably be dead by then. Buried 6 feet under the ground.
Yep. And it's quiet now.
Yeah, it's not that quiet. I mean,
Who wants some beer?
I can't. I'll die.
I'm drinking rum here. And I'm getting quite tipsy now.
I don't drink that much to get tipsy. I've only been tipsy like a couple of times. I don't like it very much to be tipsy.
I think I had like 8 shots of rum, so I blame Robert for that.
What did Robin do?
Well, he hosts these talks and he's like, yeah, what do you like to drink? And I'm like, I'm just gonna start drinking them.
What's the matter, Zoe?
Nothing.
Yeah, I tell some people I work with I'm going to go get some beer from the liquor store, and they're like, these people I work with, the women, and they're around like the 50s, they're like in the 40s and 50s, and I like them my mother when it comes to me wanting to go drink. Say kids these days. What kids these days? I'm not a kid. Well, according to them, I am.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I used to say that about myself too. Like, I'm not like kids these days and stuff. Now, whenever I go on, let's say, gaming forums and stuff, I just feel old. Like, they talk about like the PlayStation 2 as retro games, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
You're crazy. PlayStation 2 on retro games.
Well,
they kind of are. They kind of are retro because you know that's a few generations back. You know.
No.
No, they're not.
You're using a bad definition of retro, Abdullah. Feel ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
I would actually qualify the PlayStation 2 as a classical.
Okay.
I wouldn't even go that far.
No, I would say that it PlayStation 2 and the say the maybe the Cube. These consoles weren't sort of like the behemoths that we have running around now by comparison. and they still had, they had a lot of limitations to them. But you had a lot of staples that came out. I mean, I bought Metal Gear Solid 2 for the PlayStation 2. Never owned one.
Now, I remember my first Metal Gear experience was with the MSX. That was in the early 80s.
Yeah.
And
but I actually bought that console game for a console that I didn't even own.
Wow.
I went over to my mate's house and played it. For the week, I basically just got over there on a Friday and went, "You're right there, James." And he's like, "You're right there, Rob. What you got?" "Oh, Metal Gear Solid 2." And he went, "It's in the living room." "All right, cheers. See you in about 2 days."
Speaking of games and shit, like
he understood.
I don't like to bring those guys up, but Polygon was upset that Mad Max, the game, was not as progressive as the movie, and they gave it a 6 out of 10. What's up with that?
What are you talking about? What the fuck's just doing this arbitrary progressive and all this arbitrary bullshit on everything?
I know. I was like,
Mad Max was a fucking send off of the American action show Matrix.
Mad Max Fury Road isn't even as appealing as the originals. I like the originals most.
I thought it was actually quite a good quite a reasonably good film. It had really good action sequences as well.
I don't know why that
It's 10 years in the making, that film. It took fucking ages. It was going to be on before the Iraq War kicked in.
What?
Yeah, the Iraq War basically stopped it from being made.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Hollywood basically just stamped out a lot of action movies because they didn't want to see, they didn't want people triggered.
Because desert and terrorists.
Because they're stupid.
Slaves and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Australian desert is exactly like Iraq, right?
Now you understand why 9/11 did such a bad thing for all these millennial kids and stuff like that, yeah? Because they haven't watched enough action movies.
Exactly.
I was in elementary school when 9/11 happened.
Wait, didn't 9/11 cause a giant influx of patriotic action movies? And games, for that matter?
No.
It was more like war sims. There was a lot of war sims back in the time.
Well, I mean, there was like...
I don't think 9/11 caused it. There was a lot of World War II games back in around the early 2000s.
Yeah, most of the shooters during that time were either alien or historic, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, COD didn't shy away, but that was about it.
Well, during that period, they were still in World War II. Modern Warfare, which was Call of Duty 4, was the first time they broke away from World War II.
Yes, they...
and then they went right back to it with 5, but they said that's going to be the last one in the World War II era. And we've had Black Ops and Modern Warfare ever since.
Yeah.
I kind of miss the World War II simulations, though.
Considering how many Call of Duty games there were about World War, there were actually... wasn't 5 the only one that actually allowed you to play as the Soviets? And it actually had the Americans fighting the Japanese instead of the Germans?
I don't know if it was the only one, but yeah, you did the Pacific Front as the Americans and the invasion of Berlin as Russian. Like the ending of the Russian campaign is where you're raising the flag over the Reichstag or Chancellor House, whatever the fuck it was called at the time. I can't remember.
Yeah, and it was so fucking cheesy glory flavor that it's.
Well, to be honest,
you literally get shot when trying to put that flag in, but then you get up and you just put the flag up, and it's my god, tears are crying, children are
even though you're still being shot at.
Yeah, and you're still being shot at, basically. Also, you have
the war isn't won if you're still being shot at by the enemy.
Well, I would like to know the details of that actual moment. Actually, I don't know too much about
that actual moment was actually censored because the guy that planted the flag had like 4 watches stripped with his hands. Apparently, looting in the battlefield is all okay as long as you're not using for propaganda.
As long as you're the winner.
Yeah. I won. I have 5 German watches. What of it?
Wow.
Well, interesting to note that once the war had actually been finished off, there was probably about 6 months afterwards where they were having to go into all these Nazi enclaves and things like this, and all these sort of areas that they hadn't actually covered yet in the like deeper parts of Germany, and still having to carry on because these fuckers wouldn't die. They just wouldn't fucking. They weren't going to quit.
Shit, they weren't as bad as the Japanese, man. If there's any still alive, there's probably still a guy on an island awaiting further orders.
The Japanese surrendered.
I'm pretty sure there was one.
Have you not heard about all the holdouts who never got word that they surrendered? That were out there for decades holding positions?
There was one in that Archer episode.
Yeah, that's a reference to it, but like that was a real fucking thing that happened like over a dozen times. They found people on Little Island.
That's because they'd lost radio fucking contact.
Yeah.
So they
well,
didn't
know. It wasn't in them to just say, fuck it, I'm not going to do this anymore. They fucking held their position for decades.
But the Germans never surrendered. They were defeated. They never actually fully surrendered.
Well, we didn't drop a naval.
No, Robin. After Hitler committed suicide, a new Führer was elected, and he then promptly signed the surrender. And then the office was dissolved.
Elected, you say?
It was basically a show of hands. What do you want?
Yeah, that's what they call an election in Germany that day.
Hey, were votes cast? It's not my fault that all the other people at the other end of Berlin dying are not participating. It's their law.
I think the show of hands might have been fingers pointing at one guy, kind of going, it's him. What? No! Yeah, it's you, motherfucker. But yeah, even after, these Germans knew that their country was over with and stuff like that, but they didn't fucking relent. They just went, no, fuck you, we're gonna die here. Some fucked up business.
The city I live in was one of the last Nazi strongholds of all. The city literally has no 5 square feet of dirt under it that doesn't have like Nazi bunkers under it. This is why, like a week ago in the papers it was like, there's going to be a referendum. Vote on things you would like or would not like to see. And one of the questions like, would you like to see a metro in this city? And I'm like, yeah, a metro in a city that's covered by flooded Nazi bunkers. Yeah, have fun with that construction.
They'll just turn the bunkers into stations. It's fine.
Dude, the tunnels are like barely tall enough for a man to stand up straight.
Well, it's a start.
It's just that there's like thousands of them.
And you'll finally meet Klaus, who's been down there all this time.
Oh, don't even tell me. My mate actually claims that most of these bunkers back in the day weren't exactly sealed off because people just figured who's gonna bother. They're like mostly flooded. And my mate actually swore by the life of his grandmother that he actually found a dead Nazi down there somewhere.
Oh, it's not. It wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, it's not so outlandish.
What were you going to do? Come up and surrender?
Well, apparently that wasn't on the menu.
Yeah. Talking about concentration camps, what about after the war, yeah?
What about it?
That's a little bit of something that I would like to visit Europe to kind of experience firsthand. Because, like...
What?
That chance you can't see the button.
Concentration camps?
No. I would like to see the history, the museums, talk to people. Like, I only see it in the media and, people that I talk to online. Like,
it's
how
probably
horrible.
Better that way.
The thing is, like, I can relate when people talk about Saddam and the atrocities that he did because it's so close to home. But when people mention Hitler, I'm so disconnected because we were never really affected by World War II. We were not part of it. We were so far away. We didn't even know that it existed.
What the fuck was Saudi Arabia doing during that time?
Nothing.
I have no clue.
Nothing. We were just like desert nomads. There was nothing there.
Was there a Saudi Arabia?
Okay. Probably the best way to describe Auschwitz is it's a cross between Abu Ghraib and Walmart.
Oh God.
I think it's a little bit worse than that.
It's one thing to hear someone talk about it. It's one thing to see a documentary about it, but I want to go and see it.
Literally, the closest thing you can come to is comparing it to, I don't know, a slaughterhouse. That's literally what it was. You're warehousing a large portion of livestock until it's killed.
No, it wasn't. It was a giant pie factory. Das pies.
No, it's just this part of world history that, I mean, even back in school, they never really taught us about the history of World War II. We were all about, Islamic country and Islamic state back in the 600th century, and we were kind of, the 6th century, and we were kind of great. And I'm like, I don't really care. Show me what happened in the last 50 years, in the last 100 years. We were never taught about that in school.
Everyone
And we're so we were so disconnected. I'm still so disconnected. Even with all the people that I met in my real life and online, it's something that I cannot truly relate to.
Well, you were, that whole area was basically a British colony for, a good couple of hundred years, really. So, I mean, go to Google Maps right now, and have a look at, say, an area of the Middle East. And if you look really closely, you'll notice that some of the barriers across sort of like the various countries, they seem rather, what's the word? Straight.
Yeah.
Notice that?
Yeah, I know.
Go to Egypt, have a look at Libya, Sudan, Chad, that sort of area. You can see all these really straight lines. Yeah? And then look at every other fucking country in the world. And notice that it's all a little bit more craggy and bits sticking out here and there and everywhere. That's your colonialists right there. Because those lines were literally drawn.
Yeah, I know that part of history.
Yeah, and you can see where a lot of the warring happened by the bits that start getting a bit more craggly. That's pretty much a good way of explaining sort of Middle Eastern history right there. I always like to look at Kuwait, and you think, hang on a second, that line's pretty straight going all the way around there, and then there's this little bendy bit, sort of as though it's been dug into Iraq.
Yeah, it's a bit funny.
Oh look, the Kuwaiti royal family are closely related to the Saudi Arabian family. Coincidence? Anyway.
Not really.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it's something that I would like to be more educated.
Let's not spoil an American victory by talking about Kuwaiti history.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, they think they were onto a winner there. It's all right. Let them be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the closest thing that I got to like World War II and the Cold War, I was in Moscow 2 years ago. I was in a photo shoot with the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and I got some free time on my hand. So I went exploring.
Lenin? Did you go see Lenin?
No, they recommended a place called Bunker 42. And
how is Lenin doing anyway? Is he all right? Is he keeping his chin up?
He's okay. He's doing fine. Yeah, Bunker 42 is pretty much one of the declassified secret bunkers.
Around his neck.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, Bunker 42, one of the declassified bunkers back in the Cold War, and it was built to house nuclear weapons and to be able to launch a nuclear attack to anywhere in the world from underground. Even the way you find the place, they just go hey, it's in that area, look for a green door with a star on it. And that's how you find the museum. And you go in there, and it's just they have 4 sections in that bunker. One for civilian housing, and one for military housing, and one for storage of rations and necessities, and the other one is for actual nuclear weapons.
And now they have a restaurant, laser tag, strike ball, children's activities, banquet complex, and conference halls. Come on down to the nuclear bunker. It's fun for all the family.
They kept it a lot like the original, but they have the actual consoles that they used, pretty much they wanted to use in case of nuclear attack or retaliation of nuclear attack. And they were hey, we're looking for volunteers, we have to have 2 people to launch a nuke. And it was like a crowd of 20 people, and I was just jumping like a little schoolgirl. I'm like, hey, pick me, pick me, pick me. I want to launch a nuke. So yeah, I was giving her a key and a code, and I launched a nuke. Thing is, like, this is the funny part.
Did you just sort of like pause at the start, you know, just as you're about to turn the key, kind of going, I hope this switched off, you know?
The funny thing is, I was waiting for like the command to give us a coordinates to hit, and they were like, no, just turn the key, punch the code, and then turn it to the other side, punch another code, press the rock button. And I was like, what about the coordinates? And they're like, we never know who we're nuking because they never tell us the target.
Yeah, launch command doesn't make that decision. They just have to fire.
Yeah.
Their job is just to act when they get the order. Now, someone refused. I can't remember the dude's name, but he was Russian. That guy actually disobeyed orders at one point, where there was some malfunction in the radar system, and refused to launch and stopped World War III from happening, essentially, because the Soviets would have launched at America due to a radar malfunction. And when he got the order, he refused, and basically, yeah, saved the world.
When was this?
Sometime during the Cold War. I gotta look it up. Hold on.
I mean, I know there was a bit where during the Cuban Missile Crisis, it wasn't actually left up to Moscow to decide whether to actually kick it off. But you had basically 3 commanders of the subs, off the coast of Cuba, basically being, well, egged on by the Americans to kick this thing off. And it requires these 3 commanders to actually agree to, to do it or not. And one of them went, nah, fuck that.
Yeah, you are correct. It happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Vasily Alexandrovich Arkhipov. I probably said that wrong.
Yeah, that
Soviet Navy. Soviet Navy officer during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He prevented the launch of a nuclear torpedo and thereby preventing a nuclear war.
And here's yours truly launching a nuke.
No, pick me.
That guy is.
I think it stems from the fact that not much would change. It's like, oh no, the world has ended in nuclear fire. Now everything's a blasted desert. Okay, so what are we doing tomorrow? It's like, I don't know, poker, bowling.
We'll play Fallout in real life.
Well, we're not going to be watching the TV at that
You're
point.
already playing Fallout.
Maybe you're not quite sure what nuclear winter is, Simon.
The same guy was also involved in the K-19 incident, if you know what that is.
I don't know this one. Do tell.
It was basically the reactor on an overheating submarine, the Russian submarine, and he exposed to a massive amount of radiation.
And that shows you there isn't a god.
See, during this nuclear accident, he backed Captain Nikolai Rushiny during the potential mutiny. I'm not going to try to pronounce it, it's just Rushiny. While assisting with the engineering work to deal with the overheating reactor, he was exposed to the harmful level of radiation. The incident is depicted in the American film K-19, The Widowmaker.
Interesting.
I remember.
I know what nuclear winter. I know what nuclear winter is, Robin, and that's why I know
that would be considered a change.
Nuclear winter would not last that long over Saudi Arabia or any desert area of the world, for that matter. The climate
anywhere with really active winds, it would clear out. Sometimes.
Well, yeah, but there's the whole sort of there are no buildings left and most of my family are dead thing.
Most of Saudi Arabia is already an empty desert, Robin.
Why are you talking about Saudi Arabia here?
Yeah, there's also other factors to consider. They still tell people not to eat boar from the Black Forest after Chernobyl. I mean, that shit, radiation spreads and lingers. It's very nasty stuff.
But no, that's actually just, I don't know. It's kind of bullshit because there are people that are actually still living in Chernobyl and living off poached meat.
Well,
and they're like, and
if
they're
you
like,
can imagine, the animals, the animals can be damaged.
And they're like in their 90s,
Yeah.
Rays. These aren't 20-year-old kids
Well,
that die of
just
radiation poisoning at 25.
because people can survive it doesn't mean it doesn't carry a whole fucking host of risk with it. I mean, it's not advisable under any circumstances
Well, what
to eat
risks
meat contaminated with radiation.
No. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. You know, radiation is housed in high mass objects. Okay, so when you've had all of this radiation, it's coming off from rocks, stuff like that. Trees aren't radioactive. They can absorb it through the soil, and then if an animal eats the vegetation, they can absorb the radioactive particles. Yeah, radioactive particles at most.
Yeah,
and
but
then
it does cumulative harm.
Yeah, it'll do harm to the actual animal, unless, of course, the animal, dies or develops a better way of dealing with it. So they'll have a way. I mean, I'm not expecting these things to, grow extra limbs or fins or anything like that, but they will have a stronger constitution because of it.
Well, one thing that a lot of people don't realize, there's actually an exploding population of wolves in the area of Chernobyl. Because I don't know, they're still not sure if they've been able to adapt to it or they're just dying off. But there are so many there because the lack of people that they can't tell. There's actually been a documentary about it. It's called I believe it's called The Radioactive Wolves of Chernobyl.
That sounds pretty interesting.
Soon they'll gain sentience.
Well, canines have a limited form of sentience, at least by my definition.
I'll be back in a second.
And then we'll get wolf people. And then Chris will have some man wolf to bang.
And then he gets cancer.
Yeah.
Looks like
But
Leo
don't we all?
Pirates starting the weekend drama already.
Oh, God. What
It's
the
alright,
hell?
it's just
What day is it? What day is it?
It's Saturday.
Liar, it's Friday.
It's Saturday now.
Nope, it's Friday.
It's Saturday now because I'm in the other half of the world.
You're wrong.
Trying to trick us into thinking you're in the future. Fuck you. You're a liar.
We know you're in the past.
It may seem that way because people here are very stupid, but I am in the future. The future where the past made no sense.
Nothing makes sense.
I'm not sure about any of that.
Nah, man.
Shot number 9.
That's it? Come on, man.
Yeah, swear to us in Arabic.
Abdullah doesn't speak Arabic, though.
Yeah, I'm a very bad Arabic
As
person.
dumb as that sounds for someone living in Saudi, he does not speak Arabic.
Happens.
That's really bad, dude.
And it's not like he's really an immigrant to Saudi either. I mean, he's lived other places, but still.
That's sort of your hometown, dude. Do many people not really speak Arabic over there, or?
Everybody speaks English, so I don't bother.
Sweet! You're
So
welcome.
to
You're
Saudi now?
welcome, the world. No, I'm just sort of celebrating British colonialism. All we
Well,
have to
of
do
course.
is obviously get rid of the religious zealots, and we've got ourselves a decent holiday destination. Got plenty of coastline.
There's a lot of pride
Just
flags.
miles and miles of beach.
Oh, yeah.
Inland and by the sea.
It's funny, like ever since I moved to Dubai, I hardly ever use my Arabic. Like very, very rarely I use it when I talk to my family, but that's pretty much it. Like English is becoming my first language somehow.
What's the biggest? What's the worst insult you can give somebody in Arabic?
Ooh.
Okay, ابن الشرموطة maybe? ابن القحبة والحسعيري أو
Abna.
ابن القحبة. Well, it's pretty much son of a bitch, but in Arabic that's a very, very severe insult. Like, we take it way more seriously than most other cultures.
Excellent.
Yes.
Just the right one.
Mm-hmm.
It's always best to get the worst first, and then work
we
your
have
way down.
We've got this insult that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, when you think about it literally, in the literal sense, we have kiss ummak, and I keep teaching that to people because it's easier for them to pronounce. Kiss ummak.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. It translates to your mother's vagina. It doesn't really say your mother's vagina is bad or good or comfortable or right. It's just like a
You
mother's
just don't want strangers talking about your mama's vagina.
Yeah, and people take it so viciously, and I'm like, yeah, my mom has a vagina, so what? I mean, that's where I came from. So.
Yeah, well, it's I mean, you have that is actually the Arabic your mom.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. Is it? What was it? Kiss? Is that
kiss
the vagina?
Ummak.
Is that the mum or is that the vagina
no,
bit?
Kiss. That is the vagina bit, and ummak is your mother.
Ummak.
Yes.
Urmak or urmak?
No, ummak. Yeah, like U-M-M-A-K. That's
Ummak.
how you pronounce. Yes.
Okay.
Kiss ummak.
And kiss. That's kiss vagina. That's an easy
Yes.
one for me to remember.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of a hobby as well.
Yeah. And it's also a band.
What?
Well, Kiss is a band. That's what I said.
Are you? I thought you were saying that basically being a cunning linguist is banned in.
No.
I know I've met a lot of guys who are either Iranian or Arabic, and they've said that basically, they've made all kinds of excuses as to why they wouldn't be prepared to eat minge. I mean, one of them was that it was bad for your teeth. Another one made
What kind of acidic vaginas have these people been going down on?
I know, but as Mag says, they've got no idea. Also, I think one of them said that it would turn you gay.
What?
I know!
think it's the exact opposite!
That's fucking ridiculous.
Going down on a woman, sucking cock, they're basically the same thing. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Put my dick in something that blood comes out of. It's surely, and then the piss and blood come. He thought that the hole they put their dick in, that the wee comes out from a different hole completely. Like, insane.
Well, there's not a lot of sex education in Afghanistan.
Also, Nigeria.
Okay, not at all.
I had to educate some people from Nigeria.
What are you doing educating Nigerians and Afghans?
Oh God.
You've got to be less friendly. You were young, yeah, you were young, and I know, you certainly didn't know any better. So yeah, that was my girlfriend's earlier life, sex educating Afghans and Sudanese, or was that Nigerian? Sorry,
Nigerians.
There you go. That's the European way. This is a vagina. I mean, did you show or did you just tell?
Oh,
Oh boy.
Dear oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, if she was showing, I bet the class would be very, very attentive.
Oh, looks like there is now a hashtag dedicated to the Sarah Butts world, Buttsgate.
I saw that with Dana earlier.
Oh, about Sarah Nyberg, Sarah Butts. I don't think this is to defend her.
One thing, well, no, well, one of them is, but I can't remember which one that was. But what I'm looking forward to seeing the results of is Milo reached out to Leigh Alexander for comment on this because Sarah writes for her new website. and
or at least
and
at the
one
moment
of the things he said in the letter was that he had contacted the parents of the little girl who apparently she posted the CP of and everything like that, and that they were going to be pursuing charges. So that's what I'm interested to see how that turns out. Because an actual investigation will turn up the truth of it.
Well, somebody needed to.
No.
Where does she live anyway?
Somewhere in the U.S. I don't know what
is it the
state.
U.S.? I thought somebody was saying Canada at one point.
Oh, if she's in Canada, she is in trouble because even Lolly is considered CP there, and reading the chat logs, I know she had that, but they would have to get proof. But the actual posting of an image of a little girl where you can see that she is bottomless, I think that's just probably going to get her either way.
Yeah. And I've got that face on me right now as though I've just basically licked some toilet paper with some fresh poo on it.
Nah.
God's sakes.
I mean, I've been avoiding that whole topic.
The worst part about it, sorry to cut you off right there, is that she said just posting images of nudity isn't CP. Yeah, it is, Sarah.
Yeah, that's the definition.
All it is. Yeah, it's the definition.
Fuck this, I need more drinks.
Personally, I don't think just sharing pictures of nudity is porn, but if it's a child, it's still fucked up.
It's an 8-year-old. It was a picture of her vagina. It's not a stretch.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, thanks for adding a little bit of fresh turd to that toilet paper, mate.
Just clarifying here. Because...
Yeah, this isn't really... I prefer that window to stay muddy. I don't need it wiped, thanks. Yeah, fuck that shit. It's bad enough, I didn't even like the idea of sharing the thing on my timeline, really, to be honest with you. But I knew that it was a must and needed to be done. And I've mirrored the video, even though, I don't really want... I don't think this is a GG issue, really. This person,
it's a human decency issue.
Yeah, exactly, so...
Well, think about it like this: if we can't get her off the web or something like that, or get her thrown in prison, then anybody could get away with this kind of stuff.
Well, the fact of the matter is that people who get away with this stuff don't openly talk about it on chat logs just with their mates.
Generally not.
So this person here is that comfortable with it. And if here's the real thing is that when it's like racists who don't really like to appear racist, they but generally keep that stuff on the down low. They may say it, but they're not really going to act upon it or anything like that. Now the ones who really are open about it and don't give a fuck, these are what we would call bad actors. In other words, they think it's alright. Those are the ones that really worry me.
Yeah, I've been quite avoiding the topic because every time I read anything about it, it just makes me literally sick.
I'm a little bit sort of bizarred out by Brad Glasgow, I think it was, because he was kind of going, guys, this isn't really good, this just looks really bad and stuff like that. And so it looks really bad. What, we're going to look like bad guys in front of the press for basically taking a pedo on? You know what, yeah? I'll live with that bad press.
Yeah,
I mean, if this turns out to be what it is, yeah, and it is what it is, I don't really give a damn about whether we get good or bad press from this. But if this isn't what we seem to think it is, and we get bad press for it, I don't really care either. If you've got evidence of that sort of thing, you should fucking share it.
I mean, last time there was a female paedophile in the news here, she got 2 years, 3 years in prison.
Yeah, slap on the wrist. That's generally what happens.
Well, Sarah isn't necessarily a female paedophile in this particular case. Or at least, not your average female.
It really depends on what her state is, on where she would go. I believe the rules are if you've had transition surgery, you're considered a female and go to female prison. If you haven't, you go to male prison. I think that's currently how the laws are.
So it's not. She's not
I don't know her status. I don't, so I can't really say. But
she's not a biological female. That's what I was trying to say.
No, yeah, she's trans.
I thought she was.
I didn't know what state of trans she is. So.
Well, I don't think it really matters in America, does it?
It does. Like I said, if she had actually transitioned, then she gets treated like a female. If she hasn't, then they'll generally treat them as male.
And a lot of the time, male got worse.
But surely, if she's treated like a male, that'd be like considered transphobia by people.
Well, there's always going to be someone complaining. So.
Yeah, you see, this is the other thing, of course, is that basically something you don't like this person, and it's like, well, no, I don't. To be honest with you. Oh, so you're going to basically call her a paedophile? We're not calling her a paedophile. She has.
Yeah, she self-admitted without apparent shame.
Which is the dangerous bit.
And the worst part is Kotaku or Gawker or something like that keeps saying, "Oh, do these people need sympathy?" I mean, no, this is the wrong thing, and they should get thrown in jail or at least get help for something like this.
It's a complicated issue. If you have an uncontrollable compulsion, you do deserve sympathy, but it doesn't change the fact that you've done something way...
There's feelings, and there's actions.
Yeah.
Now, I would pity any person who wakes up in the morning and has a sexual desire for children. And I would feel fucking sorry for myself if I did.
But it doesn't mean you excuse it if they follow through.
Yeah.
No, of course not. I mean, they need...
Now, if you're a person who does fancy children and you don't care that you are not ashamed of that, you're not scared of that, and you want that to be an acceptable thing, that is somebody who is not really giving a damn about barriers here.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
that is
many
a pattern
cases,
of behavior that's a dangerous, that's, if not already, that is a danger in the making.
And more drinks for me.
It's a bit like somebody who, it's like if you ever walked past a car or whatever like that and the window's open and there may be like a handbag in there or something like that.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this happen? And like somebody's left their window open, they left their handbag in the car or whatever like that, and it's just there for the taking. You could sit there and kind of go, I could just steal that right now. I could easily take that. There could be hundreds of dollars in there. Who knows? I could just take that. Well, that's the difference between somebody being a thief and somebody being an honest citizen. In the same way that between somebody being basically somebody who fancies children and a pedo. This is somebody who goes, fuck it, I'm going to fucking take it. Or if I had the opportunity to take it, I would.
And then there's Sam Fish.
What?
Oh yeah, basically some serial killer that used to fucking eat kids.
Why would you eat dead things?
We all eat dead things. I what you're talking about.
Yeah, I just did.
Talking about dead people.
Oh, dead people. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's
better than eating live people.
People eating people can get really sick eventually. If you eat too much, if you're a people eater and you're a person, you get pretty sick after a while.
Well, that's actually a misconception. What it is, there are certain diseases that people can acquire that way. It's not just simply the fact that you're eating people; that you're eating people who already have something wrong with them. The most prevalent case, I can't remember what the disease is called, but it was a brain disease, and it was spread amongst this tribe in South America, I believe, because they had a ritual where they ate the dead person, parts of the dead person, and it spread amongst the tribe that way. That's where that comes from. It's not so much eating people will make you sick. It's if they're sick and you eat them, you can get sick. I know way too much about cannibalism.
Also, you get the shakes,
You get
don't
sick
you?
from eating anything else that died because they were sick.
So now we're into cannibalism.
Which I know way too much about.
Pedophilia to cannibalism.
Welcome to the Not Your Shield cannibalism stream.
Cheers, buddy.
Not your cannibal.
Or you know, we could just call it long pig, like the Zambezi tribesmen.
Not all cannibals.
That's a hashtag right there.
I never much cared for it.
I'm sure we've all dabbled.
How many people are watching right now?
I bite my nails. I don't know. Let me have a look.
It was like 10 last I looked.
15. So the cannibalism has obviously improved the numbers. So I bite my nails. Or at least I used to bite my nails until November 1994.
Okay, correction. His name was Albert Fish. Sorry.
I couldn't find anything on Sam Fish. I was starting to wonder.
Yeah, it's the fish in the name, you see.
Yeah.
Watch out for Phil as well.
Wow, hold on. I put Albert into Google. It's the first fucking thing that drops down. Albert Fish dash serial killer. First thing you put when you put in Albert.
I get Albert Hall, Albert Einstein, Albert Hall Manchester, Albert Salazar, and Albert...
Maybe it's because I was just searching for Sam Fish. Maybe that's why. So it made a connection there.
Well, let's go to the actual Google bar rather than do it at the top.
Oh wow! My fourth result was Albert Rusker.
Yeah, I've got no Albert Fish here.
And Albert Einstein.
I've got Albert Finney and then Albert Fish.
Yeah.
Albert Fish is on my fourth.
You've probably been searching far too many serial killers. That's what it is.
So what do? No.
Murderpedia.
I was gonna say something, then I forgot.
Oh, you've got to love a Wikipedia entry with gallery photos.
Nice.
Thankfully, it's mainly him with the same expression all the way through.
Okay, when I googled who likes, the search options are who likes to party, who likes me, who likes short shorts, who likes you. And so on and so forth.
There was a film on Albert Fish back in 2007.
God, Albert Fish, bloody old, long time ago, wasn't it? 1928.
Well, he was arrested in 1903. Died 1936 at age 65.
1903 he was arrested. Are you sure? Because he
If
killed
you
somebody
look at-
in 1928.
Well, he might have gotten out, but if you look at the top, the picture is mugshot from 1903. So.
Yeah, it must have been from a previous arrest. Apparently, I was about to say erect for no reason. The date of his murders go from 1924 to 1934. 13 odd victims. 3
In
to 10 plus.
1903, he was arrested for grand larceny and sentenced to incarceration in Sing Sing.
Did he have the same face on?
Probably.
Yeah, he's just what a miserable bastard.
Oh, God, if you look further down, X-ray of Fish's pelvis and perineum introduced as evidence at his trial, demonstrating more than 24 self-embedded needles.
Yeah, I'm just reading that now.
Ah.
That's just...
So he was a troubled gentleman.
Yeah.
Oh, you think?
Someone's keyboard is super fucking loud.
It's Zoe.
Mechanical keyboard.
That's mine. Probably.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone. Then my microphone. As soon as I move my phone, by picking up on my microphone. I have cherry image black switches on this keyboard.
I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself this time, Hitman. It's been a wild ride.
I did look into mechanical keyboards, but they're just too loud for my taste.
F5, 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 F5.
Okay.
Your voice sounds so lovely, mate. It would be a shame to ruin it, that's all.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm paying an arm and a leg for this connection, and I don't know what's going on.
So, should we try to steer this back to Not Your Shield, or have you given up?
If you have any topic that is more Not Your Shield related, go ahead.
Less paedophilia, less murdery, yes, please.
Just asking. I'm asking you, Robin, since you're the one who runs this.
I've been here all night, thanks. Let's see how long you last after 8 hours. Not easy, you know, being me. And plus, I've been very busy this week when I shouldn't be.
We know.
Yeah, I haven't been able to talk to people, I haven't had much chance to do anything really, just same old, same old. Oh, can you fix this? Can you do that? Can you do this? Can you do that? You know I don't like busy.
Well, what's up?
Why did he put so many in it? Weird.
What's the matter?
Albert Fish did that because he got off on it.
But in his pelvis.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've heard of that.
Did he at least explain why?
He was a sadomasochist, and apparently he got off on it somehow.
Around 1910, while he was working in Wilmington, Delaware, Fish met a 19-year-old man named Thomas Kedden. He took Kedden to where he was staying. The two began a sadomasochistic relationship. It is unclear whether or not Fish forced Kedden to do these things, but in his confession he implies that the man was intellectually disabled. After 10 days, Fish took Kedden to an old farmhouse where he began to torture him. The torture took place over 2 weeks. Fish eventually tied Kedden up and cut off half of his penis.
Sounds like a swell guy.
Okay.
I shall never forget his scream or the look he gave me. Yeah, someone cutting off half your dick, they're going to give you a bit of a look.
Yeah.
If you want to bring it back to...
Kedden, cut up the body and take it home, but he feared the hot weather would draw attention. Instead, Fish poured peroxide over the wound, wrapped it in a Vaseline-covered handkerchief, left a $10 bill, kissed Kedden goodbye and left.
Oh shit.
What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing?
I know, this guy is really messed up.
Okay, I have a way to bring it back to Not Your Shield.
Please.
Because
Thank you.
the latest, like the last time we were called misogynist and racist and whatever was, we have to agree, the latest piece by Brianna Wu. And she listed a few things that she accused the gaming or the nerd community of being racist and misogynist.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if you read the article or not, but the first one, I'm just going to go through them one by one and we can just discuss them. So the first one was like, when the new Thor was a woman, geeks screamed from the hills. Did anyone even care? Like, I don't know.
I just thought it was fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was really stupid, and
I think it's blatant pandering, and it's dumb.
Exactly. It's not about like the concept of the new Thor being a woman.
I know
the pandering part of it.
I know feminists who agree on this point. It was fucking dumb. What you should have done is take an existing female hero, like, I don't know, Valkyrie or Lady Sif, and give them their own goddamn comic. I would read it.
I would have loved it.
I love the character Valkyrie. I would have read a Valkyrie comic. I mean, shit. Why replace an existing character? It's just
and Valkyries are from the exact same mythology as Thor is.
That's exactly what she is. She's another Asgardian. She just goes by the name of Valkyrie.
Oh my god.
I was like, the worst part was when they were breaking the fourth wall in the worst possible way. They were like, "Oh, stop mansplaining to me," and punching a guy, and I was like, "What the?" No.
It's mansplaining. If you get to know people from where I'm from, yeah, you're mansplaining. Don't these people probably tell you, "What the fuck are you talking about? Are you insane?" From where I'm from. Most people here will call you either insane or tell you to fuck off. You know?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I don't know of any comic nerd that wouldn't love a strong female character in their comics. But when it comes to a character like female Thor that was just pandering and kind of dumb, we don't like that. It was just weak writing.
The reason why I don't like the idea of female Thor is because Thor technically is a man, and you're telling him.
Your mic's really loud, dude. Really loud.
Yeah, it's just coming through with a bit of distortion for some reason, mate. Just bring your mouth away from the mic, maybe.
It sounds the same to me, but
it's better.
Let me get back on the computer because it has froze up my whole computer.
Okay.
But like me personally, as a comic fan, what I primarily read was X-Men. And if you look at X-Men, there are a ton of female characters. They have fucking world-breaking female characters in there, like Phoenix and shit like that, you know? And it's not a bad comic book, you know? I mean, it deals with a ton of issues like that, and it's still good, and people read. Well, I don't know if it's still good. I haven't read it in a few years, but it was good. It's lasted for a long time, and
can we at least, you know, what you know, she's out having this as a debate, or at least trying to start this as a debate, but I don't really see this as somebody trying to start a debate here, really. I mean, we haven't heard a lot from Brianna recently, have we?
I stopped paying attention.
No, thank God.
She hadn't really tried to push herself into some form, so I can only assume that she's feeling a little irrelevant recently.
That's kind of obvious. I'm just like taking her article.
Probably dropping.
I'm just taking her article as an example of what the accusations of, let's say, Gamergate and in overall like the nerd culture as misogynist and whatever. And she made these points, so let's just discuss them. Why not?
And what would so we've got obviously the business with Thor. What else?
Thor, yeah.
Okay. Point number 2 was when Commander Shepard, and I'm just quoting her, when Commander Shepard was giving a gay male romance option in Mass Effect 3, geeks screamed from the hills. Who the hell screamed from the hills? I've never seen anyone being outraged. Has anyone?
I wasn't even aware of this, to be honest with you. This
No,
was off my
no,
radar.
I didn't care about it at all.
There were people saying things about it, but it's mostly people saying things like I'm saying, like it's just fucking dumb, and there is no point to it. Why not create an OC or elevate an existing female character to a starring role? Why replace an existing person? That you know, that's pretty much the only real thing I've seen people say against it.
No, that's not what I'm talking about Thor. I'm talking about Commander Shepard in Mass Effect.
Oh, sorry, I lost track for a second there. Thought we were still on the same topic.
Mass Effect 3, Commander Shepard. I mean, you know, BioWare RPGs, you get to romance whoever you like. You just talk to them a few times, and then you get a romance option. Now, it was strictly lesbian and heterosexual sex that was available. And in Mass Effect 3, they introduced this guy that you could romance as male Shepard.
Right.
And you couldn't even romance him as female Shepard.
So what was the problem?
She's claiming that nerds, or she said that geeks, screamed from the hills, and I'm quoting her here. And I'm like, what? Who the hell screamed from the hills? I don't really remember anyone.
Is this better now?
So what? When were they were screaming for the hills when there was a gay option but not a lesbian option? Is that the point she was trying to make?
No, she's just like, no, we're just like homophobic, and we don't really like gay, male-on-male gay people. And I'm like, who said that? I think the only time I heard someone say something about it was in a real-life kind of situation, and my guy friend at the time was like,
I don't like it in my porn.
What he asked me, literally, he was like, was it made tastefully or was it pandering? And I was like, it was a little bit in between. Because yes, it did feel like a little bit of pandering. And he's like, yeah, I'm not into that, but I guess I'm just gonna ignore the guy and not try to invoke that romance option, and that's fine.
Well, it is an option, isn't it? So it's sort of up to the player on that one. I mean, why would they have? You know, if they're not exactly forced into it, is it really? So, I mean, I don't understand the problem there. Any more?
Oh, she made 5 points, so there are 3 more. The third one was when Miles Morales became Spider-Man. He's a black person, by the way.
Also dumb. Sorry.
Geeks screamed from the hills. And by the way, even Stan Lee was like, Peter Parker is always going to be Spider-Man, and he's always been like a white dude.
But I do see to them that it was the Ultimate Universe, which is a separate timeline, storyline, universe altogether, and everything like that. But I still felt it was really dumb. Peter Parker sacrificed himself, saving a bunch of people. So let's just leave it like that. Why replace him at all? I mean, regardless of what race the person ends up being, it's just leave it.
I'll disagree with you on that one, Ray's. I mean, if it can be rebooted, why not? I don't see any problem with it.
Because of the fact that it's such an iconic character that is identified directly with being Peter Parker. It's not like a mantle that gets passed around. It was an individual.
Yeah, but it's not impossible for that to happen again. I mean, he basically was born from an industrial accident. This isn't sort of like a, you know...
Well, there's this whole other layer they add later on where it's actually he's a spider totem and was just because the spider was just a conduit and all this other weird shit, but... Yeah, that's later.
Yeah, like I said, I don't necessarily say that you couldn't have that come through. I wouldn't see the problem with that.
There are other Spider-Men, but Spider-Man in particular was. I'm probably just being nitpicky, but like I said, it's specifically associated with Peter Parker. Even when there's Spider-Man, it was a clone of Peter Parker.
Yeah, I'm giving Brianna the stopped clock analogy at this point. If people are kicking up a fuss about it, I suspect maybe a lot of them may be really big Spider-Man fans. You sound like one yourself, so it's
also the fact I get tired of the constant resurrections. It makes deaths of any characters meaningless.
Well, this is why I would say that a reboot wouldn't be too bad. I mean, the Spider-Man sort of thing is iconic. I mean, to be honest with you, the guy's, most of the time he's wearing a mask as it is. I mean, who would care? But, I mean, for example, I know there's been talk of making a Black Bond, for example. I'm sort of okay with this as well. I can live with that. I'm not really. I think if it's pandering, yes, I'm not keen on people doing a pandering thing, but I don't think that's such a bad thing.
I'm not too against that either because, there's been a thing, a little fan theory floating around for years that 007 is in James Bond is just a code name. It's a title. That's why there's been several others stretching over decades. It's just it's a cover.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zoe, you were saying something?
I think that was Magda actually in the background of Robin.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's fine. So yeah, I mean, the thing about the Spider-Man thing. It's Miles Morales, it's not Peter Parker, so it's a different character, different person. I'm okay with that. But if they were rebooting Peter Parker as a black person, then I would be like, no, my Peter Parker is white. He's been white since the 50s. Why change him now? It's another guy. I'll live with it because we've lived through a lot of nonsense from comics when it comes to reviving characters. Like they died, but they just revived them as someone else. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't really have too much of an issue with that if it works, whether if it goes all pandering and sort of then it's going to be a bit of a pain in the backside. I mean, I wish it wouldn't need to be like that, if you can imagine. I personally think that that you should have more heroes there that are, given their own actual sort of start in this instead of sort of having them sort of inheriting a role, because that it's sort of like a really bad affirmative action, isn't it? But carry on. What's the next point?
Okay, the next point is
I just heard that Spider-Man was black, right? So I actually liked Miles Morales. That's my point.
The whole thing was dumb. I read the storyline. I gave it a chance. Before I straight out judged it. It was dumb.
Well, okay. The next point is very close to me. Maybe I'm going to comment more about that. That's about Star Wars. And she said,
Robot.
When Stormtrooper.
Roboting. That means your connection's fucking up.
Just say F5.
Okay.
But Ray. Rather than the actual product, really, I'm thinking more along conceptually speaking. I think you're okay with it conceptually speaking, or at least as you were saying with a separate character.
Yeah, it's a whole separate universe.
Yeah,
is
but
what
you
it
just
is.
felt as if the writing wasn't up to it.
Yeah, well, the Ultimate Universe was really good up to a certain point where they decided, hey, we're going to do a giant cataclysm and we're going to kill everybody. And then they felt the need to keep the universe going, and it was shit. Because they killed off the entire X-Men, they killed Peter Parker. I think the Ultimates, which are their version of the Avengers, which is basically what you're seeing in the movies, they pretty much came through everyone alive, but everyone else was dead. But they couldn't leave it. They had to pick it back up and say, okay, we're gonna keep going. And I'm just like, how and why?
Yeah, well, that's Marvel for you. That's Marvel for you. They keep doing that.
I'm sure that's where the expression first came. That's not canon. But anyway,
I think the only survivor from the X-Men was Jean Grey. Everyone else, including Wolverine, was killed. Peter Parker died saving a bunch of people, to the point where Jonah Jameson, if you're familiar with the character, actually wrote like this long editorial praising him after like spreading so much, misinformation and hate about him his entire life, because he witnessed him saving people when New York was flooded and stuff like that, and it just ended with such a tone that them picking it back up with a new character is just like, why? I don't know. I'm just getting comic book nerdy, I guess. So.
Yeah. Step back.
I'll fully acknowledge that, but it just seems so. I don't know. It ended on a finale. Why try to drag it back out?
You mean like every film ever?
Point number 4 that you made about
Point number 4.
When a stormtrooper in The Force Awakens, which is the new Star Wars movie, was shown to be black, geeks screamed from the hills. I can sort of see where canon nerds were kind of concerned about it, but they weren't really screaming.
That's only if you're under the misconception that all stormtroopers are still clone troopers, which by that point they weren't.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you read the Timothy Zahn, Thrawn trilogy, they were still clones, but they were still...
the number of clones had been far reduced, and they were taking recruits.
Exactly. So they were there was a thread about it on Reddit, and they were discussing what's going to happen to the canon now? Are they still cloning people, or did they stop? And that was the whole discussion. They weren't really angry that the guy was black. They were just concerned about what the canon is going to be like.
Yeah, well, you got to remember they tossed most of that canon too. But I know that the Empire still had cloning facilities because, spoiler alert, that's how Palpatine, brought himself back to life, and that's how he had been sustaining himself. But I don't know if they were still actively producing clone troopers, and it's 40 years after the Clone Wars. So most of those clones, at least from the original batch,
worn out by then. Yeah.
Yeah, if they're not dead, they're old.
Well, Grand Admiral Thrawn did still have a lot of cloning facilities, but that's another canon. So the Reddit thread, I'm not sure if I can find it anymore or not. It's pretty old now.
I'll give you my reaction to it. It was... There you go.
Exactly. My reaction was, who is he and what part does he have to play in the story?
That was exactly my reaction. And then when I thought a little bit about it, I was like, so no more cloning. What happened to the cloning?
My reaction was, okay, so he's back. Big whoop.
Well,
I didn't even think that. I'm just like, what part does he have to play in this narrative? That's what I want to know. Who is he?
I didn't really care.
I know.
As long as it's a good movie.
I knew that the Clone Army thing had sort of passed quite a while ago. You know, so you know that originally, you know, I've obviously watched the original series and stuff like that. So we didn't really have, you know, we didn't consider the stormtroopers to be actually clones at all. We never looked at them in that way. So the idea of having people in various sort of races and various things, you know, they'd be all over the universe for crying out loud. I suspect that a few of them might be black. Didn't really even cross my mind, to be frank. You know, so I mean, if they'd obviously stuck and said it was clone and things like that, you know, they had a chance to make them all black before. You know, I mean, that would have been a little bit weird because of all of these black people sort of serving one particular master and doing all of his bidding. That might have, yeah, that might not have looked so good. Yeah, yeah, no. So, yeah.
Well, granted, until we found out who he was, you could have easily assumed Darth Vader was black. So you know.
Well, yeah. Well, if you'd have watched sort of Star Wars at the wrong spot, you could have thought that fucking Luke was part of the fucking a stormtrooper at one point. So you know.
Yeah.
But you know, I at this point I'm not.
But he's a little short for a stormtrooper. Though.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, when I'm looking at that, I don't even know whether this person's actually a different character, just using a stormtrooper outfit at this point. You don't know. You know, that's the whole point of the trailer. Who knows? But you know,
is, like,
people screaming about the fact that he's black.
Sure.
The fact that this that was what upset. If anything, that's what upset me. Is the fact that people are kind of going, oh my lord, look, a black actor, and I'm sitting there kind of going, is that Sidney Poitier? What it was 1967 suddenly? Oh look, we've got actors that are black on a screen. Like, really?
Don't worry. He'll die halfway through. It'll all be fine.
But it's just bizarre that people are even making that as a point.
Yeah, the thing is, like the theory that I had back when I was discussing this on Reddit, it was like, maybe he's undercover just the same way Luke was, like dressing up as a stormtrooper and trying to infiltrate something.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be some kind of defector because one of the main plot points is going to be these Imperial remnants that are still floating around. Like they've showed it, and I don't know if it's the same trailer, but
well,
you know,
we've never seen any other stormtrooper's face, have we?
No, not
never
before
really
the
seen them. They've always been very faceless.
But like
people,
it did show, you know, like scenes of stormtroopers loading up into a carrier and shit like that. You know, going out, getting ready to be deployed. And I think he's going to end up being someone who goes rogue. Like maybe he's a stormtrooper who suddenly realized he's force sensitive and he's going to defect. Because I've seen an image of him holding a lightsaber. I don't know if it was just a fuck around thing, if it's from the movie or what. But I've seen an image of that guy holding a blue lightsaber out of a stormtrooper.
Judging from the cast and the enthusiasm that's on set there, I think it could be a good one. You know, I'm not with everything when it comes to Star Wars. At least sort of, you know, Lucas isn't really doing much of the direction, so that I'm happy with that.
I'm sure it'll be great if you love lens flares.
I think he's mellowed on this.
Let's hope so. Yeah. Let's hope so.
I mean, the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon's just going to be blinding. Just lens flares everywhere.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm sure. I'm sure he's mellowed from this. I know he got chastised a lot for Star Trek. People learn these lessons. But yeah, you know, as far as the fact that the dude's black, the thing that really upset me more than anything else is that people did care. And they're kind of going, yay, look, there's a black person in Star Wars. And I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah, I mean, forget about Lando Calrissian.
Right.
You know, it's just like,
a motherfucker so smooth he can make you forget he betrayed you to Vader. Yeah. I mean, that...
God damn it. I mean, you know,
I love Lando.
These people have really got some gumption showing their face around here after what they pulled. But anyway, moving on.
Point 5, and the final one, which I just really don't know. When women's soccer teams were added in the new FIFA game, geeks screamed from the hills.
Do you know what I screamed from the hills?
Go to your bottom.
Do you know what I said when I heard about this? Yeah, and you could have done that in 1990 when the Women's FIFA Football League started up.
I just heard about it now. I didn't realize it wasn't a thing to begin with.
Yeah.
I don't understand why.
I mean, that's, if anything, that's fucking EA right there. They're being pants. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's the women's international football has been around since the 90s, and they've only just finally come round to that. That's actually pretty fucking sick.
Well, it's not the first soccer game that. Oh, sorry for saying soccer. Okay, football
yeah, but this
game.
is FIFA. You see, this is like the football staple and stuff like that, and it's a bit of a shame that it's taken that long.
Yeah, it's
25 years, dude.
I know, and for me, it's just like, okay, what? So what? I don't really play FIFA.
From the hills.
I don't really play FIFA, and I was like, okay, the more the merrier. Okay, let's just get more teams in there.
Well, like the women's game is actually a much slower, more tactical game. Because you just can't get the pace up, so it's actually a little bit more...
They've managed to make football a little more boring.
No, that's the thing, you see. Football's been really boring because, it's a bit like men's tennis, for example. Men's tennis is just basically just whack, 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 that's about it. Whereas the ladies' game, you actually get a bit more interest in it because it's a little bit more slowed down, so you get a little bit more tactics going on. And the women's game, I would say, would probably be equivalent to sort of like 1970s football, that sort of... and that was a golden age where you had people that were incredibly well skilled against people that weren't necessarily so skilled, so you had quite a big sort of a mishmash of different skill sets running around. And it does make for a much better game, really, because there's much more room for mistake. The really good players can really shine through, and some of the goals can be that much more spectacular. A lot of the time, it's like when you're watching sort of like the more professional games of football and stuff like that, it's just basically one mistake and it's all a fuck up. And it's not so much about the glorification of the person scoring the goal, but it's usually the cameras are on the fucking idiot who didn't fucking defend in the right position or whatever. So yeah, actually, I've seen the women's game. Actually, it's quite good to watch. If you're a spectator, that's what it's about.
The Women's World Cup this year, didn't America win by default because she took football?
Because why do you always have to keep bashing on the States?
Yeah, they finally accepted football. Because they managed to win one.
And even then it was by default because the other team got a home goal.
No, that's not really winning by default. That is still fair play. So let's hand it to the Americans. They are allowed to win a football match. We're above this. Come on, Zoe. Come on, Zoe. We're above this.
We can't really talk because we don't really have a good football team right now.
Yeah, that's
the last time the Saudis were in the World Cup, we lost 8-0 to the Germans. Yeah. So I'm not going to talk about that.
Exactly. Yeah, let's give it up for Saudi. Long way to go, mate. Long way to go. How's the women's team?
What women's team? I mean, in the Saudi law, we would have to have 22 women in the team because one woman is like half a man.
Oh no.
That's a Saudi law for you.
Yeah, but all you've actually got to do is make sure that you go to the left of the player, of course, and then she's her eye line's going to be covered by the shawl. So, Wasn't it in the Olympics or whatever like that, wasn't it, the Saudi team where they were all shawled up? It's like, fucking hell, you gotta jog with that shit on as well? Christ almighty.
That was sad. Just sad.
It's like, come on, conservatives.
It's like they don't... Do they even know how the rest of the world views them at this point?
I'm sure they do.
I don't think they care.
No, they just go like,
we're just infidels and our opinion doesn't matter.
Exactly, and they think that, we are the arbiters of morality, so the rest are just heathens and they don't...
Well, you're looking around and your average sort of Western country kind of going, let's drop some ordnance here, there and everywhere. You can understand why a few people might consider we're not necessarily the moral right all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We can ease up on the blowing shit up and everything like that. Maybe these people in the Middle East might listen to us a bit more. Just a thought. But that's me.
Yeah. Well, that concludes
You're an idealistic fool, I think.
Well, you know, you got to aim for something. And my aim is, could everyone please calm down? Thank you. I am the world's barman. I am barman to the world. Alright, mate, alright. I think you've had enough. You know?
Cheers.
That sort of thing. Any more of that and you're out. That's how the UN should be.
Fucking Anita.
Oh, Anita.
It's baseball. Oh yeah, she curated a baseball game on Steam, right? She put her 2 cents there. She says a playful baseball game with gender integrate teams and character customization. Yeah. Baseball had gender integrate teams for a long time.
Wait, how? No, it's stupid. I mean, you can say men and women are equal as much as you want. It doesn't change the fact that the male body structure is more powerful than a woman. If you have them competing against each other in something like baseball, they'll get stomped, and then people will complain about it being slanted against the women.
Well, in reality, if you have a male and female baseball team, it's males play against males and females play against females. That's the way it's going to go.
It's really the only gendered sports teams are really the only way to do most sports fairly, because men have an unfair advantage in their body power.
You've got to bat your weight. You've got to, you use a certain bat in order, depending on your height and your strength and things like that. There's reasons for this shit.
Sorry. I'm sorry that science doesn't have a feminist slant to it, but that's how it is.
Science is a social construct.
Oh God.
I'm sorry, but nature's unequal, and you can't make nature equal.
Yeah, we're a sexually dimorphic species, and no amount of good intentions is gonna fucking change that.
Good night, Abdullah.
They'll figure out soon enough. They're not that stupid.
Don't. Never underestimate people's stupidity.
For me, it always makes, you've obviously seen the latest Anita video, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
And she's sitting there kind of talking about sort of like women as a reward, and I'm sitting there kind of going, as far as sort of like a pretty woman as something that a guy would value, you need to have a chat with my penis. Because I assure you that when, an attractive woman comes my way, I value them in some fashion. I'm looking at one over there right now.
Oh.
Magda, come here.
Right. Oh,
give me a hand. Give me a hand.
Oh, adorable.
Give me a kiss. Now I'm about 50-50. Yes.
That's pretty cute.
Yes.
It's adorable.
I got a semi now. Okay. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. First thing I thought about Magda when I saw that, I thought I'll have a bit of that. Yeah. I thought to myself, I'd like a bit of that. I thought I'd no fucking chance. So I used my wily masculine ways to trick her into thinking that I was a nice guy. And fucking hell, it worked,
What Anita pretty much missed during her entire video is that most men don't really think of women's body as a reward, but women's consent to have that body as a reward.
I've never felt like paying for sex. If you see what I mean, because it doesn't feel right to me. But I'm not against anyone sort of like, prostitute, anything like that. I don't really care about that. But it just wouldn't work for me. I just don't think I'd actually be able to get anywhere with that, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, no, I do get it. Like, and even when someone is so sort of desperate for that kind of attention and goes and hires a prostitute, I don't speak for all men, but for me personally, I would think that would be the lowest point of my life. I would be just thinking of myself like, how pathetic can I be that I have to pay to get that kind of attention from a woman? Like the reward is actually to have the consent of a woman to have that kind of relationship with. So she's thinking of it the other way around. She's like, no, we're thinking of women's bodies and we're kind of entitled to it. Like, no, we don't feel entitled. We just want to have the consent of those women. And if that's not empowering to women, then I don't know what is.
Well, I think probably the thing that you could say is that we both male and females want to be wanted.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
men generally feel the need to earn that in some fashion or another. Women sort of have that by default, though.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to like my best female friend here.
At least some women, not all.
Yeah, not all,
and
but
I feel
yeah,
for those
I'm just,
people sometimes.
I'm just going to use her as an example here because she's the closest person to me as a female, and you know, I haven't had any in more than 6 months now because I'm kind of single. And she's like, I can't go for 6 months because every time I go to a bar, I can just point at anybody that I like, and I can take them home with me. I don't have that power. Women just like, especially in social interactions in bars and stuff, they feel like consent by men is more like something that they're entitled to than men are. So you just all like the whole narrative that Anita's trying to convey in her videos is backwards. Like, no, it's women who are feeling entitled to men, and not the other way around.
Well, the thing is, you've also got to remember that this is through a feminist lens, but also through a sex-negative feminist lens.
Exactly, yeah.
So she's not really big on that whole thing of basically, you know, men and women procreating. Which...
That doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't be if you wouldn't be here. If you wouldn't be here, and we would have been procreating. Yeah.
And it's yeah, like I watched the whole video, and then I watched a few videos that were just rebutting the video, and I was like, this is just fucking insane. Like, there's no rebuttal to this because it's just stupid. The whole thing is beyond.
You don't have to rebut. You just have to rebut, and she won't go away until you rebut. None of these people will.
I know.
I mean, she can say whatever she likes. I think it's a rather low blow to be picking on gamers, to be honest with you. So, I mean, we don't really attack people. We attack our own. Oh my God, do we attack our own?
Versus PCMR, and then PCMR, like they go like AMD versus Nvidia, and then you got
yeah. We've got a lot of arguments to have. F5 happy, F5 happy. We do have a lot to argue about. I suppose that's probably why she maybe went for us, is because we are an argumentative bunch. We're up for the argument, aren't we?
And arguments can keep people in the spotlight.
I've been arguing about games since the 1980s.
More things stay in the spotlight.
You're going a bit weird as well now, Ethan.
What? You mean?
Keep breaking up a bit, yeah. Not as bad as Habib, but yeah.
My internet should be fine. I forwarded myself back into the internet.
Yeah, the voice just now and again it just goes a little bit of a wibble. Not huge though.
No, it sounds fine to me.
You sound way worse when it goes wrong.
Yeah.
I have no idea how it sounds. No, because you know I just And the thing is, like, I pay for like it's 100 megabits down and 10 up, so it should be okay. So I'm not really sure what's going on.
I can only assume it's maybe. I mean, can you maybe prioritize the program, for example, so that it's given a little bit more cycles on your CPU or something? I'm just wondering if that might help.
I can try that.
I just switched to a new motherboard like a week ago, a new processor.
Properties. No, I can try to do that. I don't know how.
Leo Pirates to Catch a Predator has now managed to get nab him 46,000 views on that.
Wow.
So that's there's no way that can't be hidden at this point. There's no way that can be hidden. Sorry.
You know, these people are very skilled at denying reality.
Yeah, it is getting. I mean, I remember somebody saying it thusly. You know, it's if this was an accusation from AGG, can you imagine? They'd never let it lie.
Well, they still try to say 8chan is just a CP hub, so they haven't let it go.
Wasn't it Butts who was actually laying down those accusations?
Foldable Human. Dan Olson was the one primarily, but I believe she chimed in right behind him.
Wasn't she the one that reported child porn on there or something like that?
Dan Olson. Well, she may have too, but like I said, Dan Olson was the primary on that.
These people, man.
Yeah, the whole that entire topic just makes me sick to my stomach.
No, same here.
Like, yeah, I just don't get it. Like, okay, maybe I'm too drunk right now, and I'm just sharing things that are a little bit personal. I was diagnosed of being a psychopath with anger management issues, and I've been getting help for that for the past 2 years.
A psychopath?
Yes, I have psychopathic tendency. I look at people when I'm riding the metro, and I go like, I think to my head like, what is the fastest way to kill everybody on this train?
No, that's not being psychopathic. That's just the fact that you're having to commute. Everyone's thinking that.
But yeah, I mean, I was diagnosed with that, and I've been getting help, and it's getting a little bit better. But, you know, if I ever go and commit a crime, people wouldn't really defend me and go like, well, it's a medical issue. I mean, he's kind of getting help, and he's not... Like, people wouldn't be sympathizing with me, and I would get that. Because, seriously, like, what you have in your head doesn't have to like translate into actions. So when someone is a pedophile, okay, you fancy children, okay, that's fine, but just don't act upon it. Get help, because that's just fucking wrong.
Yeah. It's when thoughts turn into reality that's really the problem.
I mean, I do think about killing people, well, not anymore, but I used to. Because, yeah, I had those tendencies. But
yeah, that whole Dubai trip's not looking so good for me now.
Something suddenly came up.
Yes. Come to my hotel room, come to the window.
Come take a look at the view off this balcony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I once knew a guy from Saudi Arabia who was in Iraq during the time of the incursion of ISIS.
Oh god.
I wonder what happened to him.
Probably nothing good.
Probably not.
Most probably, yeah.
I'm sure he lived happily ever after.
It's just
I'm sure he probably fought his way. Seeing how he was always carrying a gun on him. He was always having an AK on him.
Hey, I say if you gotta go down shooting.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm Texan, so...
Yeah. It comes with the territory.
That's no way, to be honest with you, mate, that's no way to treat a lady.
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm going to go for a cigarette. You explain the joke.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I mean, it pisses me off in one point where, like, this kind of behavior is kind of prevalent still, and the way she was, like, just so proud of it and like, yeah, I'm just a pedophile, I don't care. And on the other end, like, people, how they're treating it, like, it's nothing. Because, yeah,
they're defending her because she's one of them, pretty much, is all it comes down to.
Oh, trust me, like, if someone from GG, like, even if it was, like, someone who's so popular in GG, let's say it's Sargon or Milo, turned out to be a pedophile, I would be the first to spit on their face.
Well, when it comes to things like that, if you know you have a problem, and you just don't give a shit, and you don't try to seek help and things like that, you're probably gonna have some issues. If you're okay, even though you know you have a problem, you're okay with how it is, and not wanting to fix it over time, that's not going to turn out very well.
I just fucking hate it.
Nope.
Well, people are stupid and people are ignorant.
I mean, I get I'm okay with a lot of issues that a lot of people just cringe upon, like racism and, let's say, I don't know, discrimination. I'd be like,
always
yeah.
gonna have all this though. There's always gonna be issues.
It's like it's something that I can just turn off and go like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. I mean, some people just hate me for being an Arab, so who cares? But this is just crossing. But this is crossing a very, very, I don't know, like a sacred line for me. Like, yeah, you're fantasizing about, like, you're posting child porn of a child that you are close to, and you're proud of it.
Cousin, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, incest. That's what that is.
Incest and child pornography.
Well, I put incest on the back burner to child molestation.
And even incest, like in Arab societies, like marrying your cousin is kind of fine. Like we're still that kind of backwards, I guess. I still feel disgusted about it, but yeah, I'm sorry about people that think it's okay. So I kind of, sort of, can just like let it go. If it's your cousin, it's okay. I can let it go. But it's a
okay.
child.
As long if it's your cousin, you're both adults. It's okay. I just want to recommend having children.
Exactly.
But if it's your
child
cousin and you're older and shit, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's all about having two consenting adults. We're in conversations online about to what extent is consenting. There are people who are talking about like having earthing consent every time you want to have sex.
The thing
this thing happens.
Yeah. According to those rules of consent, every time I've had sex has technically been rape because I've never received verbal. Okay, you can put it in me now. Consent. It's more like, hey, I can tell she fucking wants it. So, it's just fucking.
Well,
like how my ex.
Sex lives must be horrible.
It's just, I don't know.
Yes, can you do this? Yes, can I do that?
These
can I do this? Yes. That's fuck. What are you doing?
These SJWs completely ignore the subtleties of body language. That exists, that thing that exists, but you ignore.
Majority of human interaction is more body language than anything.
Yeah, nonverbal.
Pretty much.
But apparently that doesn't exist anymore.
Right, it's now 31 minutes past the witching hour. I think I'm going to call this one a night, guys. I've had a bit of an early morning. I've been working on British daytime. So I'm at the end of my tether.
Yeah, it's kind of late there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been wonderful. It's been a roller coaster ride of emotion. I've enjoyed it in places. I've been disgusted in others. So that's this sort of place in a nutshell, really. So I'd like to thank everyone for turning up. Everybody who's still left. What is wrong with you? Well, I've been here since the fucking beginning. What's wrong with me? But anyway, yeah, it's been great, guys, and thanks for this one. It's been quite good. So this is the sort of not your shield type thing we're going to be doing. So we're going to be exploring a few more issues that aren't necessarily Gamergate related, and really branching out a little bit into the world of lunacy that is not your shield. I'm going to see if I can invite some more special guests on for next week. See if we can't G you up. And we'll see you next Friday. Take it easy,
have
everyone.
A great night. And good
Take
morning.
it easy.
Cheers.
Later.
Be sure to be
Be
here.
well.